And welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. Today, it all comes together. We will crown our champion. We will crown our top 4 to go to the global stage for the Esports World Cup. Who will enter group stage? Who will enter the sudden death qualifiers? All that will be answered after the next 6 games. 90 total drops that we've had to get through to get to this point. And I tell you what, it has been exciting each and every day. And that excitement's going to carry over into today up to the final map. We've got double points coming out for our final group of the day, Group D. And the 2 big storylines that we have to discuss: Alpha7 trying to dethrone Team Liquid, break the curse of second place, and then Death Wolves trying to get into that top 4, or at least hold it down for themselves. Will they be able to do it? We're going to find that out today. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. Today is the day we've been waiting for. Hot Jukes, hold up. I'm seeing double. Do we got a big first? Before I say the Happy Father's Day, Jukes, I just want to get that out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a great day.
But you guys look stunning. Was this planned?
No. Hey, scripted, baby. No, scripted 100%, planned, yep. And it was by Taylor.
Oh, dude, I must have blacked out when that happened. It's great to see the both of you. It's going to be exciting for sure. Tons of storylines to break down. I mean, Cameron, think about it, right? I mean, after today is done, 90 drops across 15 days of competition. Okay. That's meteoric, man.
Right, yeah, thinking about it, yeah, 100%, it absolutely is. And what's even more shocking is that this is kind of a new result that we're seeing on the leaderboard, because coming into this entire competition, we kind of assumed that Brazilian powerhouses, which is true, but like Alpha7, Influence Rage, going toe-to-toe at the top, that's not the case. It's Alpha7, but it's up against Team Liquid. Now, this final day is the real question of who's going to end in first place.
That's the question, right? That big battle between Team Liquid and Alpha7 has been going down nonstop, and I tell you what, I've been loving every single bit of it. In fact, let's start talking about some things that ended up happening over yesterday. And Influence Rage comes immediately to mind, Hot Chicks, right? Influence Rage is a team that is very hyped up, especially going into their Group C double points day. I expected a lot from them, but they ran into their boogeyman, as I coined it, and that was Be Bold.
Oh my goodness. This was all day long yesterday. And it's crazy because Influence Rage, really gave it to Be Bold during their double points day. So it looks like we got some serious revenge here. By the way, big thanks. Thank you, Taylor, for that shout out, for Happy Father's Day. I want to say Happy Father's Day to everybody else out there. And we're going to find out at the end of the day if Be Bold is going to end up making Influence Rage their sons.
Okay, I was like, where are you going with that? Because I was like, when we got there, it might make them their sons. It's actually quite nasty that Influence Rage and Be Bold were fighting as hard as they were yesterday, Cameron.
Yeah.
The day before, they got well over 40 points, and then their double points day, they got below 20, which was just absolutely insane. Now, I will give credit where credit is due, though. Influence Rage did step it up a little bit later in this clip. Diego just popped off and cleaned up all of FURIA, including one NRG member.
Right, yeah, and I think it's exciting in regards to specifically Be Bold and Influence Rage that, Jukes and I have been talking about this entire time, like when are the teams actually going to sort of play the format, play the double points? It seems to have been the case on this final week, and I really do think we're going to be seeing a lot of that today when it comes to Death Wolves. But for Influence Rage, their situation on the leaderboard is very, very precarious right now. I think I ran the numbers. Their best week had an average points per game that if they matched that today, they would tie iNCO Gaming's current position. So that's assuming iNCO Gaming gets 0 points at all today. Like I just don't think that it's reasonable for Influence Rage to try and overtake them into third place. So really, Influence Rage needs to try and block Death Wolves, or maybe even FURIA from overtaking their spot in fourth.
Well, Hot Chooks, they can absolutely do it. This was that play. Diego going massive.
Oh man, let me do my Spider Tip impression real quick. This was evil. It honestly was crazy. Diego, that was the play of the tournament. I'm going to be straight up, because to be able to take out 2 teams, especially during clutch time, that's really what it's all about. Today is going to be crazy because Influence Rage need to go ahead and take down iNCO. iNCO needs to stave off Death Wolves. And then, of course, you got Alpha7 hungry for points like crazy. Oh, man, it's going to be wild.
And Alpha7 yesterday were out of this world. Cameron, they ended up finishing the day with 2 winner-winner chicken dinners with incredible stats. We're talking Miramar, 11 eliminations, and then iNCO, another 11 eliminations back-to-back. And not to mention, both of those maps, Miramar was a bit comfortable, but iNCO, they had to fight hard to get that victory, and they did exactly that. In fact, I want to say Alpha7 had one of the best days that we've seen in quite some time, at least on a standard day without double points.
Right, and listen, Alpha7 are playing good, they're playing strong, and they haven't had their double points day yet. That's today. And I'm going to call it now. I'm 90% sure that they're going to overtake Team Liquid. The double points day, they're only, 40 points behind? It should be very straightforward unless we see Liquid start to do their own rotation camps, maybe even a hot drop or two towards the end of the day, like on round 5 and 6, depending on what the points look like at that time. But honestly, like Alpha7 are looking so good at the moment. It's strange because it hasn't even been their best week so far, but still, they're just nonstop bragging out.
They are, and that's been the biggest talking point, right? Those gatekeepers, they love to play that edge, which they've kind of been forged by the fire, Hot Jukes, and it makes sense that they are able to outslay basically anyone out there. They've gave us some of the most incredible moments, but I mean, the reality is that, I mean, to bring it all home, though, and to make this storyline kind of serious, the second place curse, you know? I don't know how big of a curse it is, but right? I mean, they continually get second place, Hot Jukes, and right now they're in second place.
You literally just took the words out of my mouth because, you know, Cameron said that he was 90% sure that, you know, Alpha7 would pass Team Liquid. That 10% is that curse, without a doubt. At this point, the only thing that can stop Alpha7 is themselves.
Well, okay, but how many times have they gotten second place to Liquid X Loops? It's always been Influence Rage, and they're out of the picture at this point. This is a new sort of world that we're living in, right?
It's true, but second place in general. Dude,
your hypothesis is it's the second place that's the key point, not the Influence Rage beating them. Okay.
And that's a real thing.
Okay,
it is.
In esports, that's absolutely a real. Now I know. Look, you're coming at it from a stat standpoint. You're probably more educated from that perspective because I might be dumb, but I'm telling you, man, from watching esports for all these years, there really is a curse, right? Some people just get second place and they can't break it until they finally do, and then all of a sudden they just turn into a world champion team. Now I will say though, for Alpha7, they have been consistent, and 90%, I could be right with you, Cameron. That 10% is the curse, but Revo has been one of the reasons why Alpha7 has been so successful. The MVP of week 1. Mythic took it in week 2. He's looking to gain it back in week number 3. Sarpatch is on site. He had a chance to interview Alpha7's Revo. Let's hear what he had to say.
Guys, Revo, Alpha7. Revo, a great match, a great ending for today. It was an amazing day for you guys. Tell me about the match.
All the match was a calm match, but in the end game we need to push A7 and we kill them. And there's so much things come to us, like any Hyper and the last thing, I don't remember which
SLR.
is. Como?
Super lazy.
Oh, super lazy push us. And stay me and Carrillo alive, and we can make the win for the match.
Carrillo and Revo, what a duo. Bro, you've shortened that distance from Team Liquid, and tomorrow only is that you have that double point stakes. Do you feel that you are closer now to the championship? I don't need to translate. This guy knows English too.
I think we need to stay praying for God for that, and if God wants, we're gonna be champions, and we're gonna stay with calm, and it's that. Just praying for God.
Guys, tomorrow is going to be a great day for PUBG Mobile. Everybody will remember it, I'm sure. Can't wait. Let's go.
All right, there's Revo. You see his mindset doesn't look too pumped up, just kind of looks neutral, but you know, he's got a killer instinct,
Stone Cold Killer.
Stone Cold Killer, right? So Hot Jukes, he's looking to take everybody down today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, each eyebrow's got that slit in there, right? I mean, I don't know if it just helps like target in on the game, but this guy's going to go crazy today. And, you know, you heard him just talk. He didn't even remember who it was he's fighting against. You know, at the end there, he's just like, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, we're just going to take him out.
That's right. Well, let's not forget, Cameron, Hot Jukes did have a chance to talk to Mafioso not too long ago. Mafioso did give this promise that they were just going to run through the entire lobby. Now, we didn't get that day. I'm thinking today was that day. He's going to make good on the promise.
Yeah, listen, they're just a very, very scary team. And with the emotions that we saw, with not even remembering the team names. Just the Alpha7 are dominating this entire lobby. It's looking like a sure thing. It's looking like a done deal. For everyone else going up against them, this is a very special moment. For them, it's just a Sunday. Today's Sunday, so it's just a Sunday for them. But regardless, it's just another day at the office.
Just another day at the office. Well, a beautiful office, Sao Paulo, right? Let's talk about that, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful beaches, great food. Let's look at our standings, where they currently sit. We'll have a chance to look at this at the start of day and then at the end of day. Now, Team Liquid, the challenge that I gave to them was to break 1,000 points. I think that's a bit far-fetched, at least sitting at 916. But that's not the big story, is it? The big story is Team Liquid versus Alpha7. Alpha7 trying to break that second-place curse. Cameron's 90% certain. Me and Hot Jukes think that curse might be real. But let's focus our conversation, Hot Jukes, on 3 and down. iNCO Gaming, Influence Rage, Furia, and more importantly, Deathwolves.
Oh man, it's iNCO Gaming versus everybody at this point. That's really what it's all about. Can they hold on? And Deathwolves are going to have the best chance out of everybody. Sure, they have a big gap to cross, but we've seen the power of these double points days, right, Cameron?
Yeah.
I mean, if they have a good day today, they should easily be able to take third place.
Yeah, the big concern, though, is that the gap between Furia and Influence Rage should be comfortable enough, at least after the first couple of rounds, for Influence Rage to have carte blanche to just grief Deathwolves' entire remaining day to maintain that 4th place. Again, if Influence Rage open up with a really good couple of rounds, maybe they can start to aim for iNCO in 3rd. But I think once things settle in, the remaining 4 rounds, 3 or 4, maybe even 5, depending on how round 1 goes, Influence Rage are going to have their target on either iNCO or Deathwolves. And I think for Deathwolves, that's really problematic because the gap isn't that large, but it's large enough for 1 or 2 rounds, 3 rounds of griefing to just completely derail it.
And that's a big talking point. Not necessarily griefing, right, but challenging the teams who are going to be on the battlefield and challenging them for the certain reason of shutting them down early so they do not progress up, whether they be in 3rd, 4th, or obviously in Furia Deathwolf's case. Now, Cameron, I'm going to go right back to you, man, because we've talked about Furia. Furia was a huge talking point, more specifically right in their race against Deathwolves. Now, that was when they were in 3rd and 4th, respectively. Do we think Furia has a chance here? Because a couple days ago, we said Furia, they don't have a chance. They blew their double points. Everything is over for them. But then yesterday, they had a decent day. They're going to have to do a lot of work, Cameron. But does Furia have it in them to make it happen?
I mean, did they get 40 points like yesterday? Did they at least hit that number? Because that's the gap that they have right now, assuming that Influence Rage don't get too many points. I don't think that it's likely. Now, if Furia come out, open up 2 wins, high elimination wins, chicken dinners back to back, then we can have that conversation. But
sure,
that is, I will talk about it when it arrives. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. At the moment,
right,
they are not a consideration for me as far as the top 4.
Okay, interesting. So if that's the case, then Deathwolves is the only realistic, option, right? So iNCO Gaming has to worry about Influence Rage, and they have to worry about Deathwolves. If that's the case, then iNCO Gaming knows where their focus has to be.
Correct.
We look at 9 through 16. This is where teams, been struggling a little bit, but they definitely gave us some incredible fights, without question. I always like to bring it up, Hot Jukes. Good old North America, right? Let's talk about it. Hyper, still the best North American team out there, and to give them credit, if they would have played the way they've been playing in this final week, the first 2 weeks, man, I don't even know. They might have been a lot better than where they're currently standing.
And you know what? This is kind of what I would hope in the situation as a best case scenario, considering how they did in the middle of the week. They talked about this being an entire rebuild year. I talked to Stars. They're trying to, it's a new team that they're putting together and trying to put in work. And if that's the case, right, you're going to see them get better over time. And that's what we saw here, right? So you're going up against squads who have been living together, playing together for years, while a coach is just breaking down every single problem that they've had. So they've had so much time to put in work. That's why we see teams like Alpha7, and Liquid dominate compared to everyone else. But you know what? After they played the way they did yesterday, and hopefully they do something here today as well, it'll make me really excited for the fall.
Well, we did get that promise from NRG Galaxy they'd make the first page. So, today's the final day, and they've got a massive jump if they want to try and reach that point.
Double points?
Anything is it could be possible, Cameron.
No,
I hope
it's not. No, it's not. I'm joking. I'm joking. They would need to win all 6 rounds for that to be the case. Maybe 5. I don't know.
They can do it. NA.
I mean, that's true. They did get that. What they matched that 20 elimination chicken dinner. So it is possible. It's just unreliable is the real problem.
So are we saying top 4 is out of the question then? I'm just sorry about that. Look, I just want to see them get first page. NRG Galaxy, let's go. I love you guys. I really do. Let's talk about, though, the week 3 MVP race, because it's getting tight. It's getting close. We know Revo won week number 1. Mythic won week number 2. These are the standings for the final week. Revo is currently leading, and surprisingly, Mythic has dropped down quite a bit, Hot Jukes. Mafioso now takes his spot. That man, he gave you a promise. He's looking to live up to it.
Oh, man. And you know what? He's looking good. I mean, this is crazy. Alpha7, I said it. I was like watching them play earlier in the week, and I just knew that these guys, they were messing around. That's how I felt. Like they were just trying to work on stuff, make sure they were ready for the World Cup. And then they just started taking things seriously yesterday. And it just showed, right? I mean, they were dominating, getting early eliminations. The question is like, did they play around for too long, Taylor? Right? Because we're on the last day here.
We are on the last day, man, and I tell you what, it's been a fun 14 days at least up to this point, right? Nice to see, though, Baton being there from Hyper, Redox as well. Like you said, It's just what could have happened if they would have been playing up to this par, up to this standard a little bit earlier, but there's no more what-ifs at this point, right? It's just today is it, and if you played bad the other days, it doesn't matter. Today needs to be the most exciting day, and I think, honestly, the big thing for me, Cameron, today, no friendships. You can have fun. There are going to be some teams that are going to have fun, and I'm going to enjoy it. But I think today is not the day to be nice. Today is the day to be cutthroat.
Yeah. We got 6 rounds left, 6 rounds to make a statement. Even if you're not a team that's in contention for top 3, top 4, and again, I'm making that separation of 3 and 4 because there is a difference there, remember? But right. Even if you're not contesting in that position, this could you could be making a statement that could impact next time around, whether it's contesting for drop spots, whether it's from, there's a lot of things that could actually come into play long term. It kind of pales in comparison to that top 4 race, but it is still something for these individual teams to care about personally.
Well, talk about a personal fight that's been happening. Let's talk about Hyper versus E7. They started off the tournament talking trash to each other. It was Hyper who shut them down, but E7's been getting the best of Hyper as of recently, Hot Jukes.
Hey, the battle of the jungle, baby. That's what I'm ready for. Match number 4. My eyes are going to be all on Sandhawk and on Ruins here. I mean, Stars popped off right off the bat, Taylor, and he threw the gauntlet down, and finally, ND7 challenged him yesterday. I talked to Stars afterwards. Hey, you know what he told me?
What's that?
They just got lucky with gun spawns. That's what he said.
He blames luck, huh?
That's it. He said they just got lucky. So we're going to, I hope we see it here at the end of the day. I mean, why wouldn't we, right? They got nothing to lose.
Well, hey, even a broken clock is right 2 times a day, and maybe that was E7's opportunity to get lucky and then put him in the ground and love that thumbs down, man. You know, honestly, Cameron, they were just having fun yesterday in this fight. Like, they understand where they are on the standings, and now they're just living it up when it comes to Sao Paulo and comes to that main stage, and I'm not against that.
Yeah, and listen, if these 2 teams were right next to each other on the leaderboard, I would say that there's some credence to sort of celebrating a victory on a hot drop like this, or warm drop, depending on the details.
Warm drop.
But, well, I mean, you know, sometimes you drop on the flank and then you crash in versus dropping on top of each other. But regardless, the thing is, Hyper have 220 points today so far, whereas ND7 have 88. So, like, are you really bragging about beating them in one fight, but you're still in 16th place where they're in 10th? I don't know. It's just a little. It's corny. It's corny.
Corny, but, you know, it's pretty cool to look at, though, when it does happen. Just like a knife fight. You know, it's like between SLR and whoever. I'm all here for it. Here's the head-to-head stats between Hyper and E7, Hot Jukes. Hyper dominating E7 in all categories.
Look, this ain't corny. These are 2 gladiators going at it in the jungle for absolute dominance, all right? Yeah, I could have just destroyed their points and, you know, chances at going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but who cares, baby? About them clips. I'm making a name for yourself.
There you go. And they're making a name, the best Ruins team out there. Who's it going to be? E7 Hyper. And Cameron, I think this is going to be a fight that, honestly, their children are going to hear about moving generations to come. It's going to be etched in stone and Ruins, Cameron. It's important.
Like, listen, kids, gather around the campfire. Grandpa has a story to tell about what happened. Wait, how old are generations at this point? 50 years? Wait, no, they're way too young for that. 70 years ago. It's like the time that we dropped Ruins. It's like, what are these mobile things that you're talking about? Those aren't those bricks? Don't we make houses out of those? We have intergalactic, non-physical esports at this point. But
I'm starting to believe that you
on.
really do control the Matrix, Cameron.
Oh, it's me
like,
now? I thought it was G-Fon.
I think no, I thought it was G-Fon, but after saying that, like intergalactic and bricks,
knows the future.
all that, like I'm thinking it's you. So I think it's you, Cameron, and I actually have some questions offline that I got to ask you because man, I need some help. I need some help. I need some answers, man. Production saying, "Who let this guy cook? You are cooking." Hey, Hot Jukes. Today's going to be a big day, though, man, and
huge,
a massive day. So for Death Wolves, man, what's going on with them? You know, what makes them strong? What has been their story? Cameron at one point called them the Cinderella team. Why is that the case?
The reason why is because these guys came all the way from the qualifiers, the open qualifiers. By the way, guys, those are probably going to happen here soon for the fall, so definitely keep your eye out if you're looking to get into the PUBG Mobile competitive space. That's going to be fun. And these guys did it, right? They put a team together. They made it through the open qualifiers, and they have been pushing through each stage here. They've been able to attend a LAN already in the past. This is a big opportunity for them. So they're able to extend their way to Riyadh. I'm going to be super excited for them because out of all the teams, I think that definitely deserve it. It's going to be them, but they have a lot of things to worry about here, right? Because they got to hope iNCO doesn't do well, hope Influence Rage doesn't do well, and then they have to perform as well. So it's going to be crazy to watch because at the same time, I think there's 0% chance we're going to see FURIA actually, do anything, but they could absolutely just try and, crush another team's dreams at the same time.
Well, like Be Bold did. I mean, Be Bold nearly crushed the dreams of Influence Rage yesterday, and I think at a certain point, they did. Influence Rage was in shambles, right? They were in their heads without question. 2 maps in a row. Be Bold wipes them out off the start, and then map number 3, FURIA walks up and then wipes them out again. Influence Rage didn't get started until about map 4. I think I want to say maybe even map 5 and 6, right? With that Diego play, Federal showed a little bit of life a little bit before that as well. But their mental was chalked. Yeah. Death Wolves could be in the same boat today. And Cameron, the thing about iNCO that does worry me, and I know is going to stress them out, is they've been cruising for a long time now, for at least several days, right? There's no more cruising at this point. They had a big game. They had a really massive game that gave them, like, at one point, a 100-point lead, but now it's like 40 or so points. I know they would have made top 3, but I do worry about their consistency. What do you think about that, Cameron?
Wait, iNCO or Death Wolves?
iNCO. I know iNCO's in 3rd place, but we've had days where they didn't do anything at all.
Right, but they're still 2nd place on the overall leaderboard for this week alone. Like, I think that their lead right now is looking pretty good. Okay, so the only thing that I see is that if they struggle and Influence Rage pops off and almost like becomes Influence Rage of previous seasons and like really gets chicken dinner at the chicken dinner at the chicken dinner, and because neither of these two teams are on double points day, then that's not really going to be that impactful in terms in this head-to-head. But that, again, that's going to have to be something that we see before we can really discuss it. I honestly think that iNCO have the luxury to continue to be able to chill. It might end up with like a 20-point gap at the end, depending on how well the teams do. But honestly, that's kind of good enough.
It would be good enough. I mean, after all, your placing is your placing. Just today, again, I want to reiterate, today is the day to be cutthroat. Today is the day to be vicious. You have to be aggressive. There will be teams like E7 and Hyper that are going to have fun. Don't get me wrong, they are going to be playing serious too. But if you're on that top page and you want any iota of a chance to make it into top 4, to make it on that global stage, like, you have to be aggressive and go hard. And if you need to shut down teams and change up your landing spot, aka shut down iNCO, Death Wolves, FURIA, then so be it. That's what you need to do. The only 2 teams that there's no reason to land on would be Alpha7 or Team Liquid, unless iNCO like really wants to get that 2nd place, right? Then they maybe challenge Alpha7 or Team Liquid from that point. But still, a big long shot in my opinion. We're gonna take a quick break, and I tell you what, today is going to be exciting, but who's going to win? Let us know in chat. Keep the conversation alive, and also, if you're on the socials, hashtag PMSL Americas. We would love to hear what you have to say. Feel free to tag us in, and we'll also give you a good old retweet. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 1, Arigel, will be coming your way. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 15, the final day of action for this season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. We're still waiting to get loaded up into that map number 1 on Erangel, but once we do, it's going to be a fun one. I asked you all in chat to talk and discuss who you think is going to come out today on top or who's going to be a surprise team. Well, keep that conversation alive. And like I said on socials, hashtag PMSL Americas. Feel free to tag any one of us, and we'll give you probably an easy retweet. At least I speak for myself. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
You speak for myself. But it's going to be a good day today. Death Wolves, again, a major conversation. But the international stage, Hot Jukes. I am curious, though, to hear about group stage at least. We don't know the groups, obviously, right? We still got to figure that stuff out, right, when it comes to everybody finishing up. But where do you put our boys at least on the world stage? Once they reach that point, Team Liquid, and let's just talk about Team Liquid and Alpha7 at this moment.
Team Liquid and Alpha7 have a chance. They do have a shot, right? It's going to be hard, though.
For what?
I mean,
how far?
For a shot of even the championship.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Okay.
I mean, they absolutely have a shot. I will not say it's an easy shot, though, for sure, because the way we've been seeing the meta shift, the aggressiveness from some of these squads, it's anyone's game. They're going to pull out every single strategy they can. So I think even Alpha7 need to level up for the next stage.
Interesting. So Team Liquid, Alpha7 have a chance. Cameron, I love that because it's like I constantly hear about Mongolia, China. But hey, if they have a chance, they got a chance. I want to see them be champions, but they got to get through today after all. We'll see how this map 1 is going to go, and it looks like we are ready to go, boys. I'm so excited. Let's get the final day started. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Let's get it going here. Final day, match number 1 here, and last day for Group D to get their double points. So Alpha7, they're going to be just looking to dominate this lobby. Death Wolves going up to Severny. This is something that kind of disappoints me. And the reason why, not just Death Wolves going up there, Cameron.
Yeah.
But I think that if you're a squad like iNCO, it would have been worth to try and just do something to interrupt Death Wolves' motions. Because Be Bold did that yesterday to influence Rage in match number 1. And it took them so long to recover. So I'm surprised we're not seeing, any kind of bold plays here, but look at this zone all the way down to military. Yep, that's how we're going to start this off.
Yeah, that's brutal. It feels like we always get a military circle on the final day, but regardless, that's what we're starting off here. For Death Wolves, going to be a long rotation for them. But to your point about iNCO dropping them, I understand giving it 1 or 2 rounds just to really see how the water is looking, because the big risk, reminding the audience, of hot dropping is that if you mess it up, you just give, in this case, 8 points to Death Wolves. And iNCO with Razak, actually, they're in a position to cut off their rotation because they're right in the way between Death Wolves and military base. It's all going to be down studying how they rotate in that direction, which can never be a guaranteed thing. But these guys have played enough maps together. They've probably scrimmed enough together. I mean, Death Wolves, you talk about them being a Cinderella team, but they're not new to the Brazilian region. They've played before for at least a couple of months, at least the previous season of what was the previous acronym? PMPL Brazil.
Yes, sir.
But Liquid, on the other hand, they're trying to hold on to first place, and they are heading immediately to military.
Yeah, they're on the way really quickly here. They want to go back to their homeland, so nothing too surprising. And maybe this is the thing, right? When you have a northern playing path like this, it mixes things up because we normally see Death Wolves drop near Novo. Maybe, iNCO didn't really prepare for that secondary drop location. I mean, I hope they did, because Death Wolves have definitely been landing Severny multiple times. And what do you think about that, Cameron? Because we've been doing a lot of theory crafting and talking about, possibly interrupting squads or doing that. But we haven't seen any of that at all this tournament. And it doesn't look like we're going to see that here in this game with this kind of circle. Do you think we'll actually see that here at the end of the day?
As far as like actual hot drops and really bringing the fight to the first couple of minutes, that's usually only reserved for the last couple of rounds. The problem with hot dropping and having targeted approaches in the early game is that compared to most other battle royales, I would say every other battle royale that I am aware of, is that PUBG Mobile is on the slower end of things. So the ability, the commitment of time alone onto a hot drop in an early game commitment could derail your entire game. You can't just like get in, get out in a matter of seconds like you can in other battle royales. So things need to be approached a lot more systematically, which unfortunately means that we don't get as many hot drops as we would like to see. But that doesn't mean that these teams aren't preparing traps for each other. And I think with this military-based circle, with not just the bridges between Severny to get through Rozhok and get over that river to the north, then to get onto military base itself, it's ripe for opportunities for just those traps.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I want to see, is at least a trap or any kind of way to just disrupt teams from their just normal rotations. Because I think the only one that I've really seen so far is Be Bold yesterday. Be Bold, we got a good little glimpse of what that looked like, and it was super effective. I mean, Influence Rage suffered all the way up into the end, and it took Diego to make a crazy play for them to even really stand a chance today. So we'll see. We'll see how it ends up here at the end of the day. I hope we see something like that because, like Taylor said, the gloves have to come off. I mean, why wouldn't they?
Yeah. So the most likely scenario that I can imagine is that if there is information that you know exactly where an opposing what opposing team you're up against, whether an elimination gets confirmed or any of that stuff, is that once you get a knock, the team's just gonna full int into them. Because once you have that advantage and you're able to basically confirm that you're going to win the fight and eliminate the entirety of the opposing team, then you can just disrupt your own game. It's just making sure that you don't run the risk of feeding them points and allowing them to recover while you're out of it. That's the real sort of balancing act that we need to see today by the teams that are protecting. And remember, for Deathwolves, it's not just iNCO that's going to be trying to block them from hitting top 4. It's also going to be Influence Rage. So Deathwolves need to worry about that defense coming from a couple of different points.
Yeah, I mean, and hopefully we see that. You know, the hard part, especially about competitive PUBG Mobile, is, you know, at this stage, if you get a knock, it doesn't tell you who it is. Right. You know, it only says team player all the way until you get a thirst. So you need at least a thirst to get a good idea of who you're going against. But if you did your homework, you should have a good clue of, you know, which team landed where they could be rotating as we watch, you know, Be Bold and All Glory Gaming. Just kind of go at it here.
Oh, great grenade coming out. But unfortunately, the angle is going to be held by Fran. It's going to go for the trade. Be Bold are rotating in to try and follow up behind this. Solo player Be Bold defending as a solo for the longest time. But the support is here, and it looks like Be Bold are going to be able to come out on top.
People, this is all the way near Mills of Power over here, and Hyper already took the boats from this area. So Be Bold looking to wrap this up very quickly. It looks like they just might. Yeah, they're looking really good here. So All Glory Gaming gonna go out really early, unless Fran's able to pull off a crazy play. But Be Bold, how they've been playing, they should organize this very well. Nice pre-fires. That's how you do it.
Really good job, really good recovery. Even losing one player, at least having a knock against them the entire time, but the follow-up was clean. The follow-up was great. That first player took way too long for AGG to try and disrupt them and get them out. A lot of grenades passed back and forth. So just a really good recovery here. Which, you know, for a military base, starting with 4 points and then needing to worry about how to cross. Is there a bridge camp? Will we have vehicles on the opposite side if we want to find a boat? Would you say, and Hyper already took the boats, but hypothetically, right? Having those 4 guaranteed points kind of frees you up to be able to go for more risky maneuvers, because at the very least, you have to go out of the round with something. Right now, FS is worrying about going out of the round with 0 points because they run directly into Queso.
Yeah, they're running into Queso, but honestly, my eyes are going to be on the map here in a second. We'll see. Maybe we're going to be able to pull up the map feed, because there are 3 monster squads that are going to be coming in here very, very late. So I want to see how that ends up working out here in just a short time. Meanwhile, in Hyper just trying to get their spot down. And here it is. Yep, Alpha7 coming down in through Rozhok, right next to iNCO of all teams, and 7 actually takes the shot. This could be pretty bad. Oh, that's actually a really good set play from iNCO as they're putting a lot of pressure. Revo is coming in hot.
I wonder if iNCO was setting this camp up for Deathwolves. It does happen to be Alpha7 that they run into, and they're not going to know about that just yet, because they haven't gotten any of those eliminations confirmed. But regardless, this is actually kind of unfortunate for Alpha7 as well, circumstantially, because they're on the chase against Team Liquid. It's their double points day, but if they struggle to get out of this blue zone fight with iNCO, it could at least get rid of one of the 6 opportunities they have today to get a whole bunch of points.
Oh, man. And if this was a set play to gatekeep Death Wolves, there's no worse team to go against than Alpha7. But let's see what Nunez can do. Nunez got that Molotov. That actually looks pretty good. Oh, gets the gun swap and wins the fight. So Alpha7 getting picked apart. Now iNCO knows for sure who they're going against here. Gary, the man, the myth, the legend, has to make a play here on this off angle. But Nemesis, gets headshotted by Mafioso. He's going to get thirsted here in the next couple seconds.
Yeah, most likely. Most likely. It's not the cleanest fight here by iNCO. And the blue damage is going to start to chip in just a little bit. It's only phase 1. It's not going to be anything impactful, but it could really mean the difference between getting that bandage, getting that first aid kit off or not. And it looks like both teams, at least iNCO, now that it's confirmed that it's only Alpha7, they're just going to get out of here. The value of this fight is not nearly as much as if it was Death Wolves.
Yeah, but iNCO lose 2 in that process. That's going to hurt. Meanwhile, Alpha7 do lose the MVP pretty much at this point, right? They lose Revo early on. That's going to be pretty tough. Team Liquid, meanwhile, in a good spot here already down in military base, as well as Death Wolves. Death Wolves are actually going to be holding that bridge there on the right side of the map. So anything's possible right now. They're mighty close to Influence Rage as well. So I guarantee you, if that battle goes on, Influence Rage need to just int on Death Wolves at this point.
Absolutely. Influence Rage currently checking to the north. Spotting out, I believe that's Entity 7 holding those buildings around Shark Fin, which is west of the Milta side access to that eastern bridge. But they're just holding this position. This northern shift, it's still surely going to end on military base. I say surely. I say surely because you never truly know, but most likely it's going to end. But it is going to be on the northern beach. That does give some space for a couple of teams to play on the southern coast of mainland Erangel. But as you say, Death Wolves on the bridge currently. This is part camp, part scout, because they know what they're up against, and they need to make sure that this cross is as clean as they can make it.
Oh, yes, they do. Death Wolves holding that bridge for now. And honestly, it's a good bet, right? Because, like you mentioned, surely that zone's not going to go back north. If it does, though, they're in a good spot to be able to head back that way just in case. So we'll see where things end up going. And honestly, with how the zones have been all tournament long, I definitely would not bet against it. Let's see if Alpha7 get blessed.
You see Influence Rage get rolled up on. Federal gets out with 100 HP. That's insane. That vehicle was blocking so many of those shots, but the circle does go southwest. It does avoid Erangel now. It makes it a lot more straightforward, clean of a military base mid-game and end-game, because it's not like it could go elsewhere at this point, right? Regardless, FURIA in a good position, 9th in a good position. All the teams that we're looking at that have sort of impactful games as far as qualification to the main global event, they all are going to be coming in from the edge.
Yeah, and it's crazy. On that right side, you got Influence Rage, Team Liquid, Death Wolves. You got Alpha7 going to have to swim their way across. Gary gets taken out by the play zone. So iNCO Gaming, man, iNCO is still up north. Like, they're all the way up there near school right now. So iNCO, it's just Nunez. Nunez is going to come and try to pick him up. But this is just not the start that iNCO wanted at all.
No, not really.
Gotta save Gary, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, you need that. You need that player. I'm just shocked that they're still so deep into the blue, even with Alpha7 having gone in front of them. But Inactive just cut down on the cross. Full confirmed coming out of Cold Goat.
How did he not know? To me, it's crazy. Royals of War have gatekept this side so many times against Titan Gaming. Like, by now, you have to know that there's going to be a team there. You got to just leapfrog little by little by little. But instead, Titan Gaming...
Surely they'll miss this time.
Oh my gosh. Titan Gaming just said, hey, you know what? We're going to send it no matter what. And don't call me Shirley.
Sometimes I think about how old I am compared to a lot of mobile players in our audience here. And I'm like, there's not a single reference that I could make that they would either understand or at least find topical. And then they just drop like a 1970s airplane reference. It's great.
Let's go.
I mean, there are some things that transcend time, right? They're classics are classics for a reason.
Absolutely, absolutely. This could be a classic PUBG mobile game here. I mean, you got so many storylines to cover. You know, you got Nunez trying to survive in the blue at this point.
Still at school for some reason.
Yeah, still at school for some reason. And Mafioso
Wait.
with the swim tape.
Wait, are iNCO in school? Because, like, oh, that was Alpha7. We're still waiting on Death Wolves. Guys, we can't rotate until we see Death Wolves.
No way.
That's
There's
not
no
true.
way.
That can't be the case, but that's just wild why they are still in school. But regardless, yeah, Alpha7 made their way across.
Maybe it's fear. Maybe they're just like, Alpha7 could still be here. Like, let's just be extra careful on the rotate. Oh, man. I mean, that is the most cautious rotate we've seen in PUBG Mobile history at this point.
That is worrying because on the desk, I was like, there's no way they aren't top 4. It would have to be enormous days or like really good days by both Influence Rage and Death Wolves. But seeing iNCO play so safe is starting to make me get worried because that's the one thing the worst thing you can do to hold a position is to play too safe.
I agree. You got to play the game that got you there in the first place. The second you start changing strategies, that's where things just start to go wrong. Next zone will start popping here the next few minutes. Alpha7 do make it safely, so they swimmed all the way across. Nobody was there to stop them.
Yeah, no
so
vehicles.
Now you got one of the most vicious squads safely rotating in. Unfortunately, they're going to be missing Revel in the process.
Yeah,
but still anyone's game.
It's not a one-man army. He might be the MVP, but the rest of the team can still really pop off, as we were seeing multiple teams still in the blue. There's Titan, as we saw on the west bridge, but Be Bold, E7 still hanging out around the gas station on the east bridge. No, surely you let them pass. Oh,
got him!
Never mind. If you can get the elimination, by all means, but still, that's just asking for trouble when you're just trying to get a revive on your opponent. Oh, but David's held enough on the opposite angle, so never mind. It's not as easy and straightforward as I was expecting it to be.
Yeah, David said, hey, man, you're going to take out my team. I'm going to take out you. Better watch out, though, because Nunez is on that other side. Meanwhile, Fran goes out to the play zone. Oh, Wako doesn't have any first aid, so he's going to be using bandages. And did iNCO get that steal?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Well, they did? Okay.
Well, iNCO got the
did.
knock, but I think E7 got the steal of it. I'm not entirely sure how that... I couldn't track that in the elimination feed, but... Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. So that one hasn't been confirmed. There it is, down to the blue.
SLR, I think, got one of the players from Alpha7. I think that was Mafioso out. So now Alpha7's down to a duo here. That's just going to be Carrillo and McGrellin. So Alpha7 do end up losing a player on rotation, but they are going to do a little bit of a 2-2 split here, or 1-1 split, sorry. One person in the shack, the other one holding the building. Oh, man, imagine if those just a random knock. That would have been crazy.
I mean, you never know. You got
never
bullets.
know.
Might as well use them.
Pop off those shots. That's something Alpha7 does better than anybody else, I think. Is they do so good at just pre-firing smokes and shooting in directions where they know players are, regardless of actually seeing them.
Yeah, really farm that damage. You never know how it could be
Team
impactful
Liquid.
later on. Yeah, Liquid are just completely dominating 9Z. We saw Death Wolves and Liquid kind of share a hill space together. That didn't come into a fight, but rotating into stage 4, Death Wolves now coming from the opposite side. 9Z, the meat of a sandwich that they didn't want to get involved with.
No, you do not want none of that. Now, Death Wolves are starting to apply pressure. Team Liquid, if they start seeing some eliminations here, they're going to have a good idea that is Death Wolves on that other side. So we'll see if they're going to end up doing anything about that. Here comes Guizao on with the nade. Oh, never mind. Busts out the gun, gets it done himself. Beautifully executed. Law ends up taking out Gary from iNCO. That's 9Z eliminated.
Oh, Federal.
iNCO down to 1 HP.
Rattle Boy's gone down. That should be an easy enough revive, but with the blue coming in just behind them, that damage could be quite impactful. They need to create an opening. Obscure rushing forward, trying to bait out some shots and get some information on the hill, because Liquid are still the main threat. It's very condensed here on the east side.
Those nades are looking brutal, and Obscure just driving around is usually enough to kind of just stave them off from pushing for a second, but instead, he said, yeah, that's all I could do, man. They are full sending on me. I'm going to rotate into zone.
Find a nice hill. This is a good place to hold out on, but they might be going a bit too far. They're going directly into Hyper.
And they get popped out in the process. Caprice gets knocked out. What's Death Wolves going to do? Yeah, fully sending it on in. Now they got to deal with Hyper, and they are beat up here.
They're holding on for now, but low HP. Very low for the two players that are still standing. 2 players have gotten confirmed, and Death Wolves with 5 eliminations.
Oh, great nade.
At least they got one off first. That forced the last player of Hyper away, but Igor, last one standing. No meds. That's got to be it. Queso with the final shot there. An okay starting ground for Death Wolves. But I will say, I caught a bit of what looked to be panic there on that send into Hyper, which makes me concerned about how the rest of the day is going to play out for them.
For sure. 5 eliminations, not bad, but they still need a lot more if they want to get that golden ticket over to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That is 3rd place, folks. 4th place still gets you there, but you got to go through another survival stage. And with how many insane teams are going to be there, that's not a place you want to be. Team Liquid, they're trying to be the champs of this, but Team Kesto's coming on strong. Ayala laying down in the grass. Oh, runs out of bullets in the S12K and can't finish him off.
And Mythic's not in a place to follow up on. That could have been brutal. If he was in a position to pop off and finish those last 2 players once they got distracted by Ayala, that could have been one of the cleanest full squad wipes that we could have seen. But unfortunately, doesn't happen that way. Queso goes for the revives, but Influence Rage are immediately here. Frags aplenty. I don't know if they're going to recover in enough time, Queso.
Yeah, let's see what that nade. Oh, I thought that nade was going to be good, but just a little bit short. Not real any damage coming out from Influence Rage with the utility, but Federal comes out hot. The DBSs are ringing out, and they are putting in some damage. You can see Milos forced to look in every single direction and gets blown up in the process. Influence Rage doing exactly what they need to do today.
Insane. Already a seven eliminations. They lost
That's
Diego.
Huge.
Can get Law picked back up. Yeah, this is a team that is looking hot right now. They are actually looking to try and overtake iNCO. It's a long shot trying to hit that 3rd place mark, but with iNCO going out early, this is such a great opportunity to really start that lead. And like I said, if that gap closes significantly after the 1st round today, then I could really start to take that conversation seriously.
Yeah, and I mean, it's totally possible. I mean, what was it, 46 points?
Yeah.
Was the difference they had going into this game. And with iNCO only putting up 2, you can close that gap pretty easily here with this match. And Alpha7, though, they're trying to pass up Team Liquid as a duo. Carrillo gonna have to deal with SLR. McGrellin is able to make it across the road, so he's not by himself. And we have seen what Alpha7 could do as a duo. Oh, but FURIA from behind takes out that critical off angle.
Yeah, kind of playing with fire, playing on an outside angle like that for that long. Fortunately, you can get back up into the attic. The door was left open for a late entry. You can stick the revive, that grenade, just making sure that the immediate rush wasn't going to be there. But Koi with the nice cut. Oh, doesn't actually bounce the way that he wanted to. But let's see what this M4 DBS can't do.
Carrillo with the pre-fire. Was definitely hitting some shots, but SLR played that perfectly. Finally shut down Alpha7, and that's some good solid points for Alpha7, considering that it is their double point day. Team Liquid only put up 3 total, so that gap will close down little by little. Meanwhile, the big team that we got our eyes on, it's got to be Influence Rage here. They need to win this match, Cameron.
Absolutely. It would be huge if they could do so. And similar for FURIA, like it's probably not going to happen, but if FURIA can also get a nice elimination finish on this round, admittedly they only have 3 with quick math here, 7 players left alive to get, so it would be max 10 eliminations for them. I don't know if that would be enough to really start their conversation up, but regardless, they are also on the chase as much of a long shot as it could be.
I'll bite, right? I'll bite, all right? I'll say this. If FURIA even want to stand a chance, they need to take Influence Rage out here and now and then eliminate everybody. You cannot let Influence Rage get any more ground, even steal another elimination at this point. And this is why I said a 0% chance is FURIA play it too quiet. They're playing this too safe. Like, yeah, that chicken dinner is great and all, but you need a lot more than that if you want to go to Riyadh. And unfortunately, this kind of play style... just not going to cut it.
If it was any other team to their south, I would say that commit to the buildings and play for the chicken dinner is the play. But the problem is, FURIA don't want Influence Rage to get any more points. So I agree, they need to go on the aggressive right now. They have the man advantage. They should know that running it into Influence Rage. Send Arturzan or someone out on an east flank to really get someplace behind one of those trees, set up a crossfire, and then with some grenades, open things up. It won't be the easiest fight to win, but it should be a doable one.
Yeah, and I will say this. If this was a normal PUBG Mobile match, yeah, I would say, FURIA, you're doing a great job. Continue to do what you're doing. You're going to get the win. At the same time, though, you got to look at the leaderboards, and you have to change your strategy. You notice that Influence Rage is still alive. You notice them been taking out people like crazy. You got to shut them down because that's the team you're trying to catch. At this point, a chicken dinner with how many eliminations you got, that's not going to close that gap hardly anything.
Yeah. You got to play the leaderboard. It's a game on top of the game. There's the actual game of PUBG Mobile of surviving to the end, getting chicken dinner, but then there's the game of racking up the points and your maneuverability around the leaderboard. And in the first week, it's fine that you don't really look at that to inspire movement, inspire decision making. But at this point, you absolutely need to be aware that your decisions need to be inspired by your position on the leaderboard, the position of the people around you. And if you can't elimination feed track with, I mean, even with you don't see who you get a knock against, but you see the eliminations. If you can't elimination feed track to at least have some semblance of information, then you're missing out on a crucial skill in this game.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, even if you can't track, you got to know 3 eliminations isn't enough with the chicken dinner. At the position you're at, Death Bulls have double points day. We got a big gap we got to cross. We're not on our double points day. We got to get out there. And that's the thing, is at a certain point, you got to roll the dice. And yeah, it's not the best play, but it is necessary. You have no choice. If you want to get to that next stage, you got to be able to pull out the crazy strats here and adapt. So we'll see. FURIA playing it quiet. At the same time, I mean, things could work out for them, but it's risky. You don't want to just leave it into just chance. You got to make it happen by yourself.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with SLR's approach clockwise on the east, FURIA lost the window to take that isolated fight to influence Rage towards the south. But with this shift, Melaz is basically in the bottom of a valley out in the open, not a lot of cover. So all 3 teams on the east, they're going to be playing to come in with the blue, which is a catch-22, because it means that they're all going to be crushing in with each other, but no one wants to move first. The only team that really has the opportunity to do so would be Influence Rage with their vehicle, sending it through energy, going all the way to that hill on the west side and try and play from there. But that could leave them quite out in the open, because despite with the high ground, it's not like that has a lot of cover itself. You can even see the last member of Royals of War leaving that position for that reason itself. I just think it's going to end up in a really almost TDM-esque endgame with the
and
shift
at
to the
the
west.
same time, Influence Rage don't want to go first. If they go first, FURIA will come second, and then both of them get third-party by SLR. So they're finally starting to leave. You can see the smokes. They're still creeping up little by little. They're hoping to catch an easy fight. They do end up seeing that, I believe it's a tire. So they have a good idea that there's somebody behind that rock. Yep, Federal ends up driving around, finds a beautiful angle, and shuts down Malaz. And that was perfect timing.
Yeah, but watch for Royals of War. Still one solo player up on the high ground. They should be here in the vehicles. I think Federal is going up there on their approach, and FURIA are also pushing in. They have vehicles themselves of their own to kind of match that rotation. The real question is SLR. They're just doing it on foot.
SLR is doing it on foot. Here comes Aragon to try and steal some eliminations. He's applying that pressure, and yes, he does. FURIA gets mowed down, and that's what I'm talking about. When you leave the game for yourself, they're going to take it all day long. Aragon with the shimmies coming out hot. Oh, gets run over. Here's Influence Rage. They're going to take the chicken dinner.
Like dynamite, this entire game exploded. Again, because of the lack of cover, the sends across the zone. Aragon stood his ground very confidently, almost successfully as a solo player. But now it's all onto Arturzin, and the deny makes perfect sense. They knew it was Influence Rage. They wanted to make sure that gap didn't get any further than it already did. But Influence Rage opening up with the win. iNCO are scared now.
Oh, iNCO gotta be scared, and honestly, it is getting crazy here. It is getting crazy. FURIA played that one too soft, even hedging your bets at that point, right? With the gap that you have, it's just not the play in my mind, Taylor, because with that gap, if they wanted to even cross it, they had to roll the dice. They needed to win that game.
Had to win that game, and I think that that could be said right for quite a few of them, in my honest opinion. You know, Influence Rage have put themselves in an incredible position now, depending on their eliminations. Regardless, it's still progress, and I'm actually happy for that, because that means Cameron yesterday is gone. Their mindset is fresh, and they have to be feeling much better today than they were yesterday. Remember, the first several games, they were eliminated basically first off by Be Bold, 2 maps in a row, then FURIA in the 3rd map. They had a horrendous day on a day where they should have excelled. So Cameron, for them to start off like this, Influence Rage, they're taking that run to the top 3, maybe even or should be top 4 in general, very seriously.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how many eliminations they had with that chicken dinner that we just saw, but it's up there in like a good amount. I'm looking maybe lower double digits. And with iNCO Gaming only getting 2 eliminations themselves, I don't think they got any placement points. That 40-point gap that I was a little tentative to call like high confidence climbable, now it's an entirely different story. But to iNCO's credit, they actually did try, it seems, my guess is, they did try and stall for a team crossing Rozhok. It just ended up being Alpha7 instead of Deathwolves.
Yeah, and Alpha7, we know what they are about, right? Alpha7 is a great team. In fact, Alpha7 will finish with 10 total points. Granted, on the flip end, Team Liquid does finish with 3 points. So they only gained 7 in the race to first place, and we know they have a lot of points to get there. So game number 1 isn't as fruitful as they probably wanted it to be, but that's because of teams such as this, right? Deathwolves just getting absolutely obliterated behind the tree. I would have loved to have seen them do a little bit better, but granted, they did have a decent start, Hot Jukes. I mean, we're talking 5 eliminations, right?
Not bad, not bad. I mean, at the end of the day, though, they want that to be their low game. You know what I'm saying? It's as long as they're not putting up 0, that is healthy. But they need one big pop-off match, right? One chicken dinner to really rocket launch them up there and secure 3rd place.
Well, they need that, especially because iNCO, right, gets 2nd place, even with just 2 eliminations. And then Influence Rage get 1st place. Like, that's your competition. You're looking at the teams that you have to beat today, getting 1st and 2nd. So come next Erangel, they're going to have to clean it up and do a little bit better. Today, you can't just be good enough. You have to excel and go all out. We get down to our final fights, and I was actually shocked to see Aragon, Cameron, at this point, just pop off and pick up 3.
Yeah, really good understanding that it wouldn't have been a 1 versus 3 against FURIA. SLR started the fight. He was just there to try and pick up as many eliminations as possible, and if it wasn't for just this Influence Rage rushing in, he stood a chance of wiping the entirety of SLR, which would have been absolutely huge.
Oh, he was cooking. Yeah, he was cooking.
He had him.
Yeah, I was so impressed. And then, just finishing yourself off your FURIA. You know that's kind of the play that you have to make. Here we are. So 10 eliminations for Influence Rage. That's 20 total points. Closing that gap that Cameron's been talking about. FURIA, too. Not bad, right? We're talking about 10 points coming out from them. And then, obviously, Rules of War, an incredible game. You know, so, like, I'm happy with that. If I'm Influence Rage at this point, Hot Jukes, I'm okay with game number 1.
Oh, I'm more than okay. I'm like, we did great. 10 eliminations, chicken dinner. That's like the dream. So, I mean, they started off exactly like they wanted. But yeah, I'm not going to give any props to FURIA in this one here because they did not do what they needed to do. A 10 is not enough. Like, let's be real. I want to be as blunt as possible. It is a bad game. The normal game, sure. But with where they're at on the leaderboards and what's at stake, terrible game. They should have pushed down. What was that?
Same for Deathwolves, too.
I mean, Deathwolves have double points. That's the only difference.
They only got 10.
Right? That's true. Yeah,
Okay.
only 10, but they could get 50 in one game.
But the difference is Deathwolves were coming in from the edge. They had a lot more work ahead of them. FURIA did get circle shifted on quite a lot, hiding out in that compound for the majority of the game. So as far as actual work done, FURIA didn't really put a lot of their own personal agency into this. Where Deathwolves, I do think that send all the way to and Hyper was a bit much. I think they could have easily stopped on that hill and then just be prepared to fight. I will say, I think Deathwolves lack meds, which was the problem with the fight against Hyper, which questions their rotation timing from Severny. Like, if you're in Severny, it's a military base, phase 1, you aren't going to be there early, so get as much loot as possible. But that's, like, sort of a separate conversation regardless. I'm more interested on Deathwolves' continued approach today than I am for FURIA.
Fair enough. And I agree. You know, FURIA is just 1 foot in the grave, which is just, it's so sad. I'm trying to keep that storyline alive, but I mean, they needed it on their double points. Like, that's just a reality of it. But I am curious of the impact from Be Bold. I mean, they start off early on. They take down AGG. Will Be Bold continue to be that team that loves to hot drop and just be aggressive? And I think they definitely will, which causes concerns for iNCO, Influence Rage, right? Teams like Deathwolves, who are really, especially Influence Rage, and we're going into Miramar, and that's where they met. So I am curious if that battle is going to take place a second time. But you got to give credit where credit is due. Influence Rage starting off hot today. Big winner chicken dinner. 10 eliminations. They walk away with 20 total points. Congratulations to them, but the job's not finished. 5 more maps to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're heading into map 2 on Miramar.
There is a trade. Really cutting it close there.
On the back foot here.
Wait a second. What? Oh, that's not
Gets
how you
blown
want
up
it.
from the blue zone. Too strong, way too good. And here they go to take a huge chicken dinner.
everyone. I want to let you know that the Titan Series is coming back and the signups will open tomorrow, Monday on the 17th. The games will start Monday on the 24th, so make sure you're getting signed up. The prize pool is $20,000. So I'm talking about a tournament that's free to enter a series for $20,000. Come on, you cannot go wrong. Earn your spot into the PMSL North American Fall Qualifiers through TitanSeries.gg. We would love to have you. Welcome back, everybody. Today is a good day for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's spring season. We've already had one game down and many more to go. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. A good game overall for Influence Rage. They start hot and heavy. Hot Jukes, but something that's on my mind. Remember week one, day one, Erangel was blazingly fast. We're talking we lost teams left and right and center. This kind of felt like that. We didn't even get to stage 9. Stage 5, we're down to, 4 teams left? Everybody is coming out the gate swinging.
Military base, baby. That's how we do it. I mean, what a crazy shift. I mean, northern playing path, southern zone. Teams had to get going quick, and we saw a lot of, players lost because of that. I think we also saw some teams kind of make some needless pushes. But, for me, I want to reiterate. This is the final day, right? You have to change your strategies. It's not just about like playing the game and just getting a chicken dinner. If you do that, you're not making it. You're not making it. You got to do something big. So, yeah, watching FURIA not go for extra third parties and pushes when the chances were wide open for them to do so, it breaks my heart.
Got to do it right, especially for FURIA, who have a massive gap to close. Cameron, I do want to mention for iNCO Gaming. iNCO Gaming is in this spot where they're, currently they're okay. They're comfortable, right, in third place. But there could be a chance after these 5 games are done, they drop down to 5th place. How real is that possibility?
All the way to 5th is
possible.
I mean, I'm not a stats guy. I'm just pulling a number based purely off of vibes. I think that's probably going to be close to 20 or 30%, but that's risky enough. And not to mention, they want to hold on to 3rd specifically with both Influence Rage and Death Wolves. If they keep on keeping on, and as I mean, it's only been 1 round. We don't want to take and assume that that's going to be the case every single time. But iNCO Gaming are sweating because there's, I think at this point, maybe, do I want to say 60% chance that they're going to fall to the 4th? Again, it's purely based on the fact that, like, iNCO Gaming, why did they stay in school so long after fighting Alpha7? Why were they still in the blue? Why were they still out there? It felt too safe, and Military Base is its own beast, its own demon, so there are a lot of unique factors in that one specific game, but it does make me worried that while Influence Rage and Death Wolves being the teams on the chase, they are going for big moves. iNCO Gaming are going to start to be worried, like, oh, we have to hold, but by that mindset of playing to not lose versus playing to win, that's how they're going to give it up.
And that's it right there, playing to not lose instead of playing to win. Hot Jukes, I view today as Championship Sunday, right? It's the final day. It's your opportunity to go for gold. There are teams, especially in a long-form tournament, which applies here, right? 15 total days, 90 drops. You're comfortable at the start. You're comfortable in the beginning. But then all of a sudden you get to this point where it's like, we're in a good spot. Let's just play to maintain instead of playing to win.
It breaks. I can't stand that because it comes down to this. It comes down to this. Why go away from the play style that got you here in the first place? You know what I'm saying?
100%. And I need FURIA, iNCO, step it up. Specifically, iNCO, again, play like your life depends on it because your tournament life literally does. 5th place, it might be a low percentage, but it can absolutely happen because Death Wolves double points and then Influence Rage starting up hot and heavy. But here it is, map number 2. We're heading into Miramar, and I can't wait to see. Will Influence Rage and Be Bold go for round 2? We'll find out shortly. Hot Juice, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Oh boy, will we see that? I think if you are Influence Rage, it may be worth just dropping somewhere else at this point. Meanwhile, oh boy, Death Wolves on a 2-2 split here. Drop it off really early. Okay. So they're looking to get looted up and moving real quick because Death Wolves, they did get 10 points in that last game, which wasn't bad. They could easily put up a 50-point game here.
Right.
So the door is wide open for them to still get 3rd place.
Yeah.
So iNCO Gaming going down all the way to 5th is possible if Influence Rage continue to pop off as well.
Yeah. Now, iNCO Gaming, they really like to drop center. That usually gives them the best opportunities to hit into a nice position in the zone. And they are one of the, shall we say, more... They're not like as macro focused as Death Wolves are, not quite, but they're sort of in the same ballpark. So the upside is that should give them a reliable amount of placement points and eliminations that come from just playing more defense. And especially with a circle like this is pretty good for them. They can easily pivot from the Pachiki drop to all the way to Graveyard if they wanted to go that deep. It just depends on exactly where they spot Liquid dropping ahead of them in that direction.
Yeah, let's see if that ends up happening. I'm looking right now. Yeah, Team Liquid doing a 4-man split drop. So they're going to kind of do a little bit of scavenging loot. That could be risky. We'll see if that ends up paying off for them. Meanwhile, we're going to see iNCO Gaming in Pecado. This is where they like to drop. And they have it all to themselves. So they're going to be very well looted in this
Did I
game.
call this Pachinki 30 seconds ago?
I think you did.
I think I did. I don't know why they put the
tomato,
same...
tomato.
Yeah, but like the fact they made both center drop positions on the first 2 maps start with P, I knew it was gonna hit me at some point.
Right? P stands for perfect.
Oh, there it is. Let's see if iNCO can't make a perfect run. Okay, that was corny.
Hey, you know what? Hey, sometimes it could work. It could work, right? Oh boy, you know what? it's a perfect situation for them right now, though. I will say that, right? They are dead center of the map. They are going to be looted out to the teeth. Nobody even near them. So all they got to do is play the game they have. I will say this, though. I'll do a little bit of theory crafting with you. All right. Let's say Influence Rage is not a part of this conversation. It's iNCO and Deathwolves. Okay. All right. Let's say Deathwolves need 30 points to pass iNCO and steal third place away. We're in the last game of the day. Okay. What do you do if you're iNCO?
If I had, depending on where the drop spots are, which looking at what we know of them
Southern
on
play path. We know Deathwolves are going to Novo.
It's going to be on Novo. It's going to be on Rozhok. So there's not going to be a straightforward expectation of being able to camp any sort of rotation from those two initial drop spots. I would have iNCO. Oh, man. If Deathwolves go to Novo, iNCO drop on those compounds to the west of it.
Oh, right? They have? It would make no sense if they don't.
So you don't, and again, this is the thing. You don't have to drop and fight for immediate weapons. What is it that Hyper said about them losing in Ruins to E7? They got lucky on the weapon spawns. That can be a factor. You don't want to necessarily gamble in that sense, but you could drop close to them and you could grief them, and as long as you deal impactful damage, which could be wiping them, that would be great. But if you slow down their rotation, if you pop every single tire that you see, pop tires, if they pop every single tire that they see, if they get rid of, well, not as easy to get rid of boats per se, but if you just make sure they have the most difficult early game possible, that could be all that it takes.
You're right, because 30 points is a lot. I mean, that is not an easy thing to pass up on, considering you gotta have a good solid game. And if you're able to just do that, just grief them, stop them even a little bit, that could absolutely be enough. I mean, we saw what happened when, Be Bold yesterday. They were given Influence Rage the work, and their whole entire first half of yesterday was just bad game after bad game after bad game. So, and that leaves them in the position they are in today. So we'll see. They already started off strong here, so they got that momentum going for them. But at the same time, job's not finished.
Job's not done.
But I will say for FURIA, job's finished. That it was literally, they needed to go crazy from game one.
Yeah.
I think that one match was the nail in the coffin for them, unfortunately.
Right. You see AGG potentially involved in another early game skirmish, as we saw them. I mean, they went out first, but they were in the first fight of Erangel of today. As SLR roll on up through San Martin, looks like HG might have actually just be posting up for a rotation just like this, as this is one of the access points through into a central position into the zone. This could be a set trap.
Let's see. Yeah, All Glory Gaming, SLR are ready to get in the mix here. And Pedrino, first to fire off some shots towards Hojon. Wow, actually got a couple hit markers too. Instantly peeks back. You can just see how, even though he's wide out in the open, there's nobody looking at him.
Yeah.
Still got to play it careful.
Understanding angles, understanding walls, and the rest of the team is paying attention to the other SLR members to the north and the west. So Pedrino is just locked in on this. The higher ground also helps. Looking back, Corey's crossing over. No real angle for Pedrino to then try and get some shots at that rotating vehicle, and just keep that one locked in and creates a 3 versus 3. And Pedrino finds it. Roche one goes down.
Wow.
That's huge.
That is huge. And I don't think he's getting picked back up for sure. So SLR losing a player here, not going to be the best situation for them. Koi is just like, hey, should we go get him? Let's see.
You can.
Get Dragon in the vehicle, then Dragon, get out here. All right, he's in.
Yeah.
Let's see if they head towards him.
The question is the timing on all the other teams now rotating in through this area, and the shots of Pedrino. He doesn't miss.
Pedrino, are you kidding me? Putting in work, hits another hit marker.
Give us another.
They're tracking it. No way. UMP
Not
from this range?
Oh!
Oh, no, it's Fran.
Okay, but
it was
still.
Fran, but he's beating them up. SLR's like the 1 HP.
How?
They lost everybody.
This is... SLR didn't even give a misplay. That was purely off of Pedrino's long-range tracking aim, and Fran chiming in with the second support to get that third knock. But it's all down to White.
Oh, man. That was nice. That was nice. He's been putting in some work. in the trading grounds for sure. As All Glory Gaming getting the better of SLR. Inconsequential when it comes to leaderboard standings. But you know what? Team Liquid, they heard this.
Yeah.
And now Pedrino said, you know what? SLR shooting at them's fine, but Team Liquid, I'll pass.
Yeah, Liquid, that's not inconsequential. They don't know it's Liquid, but regardless, still, Pedrino down, pretty low HP, wants to back away. Ayala, though, now spotting out Titan. This is sort of the thing about Miramar. Even though we do talk about the early game being quite slow compared to the other maps, it's also one of the more open, high ground to high ground crossfight maps that we see, so engagements can't happen. It might not always be the big team fights that we just saw coming out from AGG camping SLR, setting that trap. But Ayala is forced to maneuver their vehicle, and this split that we see coming out from Liquid, it's not purely, concrete set yet.
That was 100% a sniper ego battle. It's hilarious. There's a certain like mindset snipers have, and you could see him with the 8x, mini, and the second a shot rang by, he's like, nah, I'm gonna hit you. I just want to get a couple shots off. So you see Ayala, even though as far as strategy wise, it makes no sense even looking in that direction, you still got to peek. So every time I see that, it just makes me chuckle a little bit.
Phase 2 goes to the north, a lot of open space around water treatment, the fields around that area. Everyone's sending it. It is a rush for the center, or at least south of it. Around Hacienda, where this is kind of unfortunate for AGG because they struggled a little bit. They had to sort of adjust their holding position based on that Liquid approach. And so hopefully they were able to stabilize and get back into a comfortable holding pattern because a lot of other teams are going to be joining up now.
Yeah, you got Hyper super late, going to be pushing up through from Los Leones up here. iNCO Gaming are barely leaving Pecado, so they are rotating so slowly, and they might end up even meeting Titan Gaming on the rotation. We'll see. But as far as teams on the top, Alpha7, they're big chilling on that mountain right beside San Martin, and Team Liquid holding the Hacienda del Patron ridgeline.
It's definitely a good ridge that they can command their position from. They've sort of scrapped with Titan a bit. They scrapped with AGG. They have a fair bit of understanding of the teams around them. And so I think they're actually positioning themselves very well to enter the mid game from this position. Team Liquid could be looking to have a solid round to extend their lead further because they know that Alpha7 is chasing. Hypothetically or metaphysically on the leaderboard, but also in this game itself coming in from the edge as Alpha7 always do.
Yes. Yeah, Alpha7 are holding a decently off-center position here. So, they're not going to be going crazy edge. They're willing to just hold a spot. They want to put up some big points in here. Very close to them is Death Wolves, rocking a 2-2 split. And very close to Death Wolves is Influence Rage, rocking another split right next to them. So, these are all the teams we're keeping an eye on for those big leaderboard mix-ups. But we probably won't see that fight for at least another couple zones.
Not quite. We are going to see Wako open up onto Be Bold, the early game aggressors. Now looks like they're becoming the prey. And a nice grenade. Flies a bit too far, the first aid kit, but chiming in with the extra damage off of the tag from the frag. Wako gets the knock, and that's Lorenzen going down.
Where's the next zone going to go? We're going to get a center up. We're going to get a crazy hard shift. Let's see. Okay, a shift towards Alpha7's position, so they're rock solid. Death Wolves are in a great spot here. Influence Rage are still in this zone. They may want to push up even a little bit more central, but there's a lot of teams, and one team in particular, you can see them right there on the bottom right, Cameron, still trying to get in the zone.
It's iNCO Gaming. They're still in the blue. They need to push through a team, but Be Bold and E7 still fighting it out. This is an isolated 4 versus 4, or rather 4 versus 3 with Lorenzen having gone down. And it looks like both teams are just committing to this engagement.
Makes sense.
I mean, I guess because they were already locked in, the timing never was going to be in their favor anyway, but they're just giving up center send positions to the other teams that are now fighting over it here as Rose of War pushed into AGG's new updated spot.
And this is exactly why I said it made sense. Is because you know what? They're so low on the leaderboards, and I've been saying this since yesterday. We're gonna see teams make needless fights. Right. They know that no matter what they do, they're not gonna move up. So they're like, hey, yeah, why not just full send the first team we see? It happens. It's a real thing. So, fights like that, as inconsequential it is for them, it eliminates opportunities, right? For teams that desperately need points. That's only going to make this that much harder.
To be fair, let's not discount the prize pool change. Every two positions that you move up, you'll gain a little bit of extra prize pool, 1,000 or 2 each time. And so that's not nothing, but it is something. Are the grenades just being thrown in onto AGG? I'm surprised none of those from Royals of War hit.
Let's see right now. Yeah, Victek's going to be popping up over the
the
door. Oh, gets shot up and runs back out. So he's going to try to find another angle here soon. Royals of War, All Glory Gaming. Royals of War could have made some moves. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make anything happen yesterday during their double points day. So they'll know they're not going to make it to Riyadh, but still trying to, make a name for themselves and possibly, like you mentioned, right, move up a couple placements.
I got to upset AGG first, and they're just not finding the opportunities, not finding the angles, and I think they're just running out of grenades. They're just throwing smokes out of range, but a nice angle coming in from the balcony. Catches Aragon out. Oh, that's an ambitious drop. That was an unforced error. The follow-up is a little bit delayed behind.
Team not able to push on that same moment as he jumped down. Now All Glory Gaming are going to be down a player. You can see Fran looking to get the confirmation, but his teammate gets a knock on to Victex. Meanwhile, Influence Rage are poking some shots from long range, trying to get some steals. As we see Be Bold get eliminated. The fights are definitely starting to ring out here.
Yeah, that Eastern Water Treatment fight does go the way.
Alpha7.
Let's go the way of E7. As Alpha7, their position will maintain to be a solid spot as we head into the next phase. Well, is this spot still going to be a solid spot? And it is. It's going to be on the edge. But you can't leave while there's Royals of War or AGG, the other one in turn, still watching you head out and be able to shoot you in the back.
And Alpha7 are racking up points here right now. They already got a couple eliminations. iNCO Nunez is getting some as well. That's the fight I'm keeping an eye on. Yep, there it is. Mafioso putting some shots. Oh, this is a huge fight. Nunez is completely isolated across the road. Gary gets taken out. Not looking good for iNCO.
It's not. They're able to make their way out of that weird position southeast in the blue, but they run into another squad. They've lost 2 again. They got 2 eliminations. They're not going down with nothing. But it's the question of too little too late. Are they trying to be too clever with their rotations to end up in this position to begin with? They know that this spot is coming in from the low ground.
It looks like iNCO Gaming have been fishing the past 2 games with a regular pole, Cameron. And it just so happens they caught a shark, right? They end up fighting Alpha7 twice in a row here. Yeah, you got to start mixing up your strategy because you're like, all right, this is the second time we meet these guys. We're on the same wavelength on the last day. We got to mix it up.
Right. That's true. It's Alpha7 both times. Of course, Queso also involved. They've lost 2, and they might be trying to adjust their own position to get out. But I don't know how much maneuverability either of these teams are going to get with Alpha7 just focused on this angle. They have one player anchored in to make sure that no one rushes at them across the road for whatever reason that would be, and everyone else can just keep the pressure on to 7 and the rest of iNCO just like this.
And these double points are so critical, and Alpha7 know if they're going to win this tournament, it's going to be through eliminations, not just placement. So Alpha7 not adjusting their strategy at all. They're going to be playing an edge game here in this next zone. And the first things first, clear out your backs. So you got nothing to worry about behind you.
Yep.
So you can just focus on anything that starts even moving an inch ahead of you. So meanwhile, White Elegee snaking his way to try to get some more placement points in the big battle for not last place.
The big battle over the Northern Hacienda compound hasn't moved. The revive on Aragod. HG did lose their one, and Nunez threaded the needle between Queso and Alpha7. But then where's the next position to land? Just rolling up onto NRG. And that's going to be a free elimination to take. A 7 just still can't move.
Door's opening. Can you hear it, Cameron?
Yeah.
The door is opening. Death
squeaky.
Wolves are watching this. Influence Rage is watching this as well, as both those teams still have their entire roster up in the late game here. Alpha7 just mafioso hard focused.
Oh, yeah.
He wants this elimination.
It's essentially free.
Gotta get it.
Even holding the angle
It's too juicy.
in the blue
It's
for
too
a couple
juicy.
of moments.
Look at him slowly walk back. He's like, I don't want to do it. I want to get gotta go for placement. Seven's not even gonna look this way. He said, yep, I'm gonna go out to play zone. I don't know why, right? You're denying Alpha7? What does that matter?
It was a almost unwinnable situation, but the almost is the important part. Got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
At least try and go for something. That makes me, again, similar to the previous game, worried about iNCO Gaming's sort of mental state. But Rose of War pushing in immediately. Ropla's getting a couple of knocks here.
Cool. Jump shot. Got him. All Glory Gaming out of there. Nice little game for them. 5 eliminations.
Whoa, wait.
We're gonna move on here as this zone shift is huge. Oh, it's 9Z. No cares. Death Wolves against Influence Rage. That's a big fight. Influence Rage and Death Wolves going at it in the center zone. Definitely battling out the mid range. Yeah, you can see Federal there. Meanwhile, Entity 7 and NRG are going at it. Beck up close and personal, putting in some work against Entity 7. Oh, he sees him through the smoke. I think that's 2 for Spec.
Oh, huge points coming out. Not quite. Can't get the 4th. Would that have been a 1 versus 4 coming out from Spec? Regardless, it doesn't actually follow through. As Liquid now roll up onto this edge fight between 9Z and Royals of War, well, at least temporarily. Are they sticking around and to clean up these eliminations?
They need to because they need to put up some big points today. Alpha7 they already have 3 eliminations. This is a bad sign here if you're Team Liquid.
Right.
Because they could start racking these points up and pass them up, possibly even in this game here.
No, they are leaving, though. They don't want to stick to that fight because the blue is right on their tail. But where are they rotating here to the north? There's a big open field. Are they going all the way to the northwest? As we do see the final players, including White from Super Lazy Reflex. Last one up. Lost. Oh, well, never mind. The whole thing's gone. The whole thing's gone up. 0 points. Lasted longer than we expected, but still, 0 points is 0 points.
My eyes right now gotta be on Death Wolves, Influence Rage. This is a big battle, especially since iNCO Gaming went out really early. And of course, you can't forget about Alpha7. Alpha7 looking to rack up the points. And look at this. Now we finally get to see Influence Rage's position. They're stuck pretty much wide out in the open. They're dead center here, but everyone's going to be looking down on them in the next few minutes.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of maneuverability there, and one grenade could do the entire squad in. But hey, you kind of get free placement points, at least a couple, farmed up from a spot just like this. And they do have Death Wolves kind of being their protector, because anyone that tries to fight them, surely Death Wolves is going to send some shots, as well as maybe even Furia and a couple other teams their way either. Death Wolves are now starting to farm up. It's also Royals of War trying to cross through this area. 9Z, similar trajectory.
Yeah, the problem is Influence Rage can't really do anything. They're just stuck in watching, as Death Wolves are getting more eliminations. Oh, nice shot, though, from Federal, being able to secure that one.
I'm sorry, you said? They have some angles to play with.
They can do something. They can do something. Okay, all right. Yeah, especially if you do a blind send like that, you're going to take a point all day long. So Federal and the rest of Influence Rage, they don't have very many angles, but you can tell they are hard focusing on them.
Oh, yeah. It's the beauty of having limited options. You can focus more heavily on them, and no one is going to get that crate for free.
That's right.
Influence Rage.
That is a fake crate if I've ever seen
Yeah,
it.
no one's going for it. It's so out in the open. As the next zone does center up. Again, Influence Rage farming those placements. It's going to be a fight for the Northern Ridge. Furia and Death Wolves are probably going to maintain their position, but this circle, the terrain, is reminding me of the end game of just the previous round on Erangel. It could be an early finish because there's not a lot of cover once we leave these edge extremities.
Yeah, let's see right now, though, is Alpha7 on the rotate. And look at this. They never blind send. You see them, right? Just taking a hill one at a time. They're like, all right, you know what? There's a team there across the way. Let's back it on up, find another spot. But you know what? Mafia also said, let's hold on a second. Let me see if I can get a quick knock. No, not able to do so. But meanwhile, and Hyper fighting Team Liquid. That could open up Alpha7 for a crazy third party, but Hyper actually getting the better of Team Liquid little by little. They ended up taking 2 players down. Yeah, Team Liquid are forced to retreat.
Especially with the full eliminations coming out. 2 good eliminations for Hyper. They still need to push into the last team on the hilltop, the E7. but they're going to be fighting from a compound. But their Creo does go for the
no
sand. I
way.
was waiting to see if they wanted to make their way to the north.
Chief, right behind him. Law catches the nade, though, and unfortunately, that Molotov was not able to make it into the shack. Or actually, no, it did make it in the shack, but Influence Rage ran outside of it, and they are getting peppered by everybody and everyone.
Yeah, it's
Not good.
They're
for
holding
Influence
on.
Rage.
They're holding on just barely, but Hyper also holding on as Caprice comes out huge with a number of knocks against Alpha7. Walker's trying to spoil this. Shots feeding under the buggy's chassis. And it's all down to FS.
FS. Oh, getting naded! And it is a exact replica of what happened yesterday, right at the end. And Alpha7 get the better of them once again. So Alpha7 putting in some work. 7 eliminations. Team Liquid, you better be nervous right now.
Ooh, Furia's taking a lot of damage against them. Deathwolves looking for an opportunity to at least take this fight. And Influence Rage getting all 4 back up. That's huge for their ability to fight into the late game. They'll at least have some numbers to try and shore up the weaknesses in positioning and terrain.
See right now, yeah, Furia still down here. Zone's closing. Alpha7, though, are heating up. And honestly, this game here could be it. This could be the game where they're able to re-secure that first place position. And then, as long as they are able to put up some decent games, it could be a downhill ride all the way to Riyadh. Let's see what happens, though.
Yeah.
They want to be able to get this finish. And look who it is to dominate this game from this team. It's, of course, Revo.
It's, of course,
Look at
Revo.
that. 5 eliminations already. This guy is saying, you know what? I am not leaving this up to chance. I'm going to do it myself.
Couple of fishing grenades just to make sure that rats can't sneak up below those ridges as the next circle does close a little bit to the north. This means that this hilltop, this high ground could still be in play, and ND7 might just be going for an aggressive fight onto Alpha7. But Alpha7 are distracted. They're trying to grief these vehicles, which is absolutely the right play, regardless of who it is. Shoot those tires.
Yep, shoot the tires, make it very difficult for Furia to push because they have to run out in the open, and that is going to be a GG if they do. So Alpha7 are going to set their eyes on Entity 7 here in the next couple of minutes, but another team that needs these points, and I was saying it's going to be difficult for them to get it, is Deathwolves, because Alpha7 are going crazy. They are so hungry for these eliminations that it's going to make it that more difficult to get points. So I think if you're Deathwolves and you see Alpha7 going crazy, you got to start taking some risks here.
Oh, this is the risk right now. They're able to send it to a rock, but this is going to be vulnerable to Furia, so the grenades have to land perfectly as they are now, and it's good with the shots being followed up on by the rest of the teammates at range. Absolutely huge. That is Influence Rage going down. That's the vulnerability of this position, and what a clean push coming out from Deathwolves.
Oh my gosh, by Rado Boy especially. I mean, he took the risk, and it's like almost he heard our voices and said, we got to get active. We got to go crazy here because we need some of these eliminations. 6 so far, and a solid position. This could be huge. Now it's up to them to gatekeep Furia. But Entity 7 catches off Obscure in the off angle, so they do end up making a sacrifice on this rotation.
And look, this is such a small thing, but Obscure goes to hide behind cover so that no one who is potentially threatening on the leaderboard can steal that elimination because ND7 are not a concern at all. Those small things are, you can tell how smart of a team Deathwolves are.
They're making the right plays. If you're going to give up an elimination, it might as well be to a team that is in last place. So let's see what happens here as Deathwolves are probably looking to just take down Furia and gatekeep them here because they're wide in the open. But I'll say this, it's looking really heavy like an Alpha7 win here.
Yeah. I mean, E7 still have, they still have all 4 of their members up, so can't cut them out either. But look at these shots coming in. It's actually a lot of them going to Deathwolves. I thought Alpha7 was going to have the better angle, but the points are still going to Deathwolves. That's huge for their climb.
Huge for their climb. So Alpha7 getting 7 eliminations so far, and meanwhile Deathwolves with 8. So they are very neck and neck when it comes to eliminations, and it's still anyone's game. Who is gonna win it? Will Alpha7 get a clutch chicken dinner? Can Deathwolves make something happen there on the bottom? And I mean, look at this. You still got the last member of Team Liquid just trying to secure some placement points.
Or will Entity 7 spoil?
No.
No, okay. You don't even let me
No.
turn the stove on. I can't cook with
no.
anything.
I mean, well, let's be real. Entity 7 are cooking this match. We got to give it up to them, right? 9 eliminations.
Exactly.
Dude, looking good. I mean, they are in that battle for not last place, and this could be the game to push them past SLR.
Energy. Well, they got that 20 elimination chicken dinner, and they're still low on the leaderboard. Every single player here is a good player. Every single team is a good team. Those percentage differences just expand like exponentially in extended series like PMSL, but don't let their position on the overall leaderboard make you think that they are not a threat. They could still come out with the chicken dinner here. And I'm also particularly liking their positioning.
Let's see how much of a threat they're about to be. Cardosin is keeping an eye on Deblim up there, being very, very sneaky. I'm surprised no one has seen him just yet. So he is snaking his way. He's already snaked his way to 4th place. Might steal another position. Revo ends up catching Guizao. Everyone is focused on that shack so hard that Deblim is not looking down this little hillside.
Because why would you? There's no way someone's going to be there. He's probably telling himself, at least secretly thinking it. Guizao gets picked back up. They're keeping
Hey,
3 alive.
here. They gotta watch out for the nades.
Yeah, and they're all tucked into this one corner because of those angles. They're waiting for the fight between E7 and A7 to break out so they can finally move from this shack, take that opening to pit under the hill. They have a couple of vehicles. There it is. They're leaving.
They're out. They found the opening, but yeah, I believe Team Liquid is still there. Yeah, it's Cardosin. Cardosin shuts him down, lets his position known, and Deblim finally looks in that direction and takes him out. But that's enough damage to do against Deathwolf. So,
No!
97. Yep, that's it.
Wait.
Deathwolf's done for.
Yeah, but it was A7 that stole those eliminations from Cardosin's
Wow.
knocks. That is not what Liquid were hoping for. That looks so good for half a moment, but regardless, we have a 4 versus 4 for the win here. Every single other player has been eliminated. They can just focus in on each other like this on the top of the mountain.
Unbelievable. Alpha7 with 9 eliminations so far. About to end up with 13.
You are so sure. I mean, you're
Let's see.
probably right.
Maybe you're right. You're right. One could go out to Blue Zone.
Hey, don't count out just yet. There it is. The first knock goes their way. Carrillo gets the first. And the follow-up from E7. The vehicle sends in. Only gets 1 knock.
Gets taken out of the process, but that did look good. 1 player up. What can Deblim do? Tries to hold it down. Alpha7 get the chicken dinner, and you can see the pop-off. Now we're seeing that excitement, because that game right then and there could have done it.
Oh, man, I'm going to have to do the caster math myself to really figure out how much of a gain that was for Alpha7. But that was huge for them. With the previous
Unreal.
round, they still got, they got 10 points on Erangel, and now, what did they get? 20... No, they got like almost 50 points off of this one.
46, baby.
46 points?
46!
46 points, right? Because they got 13 eliminations plus the winner chicken dinner. Hey, boys, that's some big numbers, okay? Especially when you start thinking about Team Liquid getting 4th place, but 0 eliminations, okay? And who can we thank for that, Hot Jukes? In Hyper, taking them down, or at least 2 of them, right? So this was a very exciting Miramar. You can tell the intensity has really picked up quite a bit. I mean, it's hotter than the surface of the sun, maybe even hotter than Beetlejuice. I don't know which one's hotter, but you pick one, and that's how hot it is. I'm loving it. I really am, and so much to talk about, for sure. First off, Deathwolves, a great game, I feel, despite their early exit. 3rd place, right? But I thought they were going to get first based off their positioning. You called it out, Hot Jukes. They start off early on with the 2-2 split, right? We're thinking, great, you loot up, you get good. By stage 2, they had already bunkered down in center zone. They take this shack out in the middle of nowhere. Now, do they overstay their... Oh, excuse me. Let's go to Influence Rage. I apologize. Influence Rage, they are the ones who bunker down in that shack. Do they stay there a little bit too long? Or should they have pushed out? Could they even have pushed out?
I don't think so. I mean, I think they knew they were stuck. They were waiting, like Cameron said, for that crazy third-party opportunity, and they did go for it. And it would have worked if Cardoso wasn't there waiting for them, you know? So at the end of the day, Death Wolves, I think, are doing what they needed to do. I think that was a, what? How many points did they get in that last one?
Death Wolves, so 11
8 eliminations?
8 eliminations,
yeah.
third place.
26 points.
Yeah.
26. So 26 points right there is a good chunk. They obviously still need a lot more, though. They need to do performances like this every single game if they want to go to Riyadh. So they did enough in this one. They should be happy, but, you know, they're still going to be sweating bullets.
Well, we get down to the end here. Alpha7, no, this is our time to shine, Cameron, and shine they do. Alpha7 taking down E7, who, give them credit, man. I mean, they were on fire for a large majority of the game.
They were active. They were trying to take fights every which way. I believe that was the team E7 that actually took that early game fight out in the blue against water treatment against Be Bold. And so they, coming in late to the mid-game zone, the fact that they were able to still fight into a nice position that at least gave them a chance at the win in the end game. Certainly a good performance by them, getting 17 points there. But, I mean, look at those numbers pale in comparison to the 46 coming out from Alpha7.
So now Team Liquid starts to sweat. We know they walked away with 4 points. That's not going to be enough, right? I do think they still hold down first place, but by a narrow margin. E7, good on them for doing so, but the big story is Death was right. 26 total points. So who do we have to look at? Well, FURIA only got 7, so they're no longer in that conversation. Influence Rage, they get 4, right? So that's nothing to really, sing the praises of. iNCO Gaming, we look at them 9 through 16, Hot Jukes. iNCO doesn't do too well either, right? They finish off in 14th with just 2 points. So Death Wolves are feeling very good at this moment.
Hey, they're on the hunt, right? The Wolf Pack is moving right now, and they're cruising. I'll be real, right? They have had a good couple of matches when it comes to points. I mean, they put more than 30 up in just 2 games? That's solid, but they need a lot more. They're going to easily need, I would say, if they get a double-digit elimination chicken dinner, that should be good for 4th. But they're going to need a couple more if they even want a chance at 3rd place.
That's right. Well, they're going to have to go big without question. Death Wolves, I love that they pushed that Shack on Influence Rage. You guys set that storyline up very well, Cameron. It was like Influence Rage was right here, right? You had Death Wolves right here. I was also looking at one point, Influence Rage was surrounded. I believe NRG was around them. Team Queso, I think, was relatively close. Then you had Alpha7 kind of off in a distance. So I knew that point was going to be contested, but I love that story that you all set up about Death Wolves being right there and ultimately ended up being that final nail in the coffin for them in that shack. And then they end up dying in the shack themselves. So it was the Death Shack, but it at least promised the Death Wolves some additional points.
Right, yeah. And honestly, it was the last shack available. It was the only place that they could go. So realistically, they did the only option that they had in front of them.
There you go. Well, Death Wolves, congratulations. They're going to shoot on up the leaderboard. Can't wait to see by the end of the day where they end up standing. But now things start to get very serious for iNCO. They can't just continue to skirt by because Death Wolves, they're on the come up, right? They're looking for that 3rd place spot. Obviously, you could throw Influence Rage into that conversation just off of their first game where they end up getting the winner chicken dinner. So the competitions is for sure at a peak. And even for Team Liquid, right, they start to sweat a bit as Alpha7 are filling themselves and they are catching fire. A scary prospect for anyone on the battlefield who has to come across with them. Once they get those egos going, it's hard to shut them down. I'm loving what's going on here, though, and I'm loving that Sarpatch is on site. He had a chance to talk to Influence Rage's Milo after their big Game 1 win. Let's hear what Milo had to say.
Match 1 is done. I'm nervous. I'm not playing and I'm nervous. Milovan, congratulations, great match. How are you guys feeling? Felicitaciones, gran partida. ¿Cómo se están sintiendo?
Nos estamos sintiendo bien, con mucha calma después de esta primera victoria, pero sabemos que aún quedan 5 partidas que puede pasar cualquier cosa.
Happy we are calm though because it's only the first match. 5 more to go. Anything can happen. The World Cup is now the main objective. I know your team is a great team. They wanted to go for the championship, but now the World Cup is the main objective. How are you feeling about that? El mundial ahora es el principal objetivo. Entonces, ¿cómo se están sintiendo con eso para poder clasificar?
Nos estamos sintiendo bien, con calma, y nuestro objetivo ahora es llegar en el top más alto posible para llegar al mundial.
Being calm, but our objective here is to be in the best placement possible to go to the World Cup. Milovan, Thank you very much, sir. Let's go back.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and the link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's Spring Season. This is the final day, the final chance to earn your spot on the global stage, but also get first place. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. 2 maps down. Map number 3, Erangel, about to be underway. But Hot Jukes, map number 2, it shifted up the standings, at least I assume, based off of my rough caster math, right? Who do we think is leading, and who do we think could be in trouble in the top 4 conversation?
I mean, after that game, Alpha7 had to have passed up Team Liquid here.
Yeah.
So that means that Team Liquid need to start going crazy. At this point, you can't just hope that the game works out for you. Like, if you're Team Liquid and if you want to win this, you have to stop Alpha7. Nobody else can do it but you. Let's be real.
Got to stop them. Without a doubt. I mean, come on. You're talking about a 0 elimination game, Cameron, right? In map number 2, which is uncharacteristic of Team Liquid. Granted, they got caught out by Hyper and Capri. He wasn't playing around.
So if Liquid wants to win this event, A7 are on double points, Liquid aren't. Every single point is that much more valuable for Alpha7 to, if they're not already ahead, which after that 46 points, I don't see why they wouldn't be ahead. If they're not already ahead, though, they will be in time. I usually don't think that hot drops are a good idea, especially with 4 rounds to go. But if Team Liquid just try and play their normal game, with the double points that Alpha7 have, they're going to extend that lead, or like overtake them and extend that lead, whatever it is. So I actually think it would be in Liquid's best interest, especially considering the gap between them and third place is insurmountable. There is no way to get lower than second. Liquid just need to try and hot drop Alpha7 every single round from here on out if they want first place.
I like that. That's an exciting prospect. It seems like teams just aren't willing to do that. I don't know, but Team Liquid, they might be willing to, Hot Jukes. Again, Alpha7, Team Liquid have been in a league of their own this entire season, right? So I could see Team Liquid potentially trying that, which would be fun. There's been a lot of conversation in the chat, amongst our viewers. It's like, well, Alpha7's a better 1v1 team versus, compared to Team Liquid and vice versa. I would love to put that to the test. Map 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I'm about to say, who cares? Who cares at this point? You don't have a choice. Like, literally, you do not have a choice. One more good game like this from Alpha7, and that's it. They're going to be our champions. I'm not even kidding. Like, Team Liquid have to stop them. So, I hope that they adjust their strategies here. We haven't really seen too many teams do that this whole tournament. But, I mean, if you're comfortable with second, right, let Alpha7 do their thing.
Well, so this is the thing, right? Even if Team Liquid challenged them off the rip, they don't necessarily even have to win that fight, per se, right? But if they can, you know what I'm saying? If they can at least take down 2 members, maybe 3, and put Alpha7 in a position to where they don't have a leg to stand on against the rest of the competitors, I don't care how good Alpha7 and Team Liquid are. Well, I know the competition does. We've seen what Alpha7 could do with just two members. Like, and it's actually quite
take them down to 1.
But you take them down to 1. You take them down to 1. Okay, I think you finally stop them, right? Which is a good prospect. Team Liquid definitely needs to try that. Now, Alpha7, they're on a tear. Revo, he's going for MVP once again. He got it in week 1. He lost it in week 2. Now he's like, I'm back for week 3. It's time for me to lock in. Well, Sarpatch actually had a chance to talk to Alpha7's Revo. I cannot wait to hear what he had to say after his Map 2 win. Revo, what's going on?
Match 2 is done, guys. I'm here with Revo. Guys, double points today, the grand final. How are you guys feeling with the double points in particular right now?
A gente está tranquilo, tá jogando como se fosse os pontos normais e vamos ver, seja o que Deus quiser e vamos embora pra cima.
We're relaxed. We're playing like if it was a normal day, not a double point day. Just faith in God and let's try and get it. This is a great grand final. This is a fun grand final between 2 great teams, Alpha7 and Team Liquid. How are you feeling right now with the team? 4 more matches to go. How are you feeling?
Tô tranquilo, tô confiando no meu time, sei do que o meu time é capaz e sei do que Deus tem guardado pra gente, então tô tranquilo e é isso.
I'm calm. I know what my team can do. I have faith in God and I know what we can do. Mr. Rebel, good luck to you. Let's go back.
Calm and they know what they can do, Hot Jukes.
I love it, dude. Just straight up tranquilo, baby. We're chill. And hey, I would be too after winning a game like that, and passing up Team Liquid. I mean, they have so many games left to go. One more like this, and that should be the nail in the coffin for Team Liquid.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing is that like, how do you respond? How do you respond, Team Liquid? Are you going to sit and let Alpha7 take this from you? Come on. I know that you were loops before.
Yep.
You got to be hungry for that belt.
Well, look, we're going to find out very early on. Team Liquid, they love to land with Death Wolves down there in military. Will they switch it up? And if they do, well, they could be targeting Alpha7. I think that's the play. Again, even if you lose the fight but bring them down to just 1 member, you are significantly stopping them in their tracks. Well, here it is, Map 3. The halfway point of the day. It's going to be exciting, so let's get into it. Hot Jukes, Kevin Davis, take it away.
Let's get it going. Oh, and we got a northern playing path here. So Alpha7 normally head towards North George. We'll see if they hop out the plane immediately. Yes, they do. So that is on brand for them. Are we going to see Team Liquid follow? Are we going to see them
That's
follow?
Death Wolves. They're not doing it.
Not good. Not good.
So, oh no, that's Queso, not Death Wolves. Similar shade of blue, but it's not Liquid. That I know. That's the real fact of the matter is it's such a long shot, oftentimes, to really make a huge I guess, action happen on the leaderboard here, that the default for most teams in PUBG Mobile is to play yourself out and sort of like use it as practice rounds. Because regardless, Liquid are going to Riyadh anyway. They're going to, they don't even go to the survival stage either. They're going to the main event. It's just a slightly difference in seeding. It does show me that they don't really want to win a little bit. And I do worry about the nature of Battle Royales and the nature of PUBG Mobile, is that the circle and the RNG elements, as much as this game, similar to poker, is about managing those elements and putting yourself in the best position, I almost get the sense of like teams are preemptively use that as an excuse to not go for the wild Hail Mary haymaker plays. But regardless, Liquid could just be using these final 4 rounds as quote-unquote practice for their main event run in Riyadh, but like I don't know how much practice it's going to be because it's an entirely different lobby. But hey, that's usually the excuse that is given.
Yep. I mean, honestly, that's going to be the only excuse that I think I could even tolerate at this point. Yeah, I mean, let's be real, because I mean, you got to go for it all. I think you're so close. You might as well adjust your strategy because I mean, I'm getting flustered here because I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, let's be real. If you're going to even use that excuse, Cameron, wouldn't it be better to practice hunting down Alpha7? Right? Wouldn't that be better? Because that would be better practice, considering that that's a possibility at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, we've had how many games of regular play? Surely these last 4 you can go, do away with them. But we do see a fight here between AGG and SLR. A hot drop in Milta, of all places. I hate this city so much, but it's a personal gripe. I don't know why you'd fight over it, but again, personal gripe. But hey, Roshan, Dragon, pitting to the damage, 2 knocks against AGG.
Oh boy, let's see right now. Yeah, SLR, All Glory Gaming, pushing each other. Anybody that needs eliminations should be keeping an eye on the elimination feed to possibly hunt this down. Team Liquid, you're nearby this. You're near shelter. You need these points very badly.
They're not near enough that they could just drop their loot location and send it here. I mean, they got to get the loot to even make a go for this point, especially because shelter is so close to the center of phase 1. They actually have a really good opportunity to set themselves up for a better game. It would be more of a throw, I think, for them to try and steal a couple of these eliminations here, especially because there's no guarantee that they get here before the fight is over. We can see that the standoff is at a standstill right now, but Liquid don't know those details that we do.
Yeah, let's see right now. Yeah, just definitely a standoff. What's up?
I also don't have faith that Liquid would go for that anyway, because they aren't even gonna drop A7 in North George.
I know, right? I mean, I hate to see it. I hate to see it because I think that if they were trying to use that excuse of preparation for, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, hunting down Alpha7, I think could be the best practice. Because at the end of the day, let's be real, when it comes to gun skill, they're going to be the best team, right? To get you prepped for what's upcoming. Right. And, adjusting your strategies is a great way to prep for what could happen up there too. I mean, yeah, if it doesn't work out, it's kind of inconsequential. You're still going to go there, right? Yeah, you're going to lose some money. But the thing is that if you don't go after them, then that's what's going to happen regardless. So let's see what happens.
There's only upside. So I am not a top-level competitive player. I'm not a pro player. And so, on one hand, like, why would they listen to me? At the same time, the numbers are the numbers. The facts are the facts. Like, Liquid have nothing to lose by trying to go for that Hail Mary on Alpha7. But whatever. They made their bed. They're going to lie in it. Let's just try and focus up on the rest of this game and try to ignore the glaring objective mistake that Liquid are showing.
I mean, literally. I hate to see it because that team has been going crazy all tournament long. And to, lay it down right here towards the end, I feel for him.
However, I do want to point out a really good response by Titan Gaming. They set up a player on the opposite side of Milta and then even had Doran swing to the other end to really capitalize on that fight. And there's another fight happening here between Be Bold again, early game aggressors. They want to fight anyone and everyone against Queso.
And this is what we're going to see. I'm telling you, we're going to see these teams in that mid-range that have gaps that are too far to pass up. They're just going to start pushing teams. And that's going to eliminate the amount of options there are for teams that need points to get them.
Yeah.
And Meanwhile, right now, one battle that is for sure going to take on, right? Death Wolves. Death Wolves need these points worse than Alpha7 do at this point. They need to cross that gap, and iNCO need to find a way to stave them off.
We did see a little bit of pop-off in the elimination feed of that fight in Milta, again, between Titan, AGG, and SLR. There's still Queso versus Be Bold, but all the teams that are really in contention aren't going for these early fights. They're not involved here, and part of that's because they're trying to set themselves up for a better mid-game and end-game. But the more these fights occur, that's fewer points on the board for them to clean up. Granted, you'd argue it's more reliable access to placement points, but we'll see if it becomes an impact. If it's if say Death Wolves show up, as I think they're currently rotating in from Novo, if they currently show up in the mid game or the end game with a couple of eliminations, but there's only 2 other teams alive, you know, that could severely limit the options.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, no options are getting limited while teams continue to play the same game here towards the end. I mean, Death Wolves, they are making some adjustments. They're going to be going down a separate bridge here just to be safe. Alpha7 are coming in slow. They edged in through Severny, and Guapo is going to catch a limb here. Goes for the thirst, not able to get it. And the rest of Titan Gaming should hunt him down.
This is more of a nitpick. If we're talking about the... Oh, wait, great push from Guapo here. DBS comes out.
No way.
Where's the follow-up? Why are you throwing in one member against someone in a bathroom who's clearly going to have a shotgun? That is ridiculous over-aggression by Titan. And this is going to give Guapo the opportunity to heal on up. But anyway, like this is a bit more of a nitpick as we watch this fight continue to play out. Death Wolves could have arrived here because they got to rotate over that eastern bridge. Seeing these players, seeing AGG in the elimination feed, they should know where this fight is. So I think this actually could have been a good opportunity for them to try and get involved and get some points. Granted, Death Wolves aren't, their play style doesn't lean into this in the same way that Liquids would. So I don't want to hold it too much against them. This is more of like a risk-reward conversation for Death Wolves. But it's definitely, it could have been an option for them. Not one that I think they needed to take.
Yeah, it could have been an option. Oh, nice nade there from Doran. He's going to throw a follow-up immediately. SLR should know that's coming. Tries to get the bounce. Dragon K able to get it past the broken wall. Koi's got a nade for him. That should be good. Got him. Right on the money. SLR doing a great job at pushing this. Titan Gaming using that one-by-one strategy.
Wait a second.
And it just hasn't been working. Oh, look at the zone.
Look at that zone. Look at that zone shift all the way to the north. That is great for Alpha7. And it's great for Influence Rage, where Death Wolves, they're already on the rotate, but they're going to rotate that much more to get into phase number 2. AGG does go out in 16th place. They got 2 eliminations. But Redox surely isn't going to be able to hold against SLR.
Let's see. Yeah, Redox by himself. Koi's got that nade locked and loaded. Did they spot where he is? Oh, that actually hurt him. That actually hurt Redox. They should be able to hear something. But SLR showing what Titan Gaming should have done. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. Pushing each building all together.
Yep.
Even though they know it's just one player, they're not taking risks.
Yeah, you don't want to let them get the one and done. The nice grenade. They have somewhat of an idea of where Redox is playing. And there it is. It's going to be down. There's that 5 eliminations for SLR. 10 go down in 15th place. But this fight has been largely impactful for the real leaderboard story that we've been paying attention to, outside of the fact that it's fewer eliminations for those teams to get. A couple of teams are grouped up against Naya as its dead center of phase number 2, Influence Rage. You can see the yellow team to the east, and Death Wolves on their rotate running into Royals of War.
Oh boy, yeah, look, Death Wolves on the move. Let's see if they're gonna be able to make it here safely. Oh, I'm surprised they took those shots. I'm surprised they took those shots this late because Royals of War got nothing to lose. They could gatekeep this all day long. You should have let them go. You should have let them go, and now you're paying for it.
Oh, but they knew Royals of War, once they crossed that bridge, they were going to stop and camp them out anyway. So try to get an initial knock to get the upper hand in the fight. It makes sense. But I wonder if Death Wolves could have readjusted the rotation path earlier before they lost Rattaboy.
This is a terrible play by Death Wolves, and this is another example of you not taking the leaderboards into consideration. If this was a regular game, Royals of War would have just kept on going, right? But this is the last day. Royals of War have nothing to lose. So they're like, yeah, why don't we just gatekeep this team for shooting at us just because of it. They could absolutely think that. So, man, Death Wolves lose a player. They take off from that, but, you know, they lose a player pretty needlessly.
Yeah, they were already going to be coming into the zone on the back foot, considering how north it is, coming in from, what was it? It wasn't a northern plane path, but they dropped out towards the tail end of it, and then it was a shift to the north, especially here on Yasnaya. So this wasn't going to be the easiest round for them to get a huge number of points. And they've only lost one. I'm not going to count Death Wolves out, but this does put Influence Rage and iNCO Gaming into a marginally better position. iNCO haven't moved much from Razak, and the shift continues to go towards the west. FURIA playing out of no lean. Oh, the amount of playable positions in this circle has just been severely cut out.
Yes, they have. And look at this. There's that bet towards the north. And you always know if it's a hard shift like that, that hard shift side's going to be wide open. And it actually is. Alpha7 are going to take the Stalber Hill. That is going to be one of the most solid positions here for this map. Unless the zone, of course, goes south. But even if it does, they'll have a good entryway in. Meanwhile, Potro gets the knock on the Cardoso. And Team Liquid are letting Alpha7 play this game as normal. So if you're going to do that, you got to go crazy, right? But the hard part is Alpha7 have double points. So even if you do get a 20-point game, they could easily surpass that.
Yeah. These knocks aren't coming from the grenades, the little fishing grenades. Feeder utility, or feeler utility rather. And yep, they're worried about a third party from Yasnaya. This is not the easiest approach for Liquid. They should definitely take it, considering the leaderboard situation again.
Let's see right now, Mythic on the push. Let's see. Oh, that nade went right by his head. Nah, it doesn't end up connecting on any of these players from Team Cast. So let's see if we're going to see any urgency from Team Liquid to push this together. Milos survives a little bit longer. And Entity 7 end up catching one of the players. And I think that is Revo finished. Entity 7 want revenge.
Whoa.
Cameron. They want revenge.
That's huge. Alpha7 losing a player early on, as that's to the north of this fight. We still have to see Liquid really make some headway into this engagement. These grenades aren't finding anything. Those shots through the smoke aren't finding anything. But they're seeing... Okay, finally they get a knock. But the answer instantly out. Chief still stands. But Liquid saw that Revo elimination in the feed, but they aren't able to make a move based off of it yet.
Ayala gets knocked here from Milos. Let's see what he does. Oh, tries to get that heal off, gets shut down. That's 2 points for Team Liquid. They are going to have a full res. But let's see what happens is Entity 7, took down Revo from Alpha7. And they're going to have to deal with this as a 3-man. So things are starting to get interesting. Could you imagine if Team Liquid are able to catch back up and Alpha7 just pull up goose eggs after this game? That's so crazy.
That would be so unlikely for Alpha7. But imagine, that would actually be insane. But looking at Alpha7's position here, this is quite a dominant one. It's not from the edge. They get center now. The Northeast hard shift. They now get center. We don't see them. I mean, granted, playing from center is a very straightforward approach to the game, but we don't see Alpha7 do it all too much. So
I'll tell you what, Cameron.
Yeah.
Entity 7's fan base just exploded. Because every single Team Liquid fan is now a fan of Entity 7. You know?
Yeah.
They need to shut down Alpha7 if Team Liquid wants to have a shot at winning this thing. iNCO Gaming, though, need to hold on, and they're doing a great job here. They take down Aragod, pick up a couple of eliminations onto Rose of War. Yeah, Tonka's going to full send this now.
There's a player playing on an extended angle from iNCO, but it's not going to support this south push by Rose of War. Literally can't go and get the revive in the attic yet. Utility needs to find some knocks, but 9Z could secondhand give some support. Good damage from the Victex.
Gets knocked too, and Gary's gone. Yeah, it's just Vitaly. He's stuck all by himself, and I bet they need to get over here quickly. And I bet they're on the pull-up. Oh, and his team is getting shredded. It is him by himself now. Nenabete on the run. Oh, another horrible game for iNCO and a big opportunity for Influence Rage and Death Wolves.
I'm starting to get really worried. What did I say? 90% chance that they were gonna. No, I said 90% chance that A7 was gonna win, but I said, well, I don't even know what percentage I gave for iNCO holding on to third. It's looking very unlikely that we've been able to hold on to fourth at this rate. They have been struggling, but 9Z for their efforts. They're coming in to collapse on the remainder of Royals of War, get a couple of eliminations of their own, but as you can see, they're also all down to Connor, so they go down. Royals of War are fighting, scrapping their way through this Erangel round.
I mean, Royals of War are just having fun with it, right? I mean, they know that where they're at on the leaderboards, where were they? They were in 8th place, and they had a good, 50-point difference from 7th. So they have nothing to lose,
Right.
100%. Let's see just how that has an impact here, because Victex and Royals of War are playing very, very loose right now.
Liquid gets an elimination in the feed, but I like Deathwolf's position here. Just trying to hold out. It's only 3 of them, but they're trying to hold out this coastline with a bit of a spread. Wide angles allow this possible.
Rata Boy on the move. Mafioso gets knocked by Entity 7. And Thurston, what is happening? Entity 7 taking away 2 of the players from Alpha7. Now it is just Carrillo and Magrellan.
Oh!
Lucky. Oh. Federal gets knocked by Lorenzen. Oh, another player gets knocked. Influence Rage. This is not good for them.
And it's Be Bold again! Adding salt to the wound of what they did to Influence Rage yesterday on their double points day. I mean, I don't know what team that's in one of those storyline positions is having a good round here. They're all being shut down by the teams that have, to be honest, nothing to lose.
You're right. They got nothing to lose indeed, and we're going to see this battle bring on out. The smokes are out here. They're having to force a run out in the open, and Influence Rage got absolutely shredded. 2 of their players left up, and 30 seconds on the clock. Be bold, or they're just going to gatekeep this 100%. This is the hard part if you're Influence Rage, because Be Bold, they're not going to even worry about zone. They don't care.
Yeah.
They're just like, we're going to take out Influence Rage. That's all we care about.
And even if they did care, what's the other option? Run into Team Liquid's line of fire? No siree. They're just going to try and take these easy points before they focus to the dominating team just to the west of them. As Liquid are holding down the fort, extending their position a little bit along the rocks to the north.
4 eliminations. Be Bold are committed. They know they're going out right here and now. It's either the blue zone or the Influence Rage. Diego with a nice Molotov gets the better of him, and now he knows where Fran is located. So Influence Rage, yeah, they should be able to get up these eliminations on Be Bold, but honestly, Be Bold's done enough, right, to just hamstring Influence Rage here.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what options are available for Milo, the idea of any impactful points coming out as a solo is not great, but Death Wolves, they're getting wounded quite a fair bit. Obscure's gone down, and Hyper have pushed down this west side. Rather than push into Furia at no lean, then Hyper have gone this angle, which is the correct play for them, but it means that Death Wolves, well, if they come out on top, that's points for them to play with for sure.
Cameron, Be Bold is so toxic, okay? One of the players that got knocked inside that building by that molly, you know what he did? He left the building and started crawling in the open towards Team Liquid, and Team Liquid stole that elimination away from Influence Rage.
That's insane. Be Bold are, well, they're observant. They know where they are on the leaderboard. They know what impact they could have, and that's going to be it. Fran with the last elimination.
Wow,
Influence Rage have gone down. But Death Wolves, on the opposite side of things, they do clean their defense up. It looked a little sketchy at first, but they have their 3 remaining players after they lose Rattleboy on that initial rotation into Royals of War, and 5 eliminations. So their climb is still looking good with both Influence Rage and iNCO taken out of the picture.
Oh, boy. Well, yeah, Death Wolves, 5 eliminations. That's a great start for them. They've pulled out double-digit points every single game so far. So a great day for them. Again, they need more than that. They need more than just 5 eliminations. We'll see where they end up at the end of this. The zone, it definitely shifts towards them. They could have a big opportunity. If it goes all the way to the hard right, though, they're going to have to get through Spec and Alpha7, which is going to be proven to be pretty difficult. Team Liquid are still up. as a squad. Yeah, they have their entire team there
Right.
on the south side. So Alpha7 are keeping an eye on that. But with their double points, they still here. Oh, what a shot. Nice one. Another big point there for Team Liquid.
Ayala did get knocked moments before Be Bold got eliminated. But what is it with all these open games so far, Juice? 3 rounds in a row. All rounds today. The ending position is going to have very minimal cover. I mean, unless this one sends to Furia, where once again they just get fed placement points off of their initial rotation position. Yeah, look at this. Carrillo's position barely has any cover. SLR, E7, they're on high ground, I guess, but there's not much of that remains.
And this is a terrible zone shift for Deathwolves. Deathwolves are going to have to push through spec, maybe even make a bold rotation on in, and they're going to have to do it wide out in the open. You can see there's no coverage at all, so they're going to just use this ridge line. Their vehicles are beat.
Wait.
This is the worst case scenario for Deathwolves.
If they had vehicles, they have vehicles, they have some, I would say maybe try and send it into Furia. That might be the better play. I mean, I guess they just need to go for eliminations because there's not a lot to play with. They have a small little defilade to play on the west side, but they're kind of under the influence of what Furia decides to do. As are most teams in this lobby at the moment. So honestly, just try and shoot across the lake at each other and see who comes out on top, and then GG next.
See what happens here as Entity 7 are going to get a knock on to Koi, and Team Liquid are looking to make their way up the mountain. They're starting to throw some nades up there, going to be using all of their boosts. Remember, guys, if you have boosts all the way maxed out, you get a little bit of a run speed advantage. So
Sonic speed, gotta go fast.
Yeah, you see all these players, especially when they're going to get into CQC fights up close and personal, they definitely want to have that run speed. So stay boosted, especially towards the end. That's why you see players be very conservative with them. Ayala has only 2 drinks left, and he may just use one here in the next few seconds for this fight. But at the same time, gotta hold on to it. Deathwolves smokes are out, and they're trying to edge their way in. But even then, they're gonna have to run out in the open. Oh, do they catch Alpha7? That's the question.
They're looking to catch the stragglers that they know are hanging around this lake and keeping the LOS broken between them and Furia, using those rocks for that exact purpose. Alpha7, the two that remain, are still just hanging out in their car for it. They don't have any options here. They just need to lay down and pray that they don't get spotted. And we have only just now hit placement points. Alpha7 with 0 points on the board so far is dramatically different, but SLR pushing into E7.
That's going to clear up this north side. SLR are battling Entity 7. Remember that, folks, because SLR are in a battle with Entity 7 for not last place. Entity 7 got a good position, second place in the last game, so SLR is looking to shut down that gap really quick here.
Boy, get the bandage just to top off, not wanting to waste one of the first aid kits yet. Energy Galaxy do get
They know
eliminated.
They know it's
Liquid!
them.
They're going to send it in now. I mean, it's free eliminations. They know how vulnerable this team is. And yeah, now that they know who it is, that's going to be it. Alpha7 eliminated. 0 eliminations.
Oh my gosh.
1 placement point, which is
How
2
lucky.
with the double up, but
Team Liquid looking to send the check over to Entity 7 for taking out 2 of their players early on. Big opportunity for Team Liquid to regain first place. 8 eliminations so far. They're looking to make it happen. As Entity 7 gets the better of Koi. So that is SLR eliminated, but Deathwolves are still in the mix here.
yeah,
But they're hurt bad.
Look at them hanging out in the south. Furia, at the very least, have split into a 2-2, trying to take control of the high ground, and also holding down the middle. Obscure gets confirmed, unfortunately, by Liquid, which doesn't impact Deathwolves specifically, outside of just one viewer player available to try and get the last remaining points, but it's a 4v4 v2. So I think this is just going to be a fight for the chicken dinner between Liquid and Furia. We'll see what extra straggling points Deathwolves can get. But no one is in the center of this zone. No one's in this zone at all because of the limited cover.
Actually, Deathwolves could win this, and the only way they win this is if Furia decides to challenge Team Liquid, which they will not. They just decided to go right back to where they were. So now all eyes are on Deathwolves. Deathwolves going to have a hard time even moving at all. They're probably going to go out to blue zone here in the next few seconds. And then we're going to find that battle you talked about earlier between Team Liquid and Furia.
Deathwolves make some moves to get behind some cover, but this crossfire set up by Liquid is looking really strong. It's going to stop this from really forming into anything, not just that, but also Furia with the extended angle to the west. So listen, Deathwolves had a pretty good round, all things considered. Unfortunate to lose Radaboy early on where they did, but their fight around the lake, their activation of getting those eliminations, I think was doing a pretty good job. And with iNCO and Influence Rage having gone out early, sets them up even better to have a close finish for the top 4 qualification.
Well, Higo needs Team Liquid and FURIA to start fighting right here and right now. If they do, then Higo might be able to sneak away a second place position where the double points will be good. But FURIA are playing this so cautious that, yeah, I think Higo is going to get caught out and spotted. Chief is just staring in this direction. They got to know at some point. FURIA so slow on this push here.
Ooh, wait, there's a player on the low ground. Liquid still controlling the high ground. Everyone's just locked in on the south. Because it does, in a lot of ways, kind of just feel like a free point. But, oh, for a second, I thought he was going to be able to make it. He was so close to the border of the wall. Good run by Deathwolves, but now let's see who can win this Liquid versus FURIA 4 versus FURIA. Liquid are on a heater. 13 eliminations already. This is going to put them at 17 if they can get the win here.
Yeah, FURIA very comfortable in 6th place. Very, very comfortable. Not making any moves at all. They just rather just say, yeah, we'll win with 1 point. That'll sure help us out. Psych. You know, this gives Team Liquid a big opportunity, right? To try and catch that first place once again. Mythic gets on fire, though. He's going to get knocked to that molly. And the shots are starting to ring out. Gajowski takes down Cardosin. And now it's a 2v4 situation.
That's huge. That's huge. MG3 in play. FURIA got a lot of those crate weapons here. With those 2 knocks, this should be all it takes.
Oh, wow.
Then with the run over, that's going to be it. It ends as soon as it starts. It's all on to Ayala. 1 versus 4 on the low ground. Hiding behind a tree, unsure if this position is identified. He could catch them running. Oh, well, the vehicle's played a little bit different. And didn't get the knock. That would have been crucial.
Oh, that would have been crucial indeed. But Ayala tries to hold on. Oh, leans back and forth. It's going to be a FURIA chicken dinner right here. And they are popping off as they're going to be pretty excited to stay in that position that they're still in, unfortunately. Team Liquid, that game, right, is a solid one for them. And they're a team that looks at the leaderboards here, Cameron. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they said, you know what? If we're going to get the opportunity to get a chicken dinner, we need to get big numbers. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah. I'm currently, again, because we don't have access to the leaderboards, I'm trying to do my caster math. What does that 5 elimination win do for FURIA in terms of iNCO and Influence Rage? I don't really know. But hey,
yeah,
reflections. Like iNCO and Influence Rage, both teams going out with almost 0 points, if any at all. That's got to be huge for Deathwolves.
It is massive, and I actually took note of that because it's like Influence Rage had a poor game, iNCO had a poor game, and Influence Rage has done okay today, but iNCO also, you could throw them in the mix, but this is pretty big for FURIA, but how big is it? I don't think too impactful, in my honest opinion, but it's at least some progress that they are making. But the big, I think so. It's a little bit of progress, but overall, I would have to say for Deathwolves, massive game for them. 3rd place, 5 eliminations. You go back to their mistake, right? And I know you guys were very critical about it, Hot Jukes. You lose Rattleboy early on. And you felt that was a needless play against Royals of War, so it's shocking to see that they actually finish as strong as they do.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out for them, right, to be able to finish where they were at. I mean, they had 3 players and a great position. It just makes me wonder, right, what happens and what if they would have done if they had 4, Maybe they could have made an extra play and possibly run for top 3, but at the end of the day, they put up good points. And good placement, so Deathwolves are doing their job.
Doing their job indeed, and I'm happy for that. And also doing their job as Team Liquid. But I remember, Cameron, there was a point where there was frustration about Team Liquid, about why aren't they making a push, or why are they playing it, like this, and why aren't they doing what they need to do to shut down Alpha7 and not changing it up, right, and continue to do the same game plan. Well, in this case, it ends up working out. It took a little bit to get to that point, but by the end of the game, they're in 2nd place with 13 eliminations.
Yeah, but it didn't work out for them in the fight against Alpha7 because of them. Right. It worked out for them because of Entity 7 dealing the damage against Alpha7 when they did and forced them away from that high ground. So I think that Team Liquid, very fortunate run this round, especially because this is the halfway point. At this point, because they've kept them, I think, again, caster math, they've kept themselves even with this round with Alpha7. They
Hope so,
need
yeah.
to start hot dropping them. They cannot hope that happens again, because the chance of Alpha7 getting 0 points more than 1 round a day is an insane prediction to make.
Yeah, it definitely is. Alpha7, though, they do walk away with very little points. In fact, only 2 this time around. So Team Liquid gets a massive win as far as I'm concerned, just to taper off that massive 46-point game that Alpha7 just had on Miramar, right? So any amount of damage Team Liquid could do to kind of, stop the double point stay of A7, that's the way to go about it. 3 more games to go, but this game was an absolute positive for Big TL. Deathwolves as well, 20 points. That's great for them because, again, Hot Jukes, you don't see any life from iNCO. You don't see any life from Influence Rage when it comes to this game anyways. iNCO Gaming, happy that they don't, Influence Rage doesn't have a good game, but I'm definitely still nervous about Deathwolves.
Oh man, you should be sweating bullets. I don't know how these PUBG Mobile teams do it, honestly. It's like they just look up to the ceiling and just hope for the best. It's crazy. None of them are looking to take luck into their own hands, right? They're just like hoping that, hey, the team that is ahead of us just does bad and then we go crazy. And it just so happens that that's what happened, right? Like Team Liquid, they noticed that Alpha7 went out with hardly anything. They put up a massive game. And then iNCO is just not putting up nothing. So now you see Deathwolves putting up numbers. It's just, to me, to leave that up to luck is so wild, and I hate to see it, but who knows? It could work out.
It could. The good news is, though, for Team Liquid, they've got another Erangel. So if, let's say, the next 2 maps, Sandhawk, Miramar, they don't go their way, maybe Alpha7 has 2 decent games. I'm not talking about runaway games because that changes the narrative completely. But let's say Alpha7 has, 2 decent games.
That's bad.
Now they go into Erangel, map number 6. Team Liquid all of a sudden is like, you know what? We can replicate what we did in the 3rd map. I think we can actually take this 1st place away from Alpha7. Keep that curse alive for 2nd place. But that's 3 maps down, 3 more to go, and we're heading into Sandhawk. As we always say, the odd map out, only played once a day, but very impactful today. We've already seen Miramar, we've already seen Erangel. Sandhawk needs to be a big map, not only for iNCO, but also for Deathwolves, for Influence Rage, Team Liquid, Alpha7. All of those rosters need to perform well on Sandhawk, which has only played once. We'll find out how the teams do when we come back from break, and when we do, Sandhawk coming your way.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, 3 maps down. About to hop into map number 4, big old Sandhawk. I'm excited to see how that one's going to unfold because, again, it's only seen once a day. Theoretically, it's the least practice map, or at least the least map that you would think teams have the most experience on. But it is a good map for some of those teams out there. Hot Jukes, what are some teams that may have not looked good today that might look great on Sandhawk?
Oh, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter at this point. It really doesn't, right? Because, like, I would say FURIA, but with how they played so far, they just don't stand a chance of moving up, you know? So, right now, it's just about looking at Team Liquid, right? What is Team Liquid going to be able to do here? Because I did the math, all right? And I think after that game, they should have about a 5 to 10 point lead over Alpha7, all right?
That's close.
That is so close. So,
yeah.
You can't afford Alpha7 to even have a decent game here in Sandhawk. The hard part, though, is Sandhawk's hard to deal with, right? Because you just have to hope that you get the zone here. So it's once again, I think Team Liquid is flipping a coin and just hoping that, you know, Alpha7 just pull up a goose egg here.
Goose egg, and so is Influence Rage, right? And iNCO Gaming, they're hoping that Death Wolves pull a goose egg at this point, right, Cameron? Because Death Wolves are looking good. They're on the come up. Meanwhile, more specifically, iNCO, like, they've been slow the past couple of maps. Map 1, they were existent. The other maps, not so much.
Wait. Cameron, sorry. What are we talking about, guys? Who cares about this?
I know. Right? I was going to bring it up.
I'm sorry. I was like, why are we talking this?
Ruins?
It's all about ruins, baby. That's all we got to be focused on at this point.
I was getting there, Hot Jukes. Let me set the story up.
I couldn't help it, dude. It just hit my brain. And I was like, wait, why are we talking about the leaderboards? Who cares about that? Right?
And so impatient. Let's talk E7 versus Hyper and Ruins, baby. The most important thing. It doesn't matter about the leaderboard. Hot Jukes, are you ready? Who's going to win it?
Let's go. It's got to be in Hyper, dude. They want it so bad. I want to see Stars win this and go crazy.
Nuts.
We had this locked in?
Yep. This is a little teaser. A little taste right here, all right?
It was ready. The replay? Oh, my gosh, dude. The production's on point. They know.
The producers do listen to us.
Now, was this one in Hyper 1? Yeah, it was. Yeah, this was E7 getting wiped. Now, make no mistake, E7, they came back the other night, last night, and they ended up winning. So I know at this point, man, they're out for blood. So is in Hyper. They want to pop off like they're popping off right there. And it's all for fun, baby, but who's going to win it? And I tell you what, E7 and Hyper, they better not back down. They need to be at Ruins. I don't care what's happening around them. Chat, the PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and the link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Hey, here it is, Sandhawk map number 4. It's getting down to the wire, everybody. Only 3 more maps to go. This is one of them. Without further ado, let's head into it. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Let's go. Let's get it going. It's the rumble in the jungle. My eyes are on Ruins. Okay. Entity 7, they're dropping here, baby. We're going to see it. Who's going to be the champion of Ruins?
I mean, I gotta say at Hyper, they're just generally the better team, but you don't want to leave it up to random weapon spawns. E7 are actually coming out on top. There's a barrel in the mix. Only 3 shots left for Waco, but still.
Oh, it's over. No way! It's Entity 7 that are getting so close to winning this. It is just FS by himself. You gotta pull off a miracle here. Look at this. We're seeing the player cap. Stars is fuming.
Baton is not happy already, packing his stuff up. Listen. They're not done yet. Shotgun's in play. FS quick fire gets the second.
No way!
It's not over, but look at Be Bold. Be Bold are looking at this entire thing. They want to get involved in an early fight. They can't let early game engagements happen without them.
The respawn, no way. If they pick up Baton here, there's a shot. There is a shot in a 2v3 situation. Entity 7 are letting them shoot. They should have just pushed this. It was a 2v1.
They traded revives, so that's still an advantage going the way of E7. But now, with weapons in the hands of Hyper, and still, I mean, it might not be the DBS, but it's a shotgun. I'm looking at FS to continue to Really scatter those pellets into his opponents.
B-Ball, Royals of War, you
Why
deal
are
with your
Royals
own
of War
fight.
here?
You deal with your own fight, all right? This is a battle between two squads here. It's Hyper versus Entity 7. And Entity 7 are now on the push. And Hyper forced to move into a worse position. Here come out the mollies. Taco has a pump shotty here.
This is full-on chaos. Is that B-Bold or now with vehicles sending it in? Royals of War are sending it in. This is 4 teams. We could be losing up to 15 players in the next few minutes, which, once again, is just going to be fewer points for the teams that are fighting for that top 4 breakpoint of Influence Rage, iNCO Gaming, and Deathwolves to have a chance at getting themselves later on this game.
Uh-oh. Lawrence ready to spring the trap onto Entity 7 here. Hate not running outside just yet. But they are pushing this. So let's see if Hyper will end up getting the better of them. It's going to be difficult, though. Hate with the nade. Let's see if he gets the perfect bounce. That looks good. Oh, not able to hit the mark, though.
Not quite. Follow up,
though.
Could be better. Puts the pin back in the grenade, which is 100% a real thing you can do in real life. Not just for these video games of PUBG Mobile.
Bounce? Nothing.
It's
Hate
just
trying to see if the bank's open. Is the bank open? It's Sunday.
Oh, God. Oh, the push!
Oh, he almost naded himself?
Oh, that's not good.
That was scary. Is B-Bold going to go in now? Be toxic? I think B-Bold will. They have nades locked and loaded. Oh, he sees them in the open. This could be bad. But meanwhile, Tonka catches David on the other side. Maybe Hyper are like, oh, there could be an opening here.
Fran sends it forward.
That was actually a good shot. And Hyper should attract commotion this way, right? You want to put the pressure on Entity 7. So he saw that vehicle and said, hey, no, stop right here.
They're pretty locked in on the low ground. Granted, there are entrances from the floor, but it is E7 that are the ones that are greater at risk to B-Bold and Royals of War. So this is playing out to Hyper's favor. The approach from the uninvited teams. Need to remind you, nothing to do with this fight.
Nothing to do with this fight. That's right. It's a battle between two. Look at this. They're talking to each other. They're starting to chirp. They know what's at stake here. Stars is all smiles here. This is what we love to see, guys. Even though, Hyper rebuild year, we're seeing progress from them. They're still having fun. That's what this game is all about.
I mean, we say that, but then suddenly the fighting has stopped. No one really has the freedom to make the moves. Even Lorenzen isn't going for what looked to be a pretty straightforward open shot. B-Bold are just waiting to third party. They want E7 to make the first step, but yeah, this is the problem with these early game engagements. Suddenly it gets into a holding pattern, and it might not move until the phase leaves them, and this is in circle 1 for the shots. Finally! Lorenzen gets activated. Good damage. Let's get the knock. The follow-up grenade could find it.
Does Entity 7 realize that this is B-Bold, or do they think it's Hyper? That's the question.
Ooh, good question.
Do they know this is a third party? That could change up their playstyle here.
The skin is different. Hyper, I think, have these gray the suits, whereas B-Bold have the gray jackets. I don't know if that's something that the teams would have observed at this point in the competition, but Baton swings out. Gets instantly re-knocked, but not confirmed.
And now Entity 7's pushing. FS by himself. Gonna have to hold the line. Gets one. Going for 2. Jump shot gets them. It's Entity 7 that get the better of Hyper here at the end of it. What a play. Ding, ding, ding. Entity 7 walking away as the champions of Ruins.
I don't know. They're not out yet. There's still Royals of War and B-Bold to try and cut them out. And the damage has been pretty massive onto E7 in terms of gear. They don't have the freedom to just run around normally to loot on up. I don't know what's going to be available still, and their bleed out timers have been knocked down low as well. So we'll see if they can't break out of this position compared to the equipment on the side of B-Bold and Royals of War. It's looking like these other teams have still a bigger favor.
Oh, man. B-Bold here looking to... They spoiled Influence Rage yesterday, and now they're spoiling us from the E7 and Hyper fair fight. B-Bold... Straight up toxic. are you gonna do here? B-Bold just looking to put some pressure. Rolls of War now in the mix here. I mean, man, it's a party at Ruins, and I told you, right? I mean, we're gonna see teams at the bottom just start making these kind of crazy fights, and it makes it that much more difficult for teams that desperately need points.
Yeah. Nothing to gain, nothing to lose.
It changes the meta as well, by the way, because the end zones are gonna be a lot more loose, considering that there's gonna be less teams.
Right. On Sandlock, I don't know how much that would really play out. Oh, and especially here.
Oh,
this
boy.
actually wouldn't change much at all, because if this gigantic river fork stays in the zone, that's less playable area regardless.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be pretty tough here. You can see that trifecta area still pretty open. B-Bold getting a shot there onto Victex. Aragod trying to get those peaks with that DBS. Not able to make a move just yet. So Aragod, he's going to be... You saw how he run back just so that pin, they couldn't hear it? Little plays like that can make all the difference.
Right. Still, Nox, E7 coming out on top as B-Bold are taking a couple of licks. This grenade by Aragod could be the spoiler, though. And, of course, again, the health bars are not favoring E7. Oh, the grenade is going to even things up, at least with Orzen.
Aragod, and now look who's here. All Glory Gaming. They know it was a party at Ruins.
Oh, my God.
Everybody's trying to steal this championship belt. This is craziness.
It's the last Sandlock of this entire event. Why not?
Go crazy. Go
Again,
crazy.
When we saw all that water in phase 2, dead center, honestly, screw it. Just send it to Ruins. Why not? Like,
Might as
this
well.
is more reliable capture of points than any sort of macro play onto the rest of Sandlock. And SLR now joining!
Everyone's coming to party, and this isn't even in zone. I love it. 9Z might be coming in this direction as well. Everybody was looking at the map, and they're all looking to fight it out. This is terrible for those top teams here. This is a horrible situation, because now Sandhawk, there's going to be a ton of teams out.
Well, this is actually good for the teams that are defending on the leaderboard, aka iNCO and Team Liquid. And now 9Z are here! Why is everyone rotating this direction? This is
it's Ruins, baby!
Well,
I'm
this is
telling you.
so to be fair, this is probably one of the better rotates macro-wise to get into the zone if you're southeast of the circle instead of having to fight through boot camp. But I don't know that is the reason why every single team is here. I'd maybe say that was the excuse for one or two. It wasn't planned out, but surely there were at least a couple more that just wanted to get involved in the third-party action.
I wonder if any team like worth their weight is going to come down here because after seeing this and they're like, hey, let me try to get some third parties going. That could be a possible thing to soak up some eliminations, but I think everyone's playing it safe at this point. Now, yeah, we've had our fun with this. This is going to keep on going on. We'll find out who the champions of Ruins are going to be, but at this point, I think Papa Blue's about to be the champ because Blue Zone is coming and coming in hot.
B-Bold already 6 eliminations. Eric got last one up to Royals of War. Footsteps, a little bit of a bait. Got popped one down. Able to get out into the next room. Okay, wait a second. Bring around the Rosie.
Aragod now in the blue zone. Oh, barely misses the shot. I thought he was going to hit it.
Yeah,
maybe if he was
good.
an FPP, he could have got it, but unfortunately, in TPP, couldn't get it done. B-Bold doing a good job from this position. 7 eliminations. Looking good, but I want to take a look at this zone. Let's take a look at it. Here we go. Where is it going to go? Will it head over to FURIA and make things hardcore in boot camp? Or will it center up? Let's see. It goes to FURIA! Are you kidding me? Look at how many teams that need these points are on the other side of the map.
Right. iNCO have to push through Titan. There is Death Wolves close to A7 and Influence Rage.
And Team Liquid, too.
Right. All the impactful teams are
all of them
on this. Like, but a lot of them are specifically southeast around boot camp.
And like I said, I mean, FURIA could have been in the mix if they were just more aggressive, but with their passive play style, there's just no way to get enough points with how many games are left to make an impact. So, oh boy. And honestly, with seeing them sit in this position, it hurts to see. It hurts to see. So let's see what these teams are going to do, trying to rotate on in. Alpha7 are going to cross that bridge, heading towards that Ruin side. That's going to be fun to watch. And Death Wolves are pushing in really late along with iNCO Gaming. So it is anyone's game right here. And let's see how this plays out as All Glory Gaming getting beat up by Blue Zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, able to heal on up. And this is going to start really ticking as soon as it hits that line.
Yeah, it's already doing a fair bit. Questionable meds are going to be really painful now. AGG hopping out still? Is there a random death box over here that they're going to loot up? Or are they doing this to...
Scout.
Or did they run out of gas? Why are they both
Oh,
out?
they could have ran out. Yeah, that could be a good point.
Oh, they might have ran out of gas. They're both on foot on the bridge. I'm looking at the map now. As we do see Spec also staring down Influence Rage. They had a little bit of a scrap earlier on. A member of NRG got knocked by Influence Rage from boot camp. So they're definitely aware of their positioning.
Man, if anybody has ever played a classic Sandhawk game, you know, boot camp hot drops have been a storied favorite for the history of this game. So everybody knows this position, right? If you're NRG, especially Spec, one of his favorite things to do is warm up. Is he'll just hot drop Sandhawk all day long. And you always hot drop boot camp. So
well,
yeah, these
I
guys
got Paradise,
know this area.
but yeah,
Paradise too. Yeah, you're right. It's either one or the other.
Boot camp's one of the more hardcore ones. I'm like Weenie Hut Jr. hot drop of Paradise Resort.
Nothing wrong with some Paradise. I'll tell you what, Paradise gets pretty sweaty as well. But you know
It
what?
can
The
be,
team that was there was iNCO. They're going hardcore through the blue on the rotation. So they're going to be having to push through Alpha7, everybody. And meanwhile, Milaz catches Milovan from Influence Rage.
It almost caught Law. And this grenade! Oh, I couldn't tell what side it was dropping. If it was thrown by Influence Rage or NRG, but Law has to get out of there. It's Alpha7. They crash in onto AGG. They just can't. They can't find themselves a position without a fight. Granted, I think that's what they want. But still, running into Alpha7, I don't think it was on their bingo card.
Definitely wasn't, but you can see Alpha7 starting to get pressured here. They got to be careful. That's a good nade. Does piece them up quite a bit. Revo needs to make a play, though. Oh, that Molly going in. That's going to actually really hurt Alpha7. They could lose some serious players here.
That's huge with the blue zone tacking in on top. On top of that, Carrillo's going to go down. Mafioso's the last one up using a first aid kit early on, and it's already stage 4. And look at Deathwolf just drive past this like nothing was happened. They are staying in their lane. They know what's their business, and it's not this.
Mafioso going out, gets one. Gets the second. That's going to be an Alpha7 victory all over All Glory Gaming. But man, that was winning the battle. Is it losing the war, though, here, Cameron?
It might be. They got 2 eliminations, which is 4 points, but Liquid are going to be seeing all of that interaction, the elimination feed, to be quite happy about it. As the circle stays on the water, it gives Team Liquid, as you can see on the map, just a tiny little corner to continue to play out of. If they can have another good game and really keep locked in, fairly neck and neck with Alpha7, who again are on the double points day, that is a victory in of itself.
I can't believe it. Team Liquid have just let this game go to luck, and it's actually working because Alpha7 going out early. Like I said, they had about a 5 to 10 point lead. Team Liquid did over Alpha7. So with 4 points, that's not going to be enough for Alpha7 to become the champions of this thing. There's still 2 more matches left to go, but every single match here, especially with so many of these lower teams battling it out early on, is going to make things that much more difficult towards the end.
Right, because those placement points are doubled up as well. So again, Liquid just want to make sure that Alpha7 go out early. And there's a clear way to do that. We've said it before.
That's true. That's true. There is a clear way to do that, but Team Liquid are not looking to make that happen by themselves. And it's so crazy that it's worked so far. Yeah. They've been very, very fortunate for...
We'll see what happens on the final Miramar and Erangel. With 2 rounds left, surely the impetus is stronger.
Yeah, let's take a look here. You know what? One team that is in a really good position is Deathwolves, right? Deathwolves are the main compound in the center of the zone. This is Deathwolves' opportunity here as iNCO Gaming go out with a goose egg. 0 eliminations, 0 placement points. Deathwolves, you got to get done here now.
This has been a terrible day for iNCO, and I don't really know what's going on. They're trying to loop in from the edge, and I feel like they're just missing that trigger finger, that extra half a second of delay, of waiting. Ow! As Federal drops in from the sky, takes NRG out, keeps Influence Rage's run alive.
That looked good. Busted out the jumping 180 to finish him off. That was nice. So Influence Rage, man, these guys have the ability to just pull off crazy plays all by themselves. Federal's going to make the long swim all on over to Diego. He's going to be busting out his Michael Phelps. You can see him right there.
Oh!
Oh, he's going to dive, though.
Oh, no.
Forget Michael Phelps. You got to be a dolphin at this point. Team Queso is on you.
Deep sea diver. Trying to dodge everything,
Retreat.
but starting to run out of breath. And this is all great for Death Wolves. iNCO's got almost nothing. Influence Rage got a couple of points, but with Death Wolves' position, as you said, it's looking really good to have another high score round with the double points to really double it. That's double points. That's what it does, right?
That's what it does, yeah.
It's in the name. I think Death Wolves, they're on track to make this work.
Man, this could be huge. This could be huge. And I mean, if you're Death Wolves, absolutely play it safe right here. You just need to get good, consistent points, especially in Sandhawk. The eliminations will come to you if the zone comes to you. So you just cannot afford a mistake. You can't get pushed up on by a team like FURIA here. And meanwhile, Team Liquid are still in the mix here. This could be, they need a big game, especially if they notice Alpha7 going out. They got to start going crazy with the eliminations because no double points day for them.
Yeah. I mean, you'd want them to go crazy with the eliminations regardless. But yeah, Mafioso, last one up for Alpha7. They got 3 points.
Oh, that hurt.
Makes it 6, but yeah, one little tag immediately forces. No, the blue! I don't think it's going to be
it.
No,
That's
okay.
it.
Oh, with the grenade!
Oh, 9Z got it. I thought that was Team Liquid that confirmed it. But that is Alpha7 gone. And Team Liquid now knows. So let's see how many eliminations they're going to get. Because one elimination right now is not enough. Yeah, they're going to continue that lead in first place. But again, with double points day, 2 matches left to go, you do not want to give Alpha7 any room to breathe at all.
Yeah, the fact that Alpha7 got 3 eliminations, 1 placement point, and that was 8 points on the overall leaderboard, like that shows how much work Liquid need to do and how much easier it is for Alpha7 to really secure that lead. But Liquid facing off against Queso, pushing from the north. They got the knock on to Silence. That was in the water, so a good knock to get there. The rest of the players are still hanging out on the north on the hillside. Trying to lock down this coastline. Good angles in this direction, at least.
Yeah, Team Liquid hunting down some eliminations because we saw earlier from Alpha7. They put up a 40-plus point game, guys. So, yeah, Team Liquid have a little tiny lead. That gap just got closed after the performance we just saw from Alpha7. So they need a monster game here to try and stave off one good game from Alpha7 in the future. Meanwhile, yeah, Federal from Influence Rage just trying to survive. He's going to make it to this island for sure. Oh, he may spot Mythic here. Wide on the open.
That could be
Mythic's
impactful.
about to get beamed. He's got to check his back.
I thought I saw someone from Liquid looking towards this island, at least for a brief moment, but no, Federal doesn't want to shoot. Even if he spots Mythic, he wants to make his way into the zone first. Doesn't want to draw attention to himself. That island is not in the zone, but Liquid, they're just fully focused on the Queso in the north. This is a great opportunity for Federal to move in.
Will Federal take a shot, though? That's the question. Will he take a shot? No, he does not. So Federal is trying to get placement points over everything. That may not be a bad idea at all. The trigger discipline is at a maximum level here. But Death Wolves are still here. They could win this game very easily. They need to start getting some elimination. Oh, he takes the shots! That's one! Confirmation! Goes for the second, and now it's just Ayala. I believe, no, yeah, Ayala and Cardosen, but Cardosen's on the whole other angle here. But look at that. Federal able to steal one elimination, and they know exactly who it is.
In the footsteps above him, cooking the grenade. This could be impactful. Has to jump back to lob it over so it doesn't hit the rocks, and immediately drops back down with the revive that he knows came into play. It's on the hunt. But while Liquid hunt for this one last player, they're losing timing on being able to really approach the next zone. Death Wolves are kind of farming placements for free at this point. FURIA pushing in from the north, but they're going to be out in the blue. They don't have a lot of options themselves.
Team Liquid, you can see the aggression is going to need to start ramping up here because they need points desperately. Every single elimination they can possibly get. Federal pushing up the, oh, turns around. Oh, nice little one, was that 360 Molotov? Put in some work. But he is going to go down after all. But Team Liquid, they are hurting. Only, I believe, Mythic and Cardosen still up by an inch. But now Death Wolves are going to start applying the pressure.
it should be an easy win. Open and shut case for Death Wolves. They have, what, 5 eliminations at the moment. We lost FURIA a half second, I think, before we lost Influence Rage. That's Cardozen going down, full confirmed. It's just Mythic left. Can he secure? This is an easy secure. Boy out in the open.
Big.
That was not needed, but the grenade at least finishes Liquid off before it can get even worse.
And there's the Death Wolves pop-off that we wanted to see. This is the game that they needed. iNCO Gaming and Influence Rage are just put out a big sigh right now because they know that they have so much work to do in the next 2 games, especially with Death Wolves. The consistency that we've seen from this team, it's just straight up clutch. It's just straight up clutch. What else can you say?
I don't know. Really good for Death Wolves. They only came out with, what, I think 7 eliminations there, which isn't the highest amount. But from that compound, securing that position and winning a game on Sanhok, like, you take that.
Oh, no, it's huge because it's their double points, right? So it's like they're walking away with Caster math, right? But I'm pretty sure they just passed Influence Rage despite their performance getting 3rd place with 4 eliminations. So that puts them now in 4th place. And I believe they are inching, if not like inches away from catching up to iNCO Gaming.
Yeah.
Because iNCO Gaming didn't have, they didn't get any placement points in 10th place, and they also had 0 eliminations. So that game alone from Death Wolves could very well have just put them in 3rd place or incredibly close to 3rd place. So that is massive. And let's not forget Team Liquid, right? Also picking up 2nd with 6 eliminations to Alpha7, who only ended up picking up, 3 eliminations in 8th place. So they should still stay, I think, in 1st place, maybe, over Alpha7. So, like, it's close. You know, the teams that need to be performing well to hold on or at least catch up aren't doing so. But I got to start off with you, Hot Jukes. Let's just talk with the elephant in the room, man. Ruins. Ruins was chaos.
It was absolute chaos. It's Entity 7 that gets the better of Ed Hyper. And I got the official report, okay? 19 bodies in Ruins, okay? There was 19 bodies left on the field. That's how many players and teams decided to get here. That is ridiculous. So, I mean, obviously, Ruins, there was just absolute chaos from start to finish, and that's going to change the metas up here.
It could very well, man. 19 bodies is, like, actually crazy, Cameron, and I really wanted that E7 and Hyper fight to be pure, but ultimately just B-Bold came in, then all of a sudden everybody else is there, and someone in the comments was like, oh, the free points, you know, they're eliminating each other, but, you know, it is what it is. It was incredible. I love that play from Federal, from Influence Rage, Cameron, because it showed how far he's willing to go to get the cleanups and how far Influence Rage is willing to go in order to secure a top 4.
I mean, the double spray down coming out here, I still don't know if that was the right play because we saw the follow-up wasn't the easiest. I think it would have been better for Federal to try and land below them. But then again, he would have queued in sound cues for Liquid to respond, and I think, you know, it could go either way. Still, Federal really made Liquid work for it, and you could argue Federal is the reason why Death Wolves won this round, because of the damage that he dealt to Liquid, even just in timing, regardless of any eliminations that came out of it.
Which is kind of ironic, isn't it? Because Influence Rage needs to beat Death Wolves, and Death Wolves unironically being held by Influence Rage. 34 points. That is huge. Influence Rage only getting 9. Now, I believe they had a little bit of a lead over Death Wolves, but come on, 34 points. That surely has to put them above them. And also, like I said, inching closer and closer to iNCO, who, Cameron, they started the day with, what, like a 60-point lead over 4th place? Was that right, Cameron?
iNCO Gaming had, so they started the day with 708. Influence Rage had 662, so a 46 point lead. And then Death Wolves is at 627, which usually I would say, oh, like, Death Wolves need to have a great day to even contend with 4th place, which they've had a great day. They had a sort of poor round 1, but then they got 3rd place, now 1st place. And with iNCO Gaming getting almost nothing every single round so far today, I did not expect. I don't know what the leaderboards look like. We don't have the overalls, but just my own mental guesses on what it's looking like now. I didn't expect this to happen. This collapse by iNCO is heartbreaking.
It is. It's almost reminiscent of FURIA on their double points day. You know, it is like you have it exactly what you need, and now you're dropping the ball. And that's why I tried to say in the beginning, Hot Jukes, like, not to put all the conversation on iNCO, but it's like iNCO Gaming is a great team, but I swear to you, they're inconsistent. Like, they can have days where they're incredible, and you know, decent placing, eliminations, but then they have days like this. And I feel like we've been having more days like this leading into week 2 and then week 3 than we did in week 1 where iNCO was just on fire.
Changing your play styles. This is what happens. And this is not changing your play style for the better. It's not, you know, being aggressive to try and take down Death Wolves. It's just playing passive, right? It's just trying to hope that Death Wolves don't do good. And guess what? That strategy didn't work out. And we're going to see if that strategy is going to work out for Team Liquid, because there's still 2 matches left to go. They are very fortunate that it just so happened to work out the past 2 games, but this is going to come down to the wire for sure.
Hot drop.
You know, I'm hot drop.
Listen, they should have hot dropped 2 rounds ago. They got so lucky with what happened with them versus Alpha7. They got very lucky with E7 on the previous round, and then just the shenanigans around Ruins. Sorry, E7 2 rounds ago, and then shenanigans around Ruins, which included E7, I guess. The previous round on Sanhok. They cannot hope for that to happen 2 more rounds in a row. Liquid need to drop onto Alpha7. If not on top of them, at least immediately around them. Liquid's job is not to win a game anymore. Liquid's job is to make sure that Alpha7 cannot play the game. That's their win condition now.
That's fire. I love that. I do. And you're exactly right on that. Nobody's passing them up outside of themselves, right? Team Liquid or Alpha7. Now it's time. Shut them down, get first place, and secure the bag. That's what is needed from Team Liquid. And Team Liquid is a great transition into our break, because Sarpatch was on the scene to talk to Team Liquid's Cardozo, which is perfect because we just heard from Revo, right, from Alpha7. So let's hear what Cardozo from Team Liquid had to say.
Guys, here we are with Cardozo. Brother, great match. Almost getting the first place. Very important points for the fight for the championship. Muito bom jogo agora. Pontos muito importantes, especialmente agora que está na briga por o campeonato.
Os pontos bons, dava para ter ganhado, mas foi pontos bons para a gente acordar e brigar até o fim pelo título.
Yes, very good points. We could have won, but it's points that will wake us up to fight for the title. That title is really a really tough match. Do you feel that them having the double points today, how is it affecting you guys, or if any at all? Que eles tenham o dobro ponto agora afeta vocês em algum sentido fora do competitivo?
Não afeta. A gente vai fazer nosso jogo independente do que houver. E é isso.
No, not at all. We know that they have double points, but we have to play our game, and that's it, bro. Thank you very much, sir. Best of luck. Let's go.
There is a trade. Really cutting it close there.
The back foot here, trying to defend.
And he's going to connect, but missed the follow-up, and he goes down. Defense. Oh, wow.
Wait a second. What?
Gets blown up from the blue zone. Too strong, way too good. And here they go to take a huge chicken dinner.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's Spring Season, the final day. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. It looks like we are loading into map 5, so now I got to focus the conversation into the last 2 maps. Hot Jukes, we don't know the map per se, right? But we got to we're coming close to maybe Team Liquid could be in first. Alpha7 might be a little bit behind. What's going on in the standings, you think?
Oh, that's getting close, baby, because guess what? I have done some math. That's right. Let me go ahead. Of course, guys, this is not official. Always wait for the official scoreboards to figure out what's going on, right? But I do want to set the storyline up because it's huge, okay? So Team Liquid are now above Alpha7, okay? And they have about a 12-point lead above them, okay? Give or take a couple points. So that is going to be crazy. Consider that Alpha7 could destroy that lead with just 1 game, right? They have 2 games left to go. Next up, the big storyline is Death Wolves. Death Wolves, after that game, should have passed up iNCO, and by my math, only about a 4-point lead above them. So that is ridiculously close. And right below that is Influence Rage. So the gap between them and Death Wolves is 20 points. Okay, so again, this is going to be an absolute brawl. If you're Influence Rage, you need to hope that Death Wolves go down, right?
Yep.
And what do you think, Cameron?
Question: where are FURIA in this?
Long gone, baby. Long gone. Yeah, they need a good, what is it, 46? Yeah, a lot of points. A good lot of points away. So, FURIA, they're out of this as to get it, at least 3rd or 4th. But Influence Rage, right there. iNCO, right there. And Death Wolves, they're pretty much 1 good game away from locking it down.
Scary, Cameron. Like iNCO's got to be strong here. I view this game more important than the game number 6, only because for certain rosters, like, they can truly lock in their spot now if they just play it properly. And I think more so for iNCO, like, iNCO just needs a really good game right now and just needs to outdo Influence Rage to continue to keep them at bay or try to keep them at bay, right, Cameron?
Yeah, you're right about round 5 on the final day being almost more impactful. Just because I don't know, this isn't based off of anything that I can really point to specifically, but there is that feeling like this is almost the final. There's at the very least you need to keep things close, and with the numbers that Jukes just laid out there, it's close for all top 5 teams in their own little bracket. Liquid and Alpha7, Death Wolves, iNCO, Influence Rage. For all those teams, there is still something to play for here. You cannot expect that to be the same after round 5.
Scary stuff. This is an impactful map. Chat, get loud. Let us know who you think is going to take this one and who is going to finish on top. Only 2 more maps to go, and this is one of them. We're heading into Miramar, map number 5. Without further ado, let's get it started for map 5. Cameron Davis, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Let's get it going. These are the championship rounds, folks. This game and 1 more left to go, and we're going to crown a PUBG Mobile Super League America's champion. And we're also going to find out which other 2 teams are going straight to the group stage in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And the 4th place team going to head to the survival stage there as well. People are jumping out the plane. Cameron, I did some caster math, like I said, completely unofficial. But man, this is a close one. One. What do you think that some of these teams need to do? Just to kind of rehash again, right? Team Liquid, 1st place by around 12 points. Death Wolves in 3rd, above iNCO in 4th with 4, and Influence Rage in 5th place with a 20-point gap in order to cross Death Wolves. If you're Influence Rage, what do you do?
Influence Rage, unfortunately, don't have the luxury of being able to try and disrupt the other teams that they are now chasing. I think they just need to have a really good game themselves. And because Deathwolves are on the double points day themselves, their biggest target should just be trying to overtake iNCO and just coming in fourth. If they have a great, like, high elimination chicken dinner here, then we can start to maybe try and fight back for third place. But at the moment for them, it's about trying to overtake iNCO. And iNCO's constantly leaving that door open. They are getting nothing done today. We'll see with the south shift with iNCO dropping a Picado. They're going to have potentially early access to a nice position west of Los Leones. Then again, in this circle, you don't know if it's going to go to Los Leones or what it is. I also see that Liquid are not dropping on Alpha7 in El Pozo. So again, I don't know what Liquid are thinking about this. This logic makes no sense. I don't understand it. Or maybe it's because we're speaking different languages, the two cultures, them and I. But regardless, it's all Greek to me.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now the strategy. All right, I think they're using the same strategy that Revo talked about, right? And that's just pray, right?
Yeah.
Just pray that Alpha7 do nothing. What happened?
Double machete? Or okay,
No way.
That was just a knock and an elimination coming out from Queso. Yeah, 2 MV. There it is. Just 1 elim already onto Hyper. Because we're seeing a number of different hot drops on Miramar, which shouldn't surprise anyone.
We're going to continue to see these here in the last 2 games, because why not? I mean, a lot of these teams know that, hey, we're pretty much done for. Team Queso and Hyper too far down the leaderboards to make an impact for top 3. So at this point, they're just fighting it out, pushing each other, and just, you know, having some fun with it. Looking to make some click. And Silence is starting to press one of these players from Hyper. And M2M is right there next to him. FS, though, jumping out in the open. Ooh, nice shots there on M2M. Gets the knock, too.
Gets the follow-up. Silence is there for the potential revive, but with Baton on the top floor, can't go for it safely. So Hyper, having lost the first player pretty early on, they're looking like they're on the right track to recover this whole entire fight.
Let's see right now as Caprice running on in the open. Oh, gets Potro down to 1 HP, but is not able to get the knock. What's
Calling it out for Baton to follow up on, but Baton is getting the first aid kit. Is able to pop that one off. Yeah, wants to go for the revive at least.
Gets to secure the res, but in a very terrible spot. This is a very difficult res here because he's wide open to that window. Oh, beautiful nade. Oh, man. Baton force. Oh, gets the knock on a Potro. Perfect pre-fire. Yeah, he's going to get the confirmation. Oh, almost does.
At least sets it up to a 1 versus 1. Teammates bleeding out. They're not bleeding out fast enough for it to be a huge concern. Obviously, Baton would want to finish this up pretty cleanly, pretty quickly. But he has some time to play with the ability to recover.
Nice shots there.
Oh!
Oh, Baton really risking this. Yeah, he's now going to go over to Caprice. Tried to pick up his teammate. Found some first aids. That's going to be good. Or not first aids, but bandages at least.
Yeah, with that health bar trade, Milo still on top. Wants to stop all of this timing, but with the number of walls and hallways in between, no, wait, he knows exactly where they're going. Grenade is prepared for this. This could be devastating.
Meanwhile, FS going to make the long crawl to Caprice, most likely. Caprice should back up and try to pick up his teammate. And Baton is going to make the push, most likely, just to kind of stifle this. Uh-oh, yeah, he heard the pin pull. Yep. All right, Baton on the backside. Going for the pickup on FS. Oh, but the blue zone.
It's still only phase 1. But Milo is calling it, but the footsteps heard. And Hyper FS does get confirmed because of it. But Hyper surviving with, looks like 2 at the end of all things as we swap over to AGG, who also have 2 eliminations in their fight with Liquid? Wait, Liquid are down to 2. No, they aren't. What am I looking at? Super Lazy Reflex? Yeah, okay, them.
Yeah, SLR down to 2 right there. I'm looking. Alpha7 are still in El Pozo, so they're going to be rotating in late, but that is not uncommon for them in Miramar. This is what they like to do. iNCO Gaming are just starting to leave Pecado, so they're leaving that center map area. Going to go down to Los Leones. 2 teams that are very close together, that are also close together in leaderboards, is Deathwolves and Influence Rage. They are way too close for comfort.
Ooh, grenades coming in. Doesn't actually bounce up the stairs. Does cover the smoke to allow the cross. Yeah, no need for any sort of sight at this range with the micro Uzi. Hip firing is all you need for this weapon.
Oh boy, let's see right now. Yep, Koi trying to make some plays with that Uzi. And oh, there they go. Koi! Oh my gosh. Getting a good couple and gets some good damage. Unfortunately, not able to get the finish. Oh, and the box gets shot by Pedrino from All Glory Gaming.
This has been a long-standing rivalry. Similarly with the Sanhok Ruins, this fighting has happened a lot on Miramar here. So moral victory is the only victory that any of these teams are going to be looking at the end of the day, because none of these fights have had any impact at all outside of possible points of the top 5, which is where the real action is, the real concern is had.
And this is what I was saying yesterday. I was stating it so many times that teams needed to go crazy yesterday, because on the last day, you never know what's going to happen. You're going to see this, right? You're going to see teams just start pushing each other, squads going out earlier than we could have ever expected, and those teams that need like that miracle 100-point gain, it's so difficult to get it on the last day of the tournament. So if you want to be able to get numbers like that, you got to play it aggressive. That's why when I saw FURIA play passive in match number 1, I was like, it's over.
Yeah. Ooh, wait a second. Influence Rage stopped in the middle of the road, having to get a quick little pickup. Thankfully, there was a car immediately behind, so it made the stop not very long, but oh, a headshot at the end. Almost got the knock. Thankfully, Influence Rage get behind cover just in time, and then it allows them to reset, but Be Bold just will not allow any team to go through an early game uncontested.
Let's see right now. Yeah, Influence Rage just getting a secure position here. Now, again, Influence Rage, we're behind Death Wolves about 20 points and about 16 points behind iNCO. So, Influence Rage, if they wanted to be able to even catch iNCO at this point, they need a chicken dinner. Probably right here, right now. Don't you think?
Oh, yeah, probably. Death Wolves, for sure. They just need to have some solid games to get 4th place over iNCO. But yeah, for Death Wolves, they need that win, because Death Wolves are on that the double point day. So I'm just distracted by this fight with Royals of War also rolling up into Los Leones. Thankfully, we do not end up in the big old city. We go hard shift west. Chumacera, or at least east of it, is dead center. 9Z, Liquid, both with good rotating lines to get a central spot.
The big zone shift for Alpha7. Alpha7 was way down there down south, and this shift just makes it so much easier for them to push on in. So Team Liquid, you let Alpha7 just, you know, do what they do here, and let's see if that was after all a big mistake. We've been saying it here on the desk, right? Like, you gotta stop them yourselves, but who knows, right? Maybe luck might just go your way. But Alpha7, a third time in a row. I mean, oh my gosh, I'm not a full-fledged mathematician when it comes to, you know, odds, but I'll say that that's pretty slim.
It's pretty slim. Getting 2 in a row is slim enough. That's why it's kind of really strange that they're not saying, you know what? We've been given this opportunity. This what we thought was like a small door ended up being an entire like airplane. What are the big like airplane shack the doors?
Oh yeah, like cargo door?
Yeah, whatever, something like that, right? Like, it ended up being like that size. Let's just really make full use of the opportunity and hot drop them. But regardless, Alpha7 now in the middle of a fight. They already got 1 elimination.
I don't know. All I know is that door, to me, it looked like the pearly gates. Getting 2 games in a row with, you know, Alpha7 of all teams pulling up pretty much goose eggs. I mean, that could have been just a huge sign that, hey, we got to make a move against them, because the odds it's going to happen 3 times in a row are pretty crazy slim. And just with that 1 elimination alone, that's 2 points.
Yep.
That's 2 points. They're in a great position here playing the edge. But anything's possible. Let's see.
Yeah. What'd you say? 12-point gap? Now drop down to 10.
Yep. Just like that. Just like that. So, I mean, Team Liquid are not out this game yet. They did lose a player early on, and they don't have a bad spot as well. So, they're going to put some points up of their own. But the thing is we've seen what Alpha7 can do in this day alone, right? They put up a 40-plus point game off the rip here.
Yeah.
So, if they do that, I mean, it could be over.
I mean, and didn't Alpha7 break the record for most points gained in one day? 98 points. And that wasn't including the double up. That was just 98 points, just raw, all natural, holistic, organic in PUBG Mobile 6 rounds. So even though they've had a couple of poor rounds so far, they're still Alpha7. They could still turn it on. You can't, they're not, this is not a sign of the times that they're suddenly washed.
Let's be real. Let's be real, guys. If there's 2 games left. There's 2 games left. This one, and one more left to go. If Alpha7 get a double-digit elimination chicken dinner right here, right now, they could be our champions.
Yep.
Literally, right? So, Team Liquid, if you even see them in the feed and get an inch of an idea that they're nearby you, you have to play it aggressive. You cannot just go for a chicken dinner, just like we saw FURIA do earlier.
Circle centers up. Now we have Alpha7 on the edge, but they're coming in from a high ground edge. You can see everyone has avoided the northeast side, despite that being the side closer to more teams because of the hard shift west on the previous zone. But it's because there's nothing down there. We'll see what Deathwolves do when they rotate into that area. But even Liquid's position is looking quite precarious. Here you can see this spread that they have around, currently in an engagement with E7. But it is very open, could be vulnerable to a number of angles to the southwest, which is... coincidentally, the center of Phase 3.
Oh, things are starting to heat up here, folks. These are the championship rounds, the championship minutes. These are the last minutes that these players are most likely going to be able to spend on the big stage here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And you can see Be Bold looking to get active. Everybody is. You can just see the aggression from all these teams at the bottom of the leaderboards just going through the roof at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Be Bold has been aggressive since they dropped out of the plane. That's just the way that they play now, especially on this final day. Grenades coming out of Royals of War, countering into Be Bold, and David's on the run, on the push forward. Ooh, looked like he could have been caught out in the open. Victex, I think, was a little slow to pull that trigger. But that grenade gets the knock. That's huge for Fran.
Yeah, nice knock for Fran, and Be Bold looking to just continue on with this aggression. Here they go. Cole Gold up top. Diego on the other side. Oh, here we go. This is Influence Rage. Influence Rage against FURIA. Diego, up close and personal. Oh, that nade is too close for comfort, and he ate it. I'm surprised. Where is the rest of the squad?
You knew that he was far enough away to not get knocked by it and didn't want to leave cover, but now the barrage of grenades following up behind it is eventually going to get the knock. Milo has arrived to try and give some support, but FURIA, they are flooding over this area.
That rhymed, and I'll tell you what doesn't rhyme. That is Influence Rage losing and third place. So if you're Influence Rage, you gotta go nuts here. There's only this game and one more left to go. You have to win this fight. You have no choice. You want to go? If you want to go to the Esports World Cup, the rest of the team needs to get here quick.
They are here. They just weren't in a position to really follow up. The knock that happened onto Diego was just too soon. And I think this was just an unlucky rotation coming out from Influence Rage. If my memory serves me correctly, looking at the map, both those teams just rotated into the spot based off of the circle shift. It wasn't a planned fight.
And it's Carrillo there from Alpha7 to catch one of the players from Influence Rage off guard. Here comes the rest of Alpha7 pushing up on a Titan Mafioso and the whole other side of the map with a crazy shot from downtown. Hits the laydown spray. And Alpha7, yep, the 2 matches in a row was very lucky, but they're not making it happen a third time.
Get the confirmation. Third elimination. Now Carrillo has arrived. Just driving around in circles. Reva gets the run over.
These are double points, guys. Alpha7, every elimination here, Team Liquid's heart is sinking. And because Alpha7 are starting to warm up. And that is one thing you do not want to see from them in the last days of this tournament. Inactive going to just full send it on away. You should be able to make it safely away from Alpha7 at least. But that's Royals of War eliminated. 13 teams remaining, guys, in the second to last match of this tournament.
Oh, look at iNCO. They're actually dead center, coming in quietly because they've been quiet all day, but they find themselves in a central position on this zone. Phase 4 having shifted up northwest. So finally, maybe iNCO can get activated. They can get points in this round.
iNCO need to get activated, and they need Deathwolves to completely throw this match. That's what they need. Influence Rage are already pretty much down and out, so iNCO, with this, could have a really solid chance of securing at least the survival stage slot.
Right.
That's something you don't want to risk. You want that third place. You want to go automatically to the group stage with a big show. And the only way that happens is you got to have a good game right now, iNCO, and you got to hope that Deathwolves go out early.
The problem is iNCO aren't in a position on the leaderboard that it's safe to int their entire game into Deathwolves.
That's
because
true.
if they go down, they could get passed over by Influence Rage. And even though the survival stage is not a comfortable one, it's better than not going at all. So it makes sense for them that they would rather just try and hold on here. We'll see what the leaderboard looks like, or our guess is at the leaderboard going into round number 6. If there's any sort of reason for them to make a move on the final Erangel. But for now, Deathwolves slowly approaching Liquid's compound on the eastern edge.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. And this could have been a totally different strategy for iNCO if they did well early on the day, but they just absolutely dumped their first half of this last day. And it's critical because now Deathwolves are looking to take away that group stage slot because of it. I hope regardless of wherever iNCO ends up, that they learn from this situation big time and adapt for the future, because this team, when they're on point, I mean, we've seen them, right? We've seen them have the best double points days of anybody in this tournament. So they can pop off, but this turtle up strategy to try to hold on, it just backfired big time.
Right. So for iNCO, I will say their struggles today have come from rotating in their edge mid game, which we don't know what information they have. We don't know what strategies and plans they have. So, because we're paying attention to all 16 teams, right? I will say there is a chance that iNCO Gaming were intending to try and be a lot more active, and they just kind of got unlucky or unfortunate with the way that things have panned out. I would guess there has to be at least a level of non-aggression for that to happen. But I will say, compared to Team Liquid, who are actively not hunting down A7, there's a bit of a different sort of a level of speculation that we can give for iNCO's approach. But thankfully here, they get the shift once again, find themselves center.
Maybe Gary's circle luck had a delay. Maybe he used it all up on their double point stage. You know what I'm saying?
Could, yeah.
Yeah, because Gary, now it's starting to kick in. I mean, they're dead center of this zone. This is the game they've been waiting for. The question is just how much are they going to capitalize on it, right? Are they going to play like some of these other teams and just sit and wait and hopefully look out for a one elimination chicken dinner, or are they going to try to take the reins on this thing and secure third place? We're going to see right now. It's be bold push.
Oh!
David goes down though to ND7.
Those two members of E7 still up. And then Lorenzen, only grenades in play. Should have been throwing those out earlier, but Deathwolves, they heard the shots, they heard the fights. They know that they need points, and D7 do go down. Only one elimination on their end as we see Law, last one up for Influence Rage. Just waiting, hiding in a shack.
Deathwolves need to push this. I mean, well, they need to figure out a way into this next zone. That's what I mean. They got to push into this circle. And there's a lot of teams ahead of them. One of the players, though, is Law. And if they're able to find him out, that's Influence Rage out of this thing with 0 points. Law desperately just trying to find any kind of elimination. Alpha7 on the rotate. And it looks like they're making a rotation pretty free and clear here. Very, very fortunate rotate. Oh, now they're starting to receive some shots. This could be very, very fortunate for Team Liquid.
Oh, that looked like a second knock coming out from Law. Law's at least able. Did Law steal that?
I think he did. No, he did not. He did not get the confirmation. Very unfortunate.
But at least he's trying for it. But Alpha7, they're getting cut down here. And then Hyper once again being the stop to the Brazilian powerhouses. It's all down to Mafioso.
This is a really odd rotation for Alpha7. Normally they just push up hill by hill, right? And then just take everybody on. But instead, I think they got a little bit too greedy and tried this crazy send and got punished for it. So, oh my gosh, the Team Liquid luck is just continuing to ring true here as Alpha7 gets pieced up big time. 4 eliminations so far. But, I don't know if that's enough to pass up Team Liquid.
I don't think it's quite enough. There's no placement points yet either. And Liquid are still in the game. If they get some points, if they get some placements, if they even get like a podium here, I think they'd be doing just enough to hold on, as much as it hates that they're not getting they're not receiving the consequences of the lack of aggression onto Alpha7, but Deathwolves, they're going aggressive. They're able to catch out Law. They identify that it's a lone player. I don't know if they know that it's Influence Rage, but hey, points are points, and they're on their double point day. It's going to be that much more impactful.
Deathwolves on the edge, just starting to get active here. 2 eliminations so far. Unfortunately, they lose Rato Boy. That is Mafioso getting eliminated. That is Alpha7 out of this game. Team Liquid still up with 3. What can they do?
Ooh, what can Deathwolves do? They're getting torn apart. They're not able to find a small little ledge to just survive in, and Law is watching with glee. There is Liquid just to the north, as you said. Will they come down to the south, or with the center shift, do they try and take on Hyper? There are a lot of teams still up, and not a lot of cover, not a lot of positions to play.
Could you imagine the pressure these teams are going to feel in the last game here coming up? It is insane. The pressure they're feeling right now, especially from Death Wolves, is they're down to 2 players. They do not have the zone. It is not looking good. iNCO Gaming is still up, and they got blessed at the perfect time. So with the way it's looking, it's going to definitely come down to the last game, and it could come down for Alpha7 and for Death Wolves if these last 2 players can't make something happen.
They might just want to look for a couple of eliminations before they go out. Going for placements as a duo with this many people still alive, it's not looking great for their position in the zone. These grenades just aren't hitting. They're not landing.
Law survives for another minute, and Death Wolves forced to make a crazy rotation. Obscure's not gonna have no idea. Oh my gosh, he gets beat up and knocked by FURIA. Law instantly gets that secure, and that's against Death Wolves. That is terrible situation. Last player up, and I think that is, yep, Death Wolves eliminated. Meanwhile, Team Liquid looking to extend their lead and hopefully become the champions of this tournament.
Don't know how much further Law can go. It's going to be iNCO that gets the kill on the Law. That's huge for them. That's the first elimination. But iNCO, with this Ivory Tower position, has an opportunity to start really farming those points now, which is great to double up on with Influence Rage and Death Wolves having already gone out. Can they really make work of this opportunity?
Let's see what happens here. Mythic getting knocked by Kowski. And she, oh, that is Team Liquid now out of here. Are you kidding me? What is happening? It's all up to iNCO. It really is up to iNCO to make it happen right here and now. You could not ask for a better opportunity.
They have to get the points, but a lot of the fighting is happening out of reach of them, out of sight. And it's not out of mind because they're seeing it in the elimination feed, but they can't do anything about it. Because similar to FURIA's game 1, leaving this compound to try and go chase eliminations,
you can't.
It's not really worth it. HG go down now, 5 eliminations in their pocket before they head out. Only 1 elimination for iNCO still, and no one is coming into their threat range.
This is the last days. Look at this. This is only stage 6 here, Cameron. Look how much room is available, you know? Yeah. That makes things so much more difficult for a team like iNCO, because normally there'd be teams everywhere and you could soak up points and find stragglers, but there's just not enough teams left. There's only 7 squads remaining in a zone this big.
Adrian just driving around in circles again, baiting out shots, trying to find some information. Last few members of Be Bold, and then of course Hyper just below them. Chersen's gonna get revived, but the cover is getting limited, and that vehicle could go up. It doesn't matter. It's going to be the shots that confirm that.
Let's go ahead and look and see what's going to happen here. The next zone goes up right onto iNCO.
Oh, no.
That makes things interesting.
This is bad for iNCO, because this doesn't really incentivize the populated side to keep getting to the line of sight still. It's just the few scattered remaining members of FURIA and Hyper that remain on the east. And so that's, what, 1 or 2 points? And as you can see, their trajectory is down towards the south. I don't think iNCO is going to have that many shot options.
Well, FURIA is on the push. FURIA, prior to this game, Cameron, about a 50-point gap away from catching the 4th place position. So 7 eliminations so far is a great game, but even with a chicken dinner here, that's only 17 points.
Yeah.
They need everybody in this lobby and even a record-breaking game in the next one. And you got to hope that iNCO doesn't do anything here.
Yeah.
And they're looking very good.
Yeah. I will say for FURIA, at this point, they look a little more active, a little more hyped to try and go for engagements. Unfortunately, it's just too little too late. And it sucks that we see that time and time again in PUBG Mobile, that they always wait till it's beyond the realm of possibility to go for Hail Mary plays, when they really should have done it a lot sooner.
FURIA should have been playing like this for match number 1. If they would have been able to do that in Erangel, I think they could have had a shot. But yeah, just recognizing the leaderboards too late. And I'm so shocked because they had the whole night to know what the strategy was and just refused to execute on it until the absolute bitter end. Meanwhile, yeah, we're watching teams fight all over the place. But again, all eyes right now are on iNCO. What can they do? Can they win this game with some serious eliminations to hopefully secure that last spot to Riyadh?
I mean, serious eliminations is not looking to go that way. They haven't even gotten a second yet. The one elimination that they got was onto Law about like 300 meters to the east, but finally the grenades are going down. But no, it's actually going to be a vehicle explosion to get that first knock against NRG. Thankfully, the frags are going to chime in to clean those up. So 4 eliminations, finally iNCO, they're starting to put them on the board, and they're extending some players out to really get involved in the fights, which is a great time to do it.
Yes, I think they finally realized what's at stake. They're like, all right, you know what? Yeah, we got a good position. Now it's too good to be true. We need eliminations. Let's get out here and go get them ourselves. That's what they need to do. And with the game like this, 4 eliminations so far, there's what? Still 4 left to go. And unfortunately, I think it's just all solos. That's going to be difficult to grab all of them. Actually, no, there's 2 up from Hyper still. Okay. Yeah. So 2 up from Hyper, then 1 from NRG. And 1 more. So, iNCO Gaming, honestly, they need the chicken dinner in all 4 here.
Right. And they're in a great position to get it, assuming the solos and duo don't spot each other out first.
By the way, look who's here. North America, baby. North America. Right here. USA. USA. Let's get it. NRG, 7 eliminations. Titan Gaming, and Hyper saying, NA... North America fans, I know we didn't do what we wanted to do in this tournament, but come fall, we're bringing the heat.
What is more NA than gathering around to watch another team get the chicken dinner?
Oh, that's true. Let me hold on real quick, Cameron. Can you take the knife out of my back before we continue? Oh, boy. And Hyper, let's see, can NA... right? Focus down iNCO Gaming. Right now, if you're an iNCO Gaming fan, you are the biggest North America hater right now.
Right.
Because you need these guys to win this game.
Baton's maneuvering around, and as the one North American set with the duo, they have the freedom to go for space-making plays just like this. The other remaining duos from NRG and Titan, they can't really move. They're just forced to prone down, and they're waiting for the blue collapse in, but they're going to be collapsing into the line of fire of Baton and iNCO.
Let's see. All eyes are on iNCO Gaming right now. Oh, Nemesis hits the nade on the Baton. And Fate said, okay, I'm going to take that elimination right there. What a shot from Caprice to get Gary. But Nemesis to get the confirmation. It's looking like an iNCO Gaming win, and this is exactly what they need to do. They need every elimination possible.
Yeah, absolutely, to keep themselves in the mix and keep themselves in the fight.
Fate goes down to blue. Oh, that
denying
hurts.
For
iNCO.
What? Denying for whom? Just out
saying,
of
you know what?
petty?
That's who Fate is. Fate says, if I'm gonna go out, I'm going out on my own terms.
Listen, I mean, I do the same. Just in my casual, normal matches, I'm not going down to you.
That's right. Molly right there next to the rock, inactive, forced to make a play. It's a nice little headshot there, but that's an iNCO Gaming chicken dinner. Who I saw some players with their hands on their head there, because this is getting intense, Cameron. It's all coming down to the final game.
It is. And a great round for iNCO to win. We have to see what this does for their confidence. Look at the energy that these players are bringing now that they've gotten the chicken dinner. We have 1 round left. They have been playing very quietly today. They can't be doing that anymore going into the last Erangel.
Well, I think their quiet period has ended. I mean, that is a tremendous win, exactly when they needed it. And what a time to do it. Death Wolves, they finish early with only 4 points. And then Influence Rage, they finish early with only 1 point, right? And then meanwhile, you get a winner-winner chicken dinner, 7 elims for iNCO Gaming, when I believe, Hotchukes, they lost their position in 3rd place just a little bit ago, right after map number 4, Sandhawk. So they should be right above them once again, which quite literally takes it down to the wire, the final map.
This is going to be crazy. This last game, there are too many teams that desperately need points here. I mean, it's going to go back and forth. It's going to go back and forth. It all comes down to the last game. We got a show here, boys. Let's get it going.
Dude, I'm so pumped up for the last game, sincerely, because we've had this build-up, Cameron, for 89 total drops so far, and it quite literally comes down to the final drop, the 90th drop. And even for Team Liquid and Alpha7, they were already close as it was, and both of them don't really have stellar games, but the one that technically gets a bit more of a win than Team Liquid is Alpha7 because of their double points. So they walk away with 8 points versus Team Liquid's 4.
Yeah, I think Liquid are still going to be in first place, but it is going to be a smaller margin. And again, Liquid, please drop onto Alpha7. Drop onto Alpha7. I don't know how else to explain this to you. The math does not work any other way. You are so lucky that either Entity 7 or Hyper do your job for you every single game today. Yeah, but you can't outsource your work like that anymore.
Oh, can you? Can you? Because here's the thing, Cameron. It has now worked for 4 games in a row. You know?
Yes.
It's worked for 4 games, so why would they not believe it's going to be work for 5th?
Well, to be
but
fair,
why not?
Hotchukes,
What's the downside? It's one round. It's the final round. Gone with a bang.
But Hotchukes, you have been critical of Team Liquid. Actually, you were very critical of Team Liquid, I believe, on map number 2. Where you were, or map 3, where you're like, oh, it's not working. I'm so frustrated. Why won't they just change what they're doing? And then they get 3rd place, or 2nd place, excuse me, with 13 eliminations.
To me, it's stupid of them not to. That's how disappointed I am with them. I'm like, what are you doing? You're handing Alpha7 the championship belt. I will die on this hill. The problem, though, is it's worked 4 times in a row, you know? So, like, just knowing, like, my IGL brain is like, yo, it's worked 4 times in a row. Yeah. Alpha7 are throwing, right? At this point, we gotta leave it to destiny. And I think that's what they're thinking, and it makes me so mad. Because I agree with you, Cameron. I think they gotta go. They gotta take down Alpha7.
Take them down. I actually like that. And the reason why is because it creates drama, too, for the next stage. Alpha7 Team Liquid are most likely going to meet up again, right? And when they do, it could be quite personal. I think it's already going to be quite personal as it is, right? So I'm not against this. Game number 6, Cameron, I'm with you, right? It's like, it's the final game. It has worked. What you're doing is working today. But now with 1 game remaining, push Alpha7 and finish them off. Put them into the ground. And maybe Alpha7 could say the same thing, because at the end of the day, if they can get Team Liquid out early on and they can do it in an effective way, they essentially lock down first for free.
Alpha7 don't have as much of a reason to go for an early fight against Liquid, just because their points are double, and they're usually pretty good at picking up points scattered around, even if it's just through getting a couple of placements, a couple of eliminations. It's that much more impactful for them, and so it should be relatively straightforward to overcome whatever gap that remains. I think it's in the single digits at this point, but that shouldn't be the hardest thing for them, and going for a hot drop puts too much risk into it. It's a double points again that puts the weight on Liquid's side to make the moves. But I'm also going to say, I think we should be having this same conversation when it comes to iNCO Gaming versus Deathwolves, because assuming iNCO Gaming are now in the lead, back in 3rd place with that gap there, do they want to hot drop onto Deathwolves? I don't know if Influence Rage is in the range of being a threat with 1 game remaining, because they haven't had a great day so far. They have a couple of standout rounds here and there, but compared to iNCO and Deathwolves, and then when you take the gap that we established in the beginning of the day into account, I think iNCO Gaming, they should at least consider dropping on Deathwolves.
That would be the only team that I would drop on Hotchukes. Like, I wouldn't drop on Influence Rage. I would for sure 100% try to shut down Death. Because look, so with that game from iNCO Gaming, let's theorycraft, right? Let's say they are in 3rd place. They're back in 3rd place. The only team they really have to shut down now, depending on how much of a gap there is between 3rd and 4th, would be that 5th place slot, which I believe is Deathwolves. No, Deathwolves should be in 4th. So yeah, shut down Deathwolves. That's the only one that makes sense.
We have 2 of the same storylines here, folks. All right, we got Team Liquid above Alpha7, and we have iNCO Gaming above Deathwolves. Both Deathwolves and Alpha7 are on their double points day, right?
That's right.
And it's so close that if they do hot drop, and they lose that hot drop, I'm talking about Team Liquid and iNCO, they could lose their position entirely, right?
Right.
So that is how ridiculous it is. And personally, you gotta go for it, baby. You gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, if we're gonna win this, we gotta do it with the weapons on our own backs. But at the same time, they haven't done that all day today, and it's got them in the position that they're in.
Okay, the one final point that I would say that makes me consider that they wouldn't hot drop is because with all of the early fighting that we've seen between Hyper, Be Bold, E7, all Royals of War, all of these teams that are just squabbling over essentially nothing as our focus is on the top of the leaderboard as it should be at this point in the competition. That's fewer points. We've said it already. That's fewer points for the chasing teams to have opportunities to pick up. So that could be a consideration of why it's not as pertinent to hot drop for the holding teams, in this case, Liquid and iNCO Gaming. I would still do it, but it's something to think about.
Scary. It's just so scary, right? This is where you truly find out what you're made of as a competitor, when it's all on the line. One game left to make it happen, whether it's top 4 or first place. You only get one more game to decide your fate. Such a scary position to be in. I'm so happy I'm not in the position of the players at the moment. We're going to take our final break of the day before we hop into the final map of America's spring season, which of course is ending on good old Erangel. As we go into break though, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Obscure from Death Wolves. Let's hear what Obscure had to say.
Guys, Sandhawk is over. Here we are, Death Wolves. What a great match. They need this match to be able to qualify to get those that 4th place, and you have to start right now. How are you guys feeling after this 4th match? Como estão sentindo depois dessa 4ª queda? Estão precisando para poder chegar àqueles 4º lugar?
A gente está se sentindo muito bem, a gente está tranquilo e o clima está muito bom no time, então por isso as expectativas são muito altas hoje. E é isso.
They're feeling great. The team atmosphere, he says, is really good, so they have really high expectations. You guys have a head coach with Dadinho. He's someone who has so much experience on PUBG Mobile. How important it is for you guys to have him here now that he is here? He only arrived on this 3rd week. Qual é a importância de ter a Dadinho aí com vocês, que ele chegou essa semana aí?
Foi muito bom, sendo tipo tá sendo bem mais tranquilo com ele do que sem. Tipo, ele é a cabeça do time, ele organiza direitinho o time, então ajudou o time a manter o clima bom, a ter expectativas altas, e é isso.
He says it's very important to have him here. When he's here, they're better when he's here. So and because of him, the team atmosphere is so good, and that's why they have so much expectations. Sir, best of luck. Let's go back.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman Set, Dark Arts Gentleman Glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman Set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
And welcome back, everyone, for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 15. The final map is about to be played out. We're heading into Erangel. This map will decide it all. Who will get first? Who will be our top 4? Well, all the answers will be answered after Erangel has been completed. I'm so excited for this. I really am. We've done the math. We know things are incredibly close. At least we've done the math as close as we can, being caster math, Hot Jukes. But what a game this is going to be. We talked about hot drops, right? For Team Liquid onto Alpha7, maybe even Death Wolves being hot dropped. iNCO Gaming maybe giving it to them. I'm so curious how this ends up playing out. What I do want, though, is at least some type of spiciness, Hot Jukes.
We need to see it. We need to see it. For anybody that's just tuning in for the first time, you heard it right there. You got Team Liquid in first, iNCO Gaming in third, right? Below them, Alpha7, and below them, Death Wolves. Both on their double points days today. So if they just do, it's so close that if they have a decent game, they're going to pass them up, right? So, are we going to see the hot drops or any kind of griefing? We need to see it here and now.
Well, it's close, and chat, I want you to know the PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman Set, Dark Legend, UMP 45. When all comes down to this, 89 games have been completed, only one more game left to decide our champion, to decide our top 4. Who's it going to be? Chat, get loud and let us know who you are supporting to take it all. Without further ado, let's get into the final game of America's spring season. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Woo! Let's get it going. Last game. It all comes down to this. And I am looking at this playing path, and I'm looking at Death Wolves and Alpha7 leaving in the same direction. So Death Wolves looking to most likely take that Zarky area. Alpha7 near North George. Oh, this is going to be close.
Wait, is that green that I see to the north, or is that just the blue of Death Wolves overlapping the yellow of Influence? It is.
That is Influence Rage going to Severny, though. Influence Rage going to Severny. That is another secondary drop from Death Wolf. So it looks like Influence Rage did decide to try and hunt them down. It's unfortunate that they went in the opposite direction.
But you know who's not hunting is Liquid. Liquid are dropping towards Primorse. They're letting A7 get away with this. They have the lead for now. They have a small lead, but they're just asking for Alpha7 to overtake them.
This is getting intense. So you can see Death Wolves right now on the move. Pop, yeah, but you're going ahead and starting to loot up, and they need to loot up quickly here because they need a good game. They cannot afford to go out early.
Right.
So Death Wolves just continuing up the pressure here.
I mean, iNCO are also letting Death Wolves play their game. I mean, it's strange that it's almost Influence Rage that are the ones currently upsetting Death Wolves, as we see some early fights, well, unsurprisingly, between the teams that aren't contesting for the Riyadh spots.
Yeah, let me look right now. Yeah, the rest of the teams, how are they going to play it out? That's the question, right? Because they know where these teams drop. They could decide to grief if they want to. Or they could just play the game and enjoy their last game in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
For this season.
That's it. Yeah, for this season.
Inactive. Gets caught off by some angle. has to pull away. No meds to speak of. And the rest of Titan, I mean, they're all scattered about. The Titan diaspora out in the wilds, out in the wilderness. At least NRG Galaxy are playing somewhat close to each other. What? That was a weird bounce.
Weird bounce indeed. So,
pinballing all over the place.
Pinballing all over the place. NRG just having fun with it. And of course, it's against their NA brothers of Titan. Meanwhile, SLR getting into All Glory Gaming. These these teams that need points in order to make something happen. Oh man, they're gonna go out like crazy. And not to mention, I mean, Influence Rage have a big gap to cross if they even want to make it to 4th. They would need to have, I believe, a record-breaking game here in order to make that happen. So, you know, if you're going to get a record-breaking game, Cameron, that means you got to push everything. And in the last game with teams kind of fighting kind of crazy like this, I think the chance of doing it's possible, but you ain't going to do it just sitting in Severny.
I mean, they got to loot up. You can't just expect them to grab a P92 and just run out there. The problem is with this early fighting that's of the mid or below teams, this actually favors the double points day teams because the placement points that are easier to get are more impactful for them or that much more valuable to them.
That's true.
So this is, I mean, yeah, it's also going to be even harder for Influence Rage to make that climb because they're not going to be able to push through usual standard stuck-in teams.
That's why I said that they need to leave instantly. Like, I mean, if you have a level 1 vest and a weapon, that's good enough. Right. I mean, you have no choice. I mean, if you want to go to Riyadh, you have to play the leaderboards. You can't just play the game normally at this point.
I mean, but, you know, we're talking about these teams that have been playing the game normally this entire day. So,
true.
I really would love to talk to some of these players and kind of get their perspective on why there's this hesitation to go for these big money-making moves that we're talking about. What is it about PUBG Mobile that incentivizes these teams to just approach every single game as if it was just a regular game and wasn't like round 5, round 6 of the last day ever with the double points and the leaderboard and all of that good stuff? Because I disagreed, but I understood not wanting to throw your entire series starting at round 3, like talking about Liquid specifically, even though mathematically I still think it would have been better for them to just start hot dropping A7 then and there. Surely at this point, they should know. It has to be obvious to them that hot dropping Alpha7 is the percentage chance, like expected value, positive move.
Well, I think that they just decided that regardless of any math's math, right? We're leaving it up to faith at this point. We're going to leave it up to just pure luck that Alpha7 have 4 games in a row, back-to-back terrible performances.
Yeah.
And it's so crazy that has worked out, right?
Yeah.
That has actually worked out. Alpha7 have a crazy, what was it, match number 1? And then after that, just nada.
Yeah, I mean, they even got 8 points last game, though. They don't even need to have a crazy game to overtake Liquid. They just need Liquid to not have a great game, and they just need to have an okay game themselves. And with Liquid dropping in military base all the time on Erangel, that is one of the hardest places to reliably rotate out from. Just because the way that the bridges work, whether or not they're camped, it makes your rotations weird compared to any other spot on Erangel. And now Queso's joining in the mix here, so once again, we get a mosh pit of, I'll be frank, unimportant teams, which is going to make it easier for Deathwolves and Alpha7 to overtake.
Well, you can see the battle, guys. Everything is just, people are having their last ride, and that is going to be Titan Gaming's last moments here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So Team Queso get the better of them. Hope to see a lot more from Titan Gaming coming up in the fall.
We've seen some good things from them.
Yeah, we did.
Definitely standout rounds from almost, I would say, every single team at this entire event. It's just about chaining good rounds together and trying to find that consistency is the real thing. Everyone here is able to win the games that they are set up to win. It's about winning the games that you're not. That's the mark of a true champion.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And one team that I think has done that more than anybody has been Alpha7 this whole tournament, right? They have been able to make just games work out for them regardless of whatever is in front of them. And it'd be crazy to see them go out in second place. You know that is the last thing they want. They want this championship belt, and it's at the tip of their fingers here. If all they got to do is an average Alpha7 game, and that could be enough. That could be enough.
Yeah. But second place, it's so familiar to them. It's like home.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Deathwolves now rotating out and about, driving over Crash Plane. They dropped in Zarki, as we were pointing out earlier on. I'm not quite sure if that was to like intentionally dodge Influence Rage or whatever, because to be fair, the plane path was quite far to the west, so I think that it's understandable that Deathwolves, they usually like to go Novo, but even Severny was like, that could be someone else's alt drop, so just go to Zarki, it's fine, and they get, you know, pretty good circle one to rotate in from that Zarki angle, that Zarki area, and it goes to the north! Ooh, this is a good position for Alpha7. That's this hillside that Alpha7 and Deathwolves are currently both playing on. It's kind of like an open world game compared to a more linear shooter that some other areas are. But you can get involved and stuck into a lot of fights.
Oh, yes, you can. And we can just see teams all over the place getting involved in fights of their own, as Hyper getting the better of SLR. Nice shot there from Dragon K, but here comes Stars. Jumps out. Oh, he said no jump out at all. Nice little vehicle switch there. Switched over to that passenger seat and said, see you later. SLR out of here.
Drive-by baby, using the vehicle as just a little bit of cover. Also an unexpected angle, because yeah, most players just pop out as if they were ready to fight on their feet. So yeah, it's going to be SLR now having gone down. That is, no, it's sad to say, but 2 NA teams out.
Not good. Not good. But man, NA, I will say as a whole, all these teams, we've definitely noticed some development from them. Yeah, over these days here, and that gives me a lot of hope for the fall split, because I mean, you know, NRG Spec, I mean, I don't think we saw that guy lose a 1v1 almost this entire tournament, but it's just very rare that you get those opportunities, and I think that all of North America needs to realize that, and hopefully, you know, with the Titan series as well, a part of the scene, we're going to see NA develop. So if you're a serious player, you got a good group of friends looking to get in the mix of competitive PUBG Mobile, of course, make sure you go check out the Titan series coming up around the corner.
Right. Now Liquid trying to hold on to first place. Again, what we assume to be first place. These are not official numbers that we are giving. But they're not going to push into that fight. Very, very greedy and Hyper wanting to push into them, but Liquid are just like, please let us rotate into the zone.
Please leave us alone.
You are not our target. You are not our goal.
Pinched. They're going to get pinched. All Glory Gaming is coming in from the way outskirts of this too, so Team Liquid are forced on a very bad rotation away.
Why are these teams fighting over North George?
Last day, baby. Last day. Trying to make a name for yourself.
For half a second, I thought this was Milta, and I was really upset.
Instead, it's just North George action. The last place team, Entity 7, trying to make a last little hurrah here against Rolls of War. Can we see a crazy 1v3 from Franco? Jocko's still up as well.
I mean, even ND7 being in last place, I can already think of a couple of rounds, or at least a couple of moments that they've had good runs. Just unfortunate that they get shut down more times than not here. But now that it is a 1 versus 3, looking pretty unlikely for them to come out on top. As we see NRG only just now rotating away from Corey. Yeah, sure, they had to clean up after the fight that they took with Queso and Titan. But another shift to the west. This is looking so good for Deathwolves.
Yes, this could be a big game for Deathwolves. They're trying to take that Snake Hill right there by shooting range, and that could be a very, very solid position. They secure it. They secure it. So they're going to have great sight lines on a lot of people here, as Deathwolves are going to be taking, of course, this plane crash position. So Rada Boy moving out, trying to scout. I think he does notice that there's players here, but this is very risky.
This is risky, and Rada Boy has gone down early a few times today. His sort of entry X Factor, like, just wildcard playstyle has kind of been a bit more on the negative side of things, which is good to have players that take those gambles, that try and make those moments, but regardless, not been the best today. We'll see what happens there as 9Z push into Be Bold, and that's going to be a one and done for Chuko.
Go. Nice shots there. Beautifully done. And now, yeah, we're watching. Oh, this is Influence Rage. Influence Rage with 2 eliminations. Oh, getting shot up and thirsted. That is, I think that is the nail in the coffin right there for Influence Rage.
They still have 3 up. They can make something of this, but yeah, they would have, again, they were trying to come in with like the biggest round ever seen in PUBG Mobile history. And now having lost even more, it's all out of Milo. Law is nowhere near this spot to get picked up. The run is getting caught short.
Influence Rage.
Yeah, Influence Rage, usually the kings of Brazil, they're not even going to be seeing the World Cup.
That is unfortunate, because I remember during PMGO, the PUBG Mobile Global Open in Brazil, right? Alpha7 was there, and the fans were showing headstones with the name Influence Rage on it, right? So after that, I thought that Influence Rage was going to come out with a chip on their shoulder, put in some work, and you can see that, you know what, there might be one, because Milovan is just panning the air right now. He's upset.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they just were never able to really build up to full steam this entire event. They were sort of already straggling behind Alpha7 and Liquid from the very beginning, so it shouldn't be too much of a shock. They're close. They put up a good fight. They honestly not that far away from that break point. It's just
not that far away indeed. Yeah,
those last points just weren't able to be there.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it from a team that has so much potential, just not able to get it done. But let's see who's going to be able to get it done here at the end. Remember, folks, it's Team Liquid versus Alpha7 for the championship belt.
Why is iNCO only now rotating through ruins?
They're so late.
They're not going to get called out on this cross, but again, iNCO Gaming they are not playing with any mustard here. They're just going full milquetoast, bland approach to try and stay alive and like fingers crossed placements. But you're giving Deathwolves the opportunity to take over the round.
Oh, big time. Big time. That is something you cannot afford to do at all. So, I mean, I'm fairly shocked that we're seeing this kind of playstyle come out here with what is still left available. Influence Rage eliminated. That is them done for. But meanwhile, Deathwolves trying to get some eliminations.
Billy's gone down to the blue zone. I don't know if Deathwolves would be able to identify that. They would have spotted it, but still, this is just looking better and better for them. We're pretty sure that these two teams, iNCO and Deathwolves, are locked into 3rd and 4th place. It's just currently iNCO's in 3rd, Deathwolves in 4th, and Deathwolves so desperately would love to trade places with them to make it to the main event, avoid survival.
Oh, losing Vitali out there is going to hurt bad, because that gap between Deathwolves and iNCO is so thin. If Deathwolves just have a decent game, they should be able to pass up iNCO. So iNCO need to put up some points, and they're passing up Deathwolves. They're so close. Gary's going for some shots actually on the Guizal. They're on the hunt.
Wait, iNCO's actually fighting Deathwolves. I don't know if they've identified what teams they are, but iNCO are going for fights here. They see targets in front of them. They should be loaded up, kitted up to the nines. Level 3's everything. Every attachment that they could want, because they were waiting that long in the blue, looting up from Razak.
Oh, very bold rotation. They're going to go right down here to this broken wall and shooting range. That is a pretty tough spot to hold. Sure, you do have a little bit of cover, but you're also open from so many different sight lines. We'll see if it pays off for iNCO with that very bold rotation.
Again, this is a team that had lost their first player early on to the blue zone. They didn't have time to go back and get the revive because of how late into the game it was getting. So they're playing this one out as 3. They had some aggressive maneuvers just earlier on against Deathwolves, but Deathwolves, for their own efforts, haven't actually gotten any eliminations themselves. They're looking for it. They're trying to find them, but none have appeared just yet. It is only stage 4, so that's not too much of a surprise. It's not a knock against them. It just means that they're going to have to continue to try harder to finally close up that gap.
Gotta close up that gap, and you gotta do it very, very quickly here. As iNCO are holding down that shooting range position. Where are the Deathwolves, though? They need to start getting spicy here in the next few seconds. Looks like they're trying to hunt down Fran, who's out in the blue zone. The last player up from Be Bold, just trying to extend his play a little while, but he's gonna go out to blue in the next few seconds. Fran. Oh, look at that. Hitting first aids, hitting bandages like crazy, and Papa Blue takes him out.
It's going to be elimination. Be bold. We're getting close to placement points, which, again, are doubly valuable for Alpha7 and Deathwolves. Smoking.
Oh, boy.
Coming down by iNCO Gaming. Smoke grenades to just, again, provide some visual cover. I don't know how many smoke grenades are going to have left. How long into the game they're going to be holding down this position. But a hard shift southeast. Liquid now the team dead center. But look at Alpha7. They can play in from the edge. They should actually be looking to try and catch out teams from the west. Don't worry about Hyper just yet. Just control that west side. But that's going to be Deathwolf. So the two teams on the chase could very well meet early on. And only one of them is going to be able to advance further.
Deathwolves, yeah, you're right. Seem to be looking towards that direction of Alpha7. And Alpha7, they love positions like this. Their back is against the wall. All they got to do is clear their backs and then focus on what's ahead here. So they know that that is the weak side for sure. So they're just keeping an eye in that direction for now. But Deathwolves not looking to pull the trigger just yet.
Yeah. I mean, they're looking for a fight.
This is so close. Yeah, it's both these teams. Both of these teams right here we're watching are the squads trying to pass up everybody on the leaderboards. Milos takes down Obscure. But he should be able to get rezzed. Meanwhile, he goes pushing down into a very bad spot here.
Like I said, Deathwolves are looking for a fight. ER is just driving around Queso's area, but this is very ambitious. I'm surprised Igor hasn't gotten taken down just yet, but being pushed into iNCO territory. They should have known this being rotated into this area. They just passed each other, what, like 30 seconds, 1 minute ago?
FURIA eliminated. Deathwolves throwing this match little by little, but it may be fortunate for them as Team Queso is now pressuring iNCO Gaming. And I guarantee you, Deathwolves are going to be staring at that elimination feed. If they realize this is iNCO, they got to do something about this fight. This could be a good third-party opportunity.
Ooh, silence goes down. More eliminations getting picked up by iNCO Gaming. I don't think Deathwolves are going to be looking for... Oh, no, they actually are. They are looking for the third party. They are looking to steal these eliminations. They'd rather take this fight than the one up against Alpha7. And honestly, looking at the terrain, it makes sense.
A steal.
But they need to be active, and the grenades are already flying in.
That's a steal, and that's some good damage there. But unfortunately, they don't realize they're helping out iNCO Gaming from this position. But they need these eliminations more than anything. That could be enough to take them out here. Nenevete on some shots. They do not know that this is iNCO just yet. So Deathwolves starting to pressure Team Queso. They need to take them out quickly, and they do. So 4 eliminations. That's big points here for Deathwolves.
And they might know that it's iNCO there because iNCO have lost another player in that scuffle. And so the grenades are being tossed out by both squads into each other. 2 versus 2.
This is the fight right here. This is the fight right here. If Deathwolves beat iNCO Gaming right here, right now, this could punch their ticket to the automatic group stage.
That's huge. You know they want it. Giselle's running forward, but will fate be the spoiler? That grenade looking great.
Oh! Rada Boy from downtown hits the clutchest nade ever, and Nunez is just trying to crawl to Nenebete. Will fate destroy Deathwolves? Can't hear that nade from Nenebete was so big, and they go out. That is Deathwolves eliminated with only 4 eliminations.
I don't know if that was enough. I don't know if that was enough to overtake iNCO's position. And now with Nenebete get the revive on Nunez, they might know of Fate's position because Fate did throw that one grenade. It's easy to imagine that could have gotten confused in that final fight. But still, iNCO, they're alive. They're in placement points. If they get 1 or 2 more eliminations, I think that's going to be the confirm of them guaranteeing 3rd place. I don't think Deathwolves did enough despite the 2-point day. Or the 2x point day.
It is going to be so close. iNCO Gaming for sure cannot be comfortable with just that. They need some more eliminations here, but they are stuck in such a tough spot. Yeah, Fate, Aragon looking to take them out here and now. Let's see what happens here. Nenebete are putting some nice shots there onto Aragon. He's spinning, and gonna go down. That's another huge elimination right there.
It's great. It's good. Another opportunity for the revive, but down to 1 HP.
Team Liquid now looking to get these points.
Mythic
they need them bad as well.
Yeah. We haven't talked
Perfect
about that.
molly.
We've been focused so much on this fight because they've been the active teams, iNCO and Deathwolves. But absolutely, Liquid also need to hold off the surge of Alpha7. They already have 5 eliminations. Alpha7 have none. Alpha7 only have placement points. But, reminder, placement points, doubly impactful. But
Well,
Liquid,
you saw
holding
the
on to
player
lead.
cams right there. You saw the player cams. iNCO Gaming dapping each other up. They're confident, but we're going to find out what happens in the next few minutes. This fight is where it all comes down to. Mafioso getting knocked. This is huge.
Who got that knock? It just happened. There's still nothing in the feed. I don't know if that was a knock for Ayala or not.
It could have been him just getting out the vehicle too fast, too.
Yeah, it could have.
It could have been a self-knock. And that would be
Denial, I
so
guess.
bad. Oh, man. Could have been a calculated point denial.
Wait. Fate's still alive. Fate's still sneaking in from shooting range. Could upset Liquid. Could easily see that being a blind spot for them.
Uh-oh. Chief gets the knock. Are you kidding me? Pedrino getting knocked there is big, and that is the finish. Beautifully done here from Chief. These eliminations are going crazy. Team Liquid, 7 eliminations. Alpha7 with 0.
This is insane. Like, Alpha7, it's understandable why they didn't really play aggressive until a few moments ago, but the fact that they still have 0 eliminations, they let all that fighting happen to the north, and they didn't try to get involved at all. They're only just now pushing into N Hyper. Again, is this Game 6 jitters coming out?
Are you kidding me? Fate may have done it for Team Liquid, but it can also be the actual Fate that shuts them down. He is sneaking up so close. He sees Cardosin. When will he take these shots? Does he see him? He does now. Cardosin. No, he doesn't. And Fate gonna go out the blue zone. Are you kidding me? You can see the frustration. They were talking to each other, be like, what are you doing? That has gotta hurt. But that is huge for Team Liquid. The Team Liquid jerseys have got to be out right now because they are doing exactly what they need to do to take this championship.
But Alpha7, despite having 0 eliminations, they already have 8 points because of the 2x on the placements. So it is not done yet for Liquid. They are not happy until they see Alpha7 out in the elimination feed. However, Liquid, 4 points, 7 eliminations. They're on 1x multiplier, but that's still 11 points for them. They are looking to be holding on to this expected, estimated first place spot. Grenades are coming out. They are working for it. They are not sitting on their laurels. They are fighting for this win.
They're fighting for the win, but we're about to find out the power of the double points here. Because Alpha7 are on their double points day. Yeah, they have 0 eliminations, but they can gain a whole lot of ground with a chicken dinner right here. But they need to do it. They need to do it. They're down a member. Team Liquid up with 4 and the position. Alpha7 pushing from the outside in. If Team Liquid have any clue that Alpha7's here, they need to just push out and take them out here and now.
They're in the vehicles. They're making the push forward under the cover of smokes. They're pushing ahead of that. They're actually moving through, trying to run them over, but the shots aren't quite landing. Mythic is holding strong. Grio is able to come out on top with the trade, but with 0 HP. That's gonna be it. In an instant, they go down.
That is it, and you can see the headphones coming off. Alpha7 are so upset as Team Liquid are getting this done. They are looking to be the champions of this, and they did it on their own accord.
I guess we're wrong. I guess you don't need a hot drop to keep Alpha7 out of it. They'll just do it to themselves because the tentativeness, the hesitancy, the not finding openings, the not being proactive to create their own openings forced Alpha7 to have that move as their only option, and they just got torn to shreds.
Well, you can see N Hyper, North America, looking to make some noise here right at the end and trying to get the last chicken dinner of this tournament. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it as N Hyper throwing out some nades towards Team Liquid. Team Liquid are already just ecstatic right now as they were able to eliminate Alpha7 on their own. As FS doing some drives, gets popped out. More elimination points for Team Liquid.
Up to 9, but Capri has the P90. Best gun in the game. Running out of ammunition. One last magazine left, but spotted out by Ayala, even in the ghillie suit. He's gonna go down. It's all left to Stars.
Stars, you can see how leaned up he is. He is pushed up, ready to go. Meanwhile, All Glory Gaming, Milgar, the last player up. Team Liquid looking to take the game and put that championship belt around their waist. What a way to finish off this tournament. I mean, these guys, they put it all out here towards the end. And they just said, you know what, Alpha7, you do your thing, we'll do ours. And Alpha7 coming up short here is just unbelievable.
Listen, yeah, we can criticize Liquid all we want for the leaderboard-based decision-making. They have had some amazing rounds of PUBG Mobile today, regardless of whether this was day number 1 or day number, what are we at, 20, like 30 or whatever it is. They have had so many double-digit elimination rounds looking to put another high elimination chicken dinner on the board today. Fantastic run to what I'm assuming will be securing the PMSL America's Championship.
Team Liquid looking unstoppable at this point. It's just Stars all by himself. And that's the game! Team Liquid with the pop-off, they stand up! And just like that, they have to be your PMSL America's champions. Look at them. They are so excited. That's how you do it. That's how you finish strong.
It's been beautiful to watch this entire time. From the get-go, it's been Liquid versus Alpha7. Very quickly, they've extended themselves away from the pack, but there has never been a constant leader between the two of them. And it came down to the wire, but Liquid with the chicken dinner to confirm things. And the jersey comes out from Reflections.
Let's go!
They've done it! Unofficially, they've done it! Right? Alpha7! Oh, they couldn't get it done on their double points. Team Liquid.
Can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Hot drop for who? They don't need to hot drop anybody. They should have been hot dropping them. Team Liquid, TL baby. That's my loops. All right, that's my loops. That's my TL. Look, guys. I know chat. Oh, the casters. They hate Alpha7. They don't want to. I don't care who wins. But I'm telling you this. Loops is a team that I followed, and now Loops is now Team Liquid, and I have loved that roster because of their ability to survive, their positioning. The guys are great. Mythic is clutching up in moments he should not be clutching up in, and now they just clutched up and got the #1 spot on a day that should have been impossible, Cameron, because Alpha7 was on double points, and everybody was thinking it was lights out for TL.
Yeah, I was saying that. What did I say at the beginning of the show? 90% chance Alpha7 make it into first?
90.
But I was wrong. It had nothing to do with Influence Rage being the people that would block Alpha7, as it was usually in previous Brazilian championships. They just are way too comfortable in second place because even in the rounds that Entity 7 didn't block them and Hyper didn't block them, they blocked themselves because that final round 6 by Alpha7, they did not do enough.
Didn't do enough. And I tell you what, I got very nervous for Team Liquid at a certain point, Hot Jukes, especially when they were having to rotate as wide as they did into Papa Blue. You had Hyper in front, I believe AGG behind them. I'm thinking to myself, Hyper, AGG are about to go in on TL.
I mean, this is crazy. I mean, how did this happen? How did this happen? I am just so mind blown. You know, I will admit, I thought Alpha7 had this in the bag today. I mean, I was like, you said 90%, Cameron?
Yeah.
Right? I was like 99.9%. This was going to be an Alpha7 victory.
I'm actually shocked.
Especially after their 46-point game. Are you serious?
Yeah.
And then it was 2 points, 8 points, 8 points, 8 points. And you can just see it right here. That push.
Yeah.
The nerves coming out, and it's going to make me question things big time here for Alpha7 because, I mean, how do they lose this tournament? How do you lose it?
Well, first off, I for what it's worth, I was actually very confident in Team Liquid. Like, weirdly, like I know that's like not even a, like, oh, they won. Of course you were. I like Team Liquid. It's a great team. And is very composed. And I think that's the big takeaway is Team Liquid may not be the flashiest team, although they're incredible, right? But Alpha7 is a very aggressive team in your face, loves to skirt the outer zone, be the gatekeepers, if you will. But Team Liquid has always been, throughout these 90 drops, a very controlled team, a team that plays their own game and knows what they're doing. Alpha7 does as well. Do not get me wrong. Alpha7 is elite. Alpha7 is incredible. They're still going to the world stage, right? Or at least groups. But Team Liquid is a team, as a roster, that knows how to survive and make the most out of positioning. And I think, in my opinion, Cameron, I think they do that better than Alpha7. And that's why I've always favored Team Liquid as one of the top teams in this tournament.
Yeah, it's strange seeing that actually play out this way, because on paper, on rosters, Alpha7, I mean, with their success globally especially, are the team that should have the upper hand, even though their playstyle is very much let's fight through all the teams at the edge. They're so good at it, which again is why it's so surprising that they went out in the way that they did, not taking the fights either to the north or and hyper towards the east. But like for Team Liquid, Loops, this is not the same Loops roster that took over the region all those years ago. I said all those years ago, it's like 2 years ago. But still, like, there was a time that we thought that like, oh, Loops was sort of not the same team anymore. But here they come right back into the mix under a new moniker. Team Liquid is a different roster, but it's almost like it's the beginning of a new era for them.
It is. Hodgix, I actually feel like this Team Liquid roster, like, even though it's the same roster as Loops, like, they're not making the mistakes that Loops was making, because remember, they used to lose 2 members very early on, very consistently, but still find a way to survive and place highly. Now it feels like all 4 are on the same page. They're playing like champions. They're playing like a team that deserves to be in Riyadh, competing on the global stage for a bulk of $3 million.
Oh, I mean, they're going to come in hot. I'm going to be real, though. I want to just keep it as honest as I possibly can. Alpha7 is the better team here when it comes to fighting, okay? But it comes down to who's clutch and who isn't. And Team Liquid have that clutch factor, okay?
I agree with that.
Because they gave it. They gave it to Alpha7, said, hey, if you're going to beat us, you just play your game. Just clutch it up, and you got it. You're going to be the champions here. And they couldn't. They couldn't. And it makes me shocked because this isn't the first time we've seen this happen. So, like, do Alpha7 have that clutch factor? Is it gone? Right? No. I'm going to just say it is. Alpha7, you got to prove me wrong at this point because it's happened too many times. Please prove me wrong in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. I want to see it happen.
So is it gone? I think what you're trying to say is it's gone in the sense of, like, when they need to clutch up to get first place, like on Championship Sunday, they don't have that clutch factor. But I do feel like in earlier days, like let's say a tournament's 3 days long, I think days 1 and 2, they're going to be just fine because they don't feel that pressure.
Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Who cares? Because you have to clutch up at the end. That's what this is all about. You got to get it done. Team Liquid didn't give you the business, right? Yeah. They let you win this tournament, and you couldn't close it out. I mean, but Team Liquid, I'm not trying to, like, undersell Team Liquid here. They had to perform very well, and they put up a whole bunch of points here at the end. So that just proves it, right? Team Liquid, you got that clutch badge, and you earned this championship without a doubt.
I think that's legitimate. Cameron, anything you disagree with, or maybe you want to add on to that statement?
Yeah, I'm just looking through the successes, the trophies in Alpha7, and as far as first places go, it's all regional stuff, which are very good trophies to have. And while we constantly see Alpha7 perform so well internationally on globals, I don't see where they've gotten actual first place. They have a bunch of seconds, a bunch of thirds. So I'm actually starting to, I think Jukes is onto something here with the inability to really push it over the edge. There are so many uncontrollables in PUBG Mobile. There is, as much as you want everyone to say, like, listen, you know, we are objectively the best team here, or, like, you know, that team beat us whole cloth, you could always look at things and say, oh, well, because this happened, because this has to happen. The domino effect of this fight earlier on that we had no impact on, the butterfly effect of this or that. Look at the circle and what options we had in front of us. At the end of the day, with the options and the opportunities that Alpha7 have had up in the mix on global competitions and regional, like in this case, not being able to push it over the edge, it's something mentally, it's something internally.
It's mental. It's mental. It has to be, Cameron.
Gotta be.
Because, like, Cameron, you've been watching esports for a long time. Hot Jukes, you have as well. And I know there's been so many times, at least in my career, right, watching teams, regions, entire regions too, and other titles, like, that will always be capable of getting first place, always capable of reaching that podium. And when it comes time to reach that moment, to finally go for gold and grab it, right, they find some way to mess it up. Now, for me, that's purely mental, and I really do think Alpha7, it is mental, because going back to Hot Juke's statement, it's like, They are and I agree with this. I think they are a better fighting team than that of Team Liquid. I think they can outslay better than that of Team Liquid. But I think Team Liquid, as Juke said, like, they do clutch up. They have those moments where it's like, I know they're going to be fine because I know what caliber of players they are, right? And I know what they can do to I mean, we saw that. I mean, against SLR at one point, right? 1v2, Mythic shouldn't have won that fight, but he absolutely did. He stayed cool, calm, and collected. I think other players fold under that moment. But I will say this, to bring it all back, you got to give, tip your hat to Alpha7. Alpha7 had an incredible season. They really did. Second place is incredible for them to be. I know they're not happy with it. It's got to sting. But from an overall perspective, from a hosting perspective, from a talent perspective, Cameron, I think they did a great job. And they proved that they still are one of the best teams out there, from slaying, from, strategically playing. I mean, Revo, for goodness sake, should win MVP based off his performance today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, again, I think the reason why we're being so hard on Alpha7 is because we know how good of a team they are. And that's why it's like the thing that's blocking them is like they need to push it over the line. And once they do, they're going to be unstoppable once 100%. They're able to really push it over the edge. But at the 100%. Same time, guys, like Team Liquid, who we're pretty sure have just won this event, like, they have been playing some amazing PUBG Mobile this entire time through, even with Alpha7 and Revo specifically having a lot of the spotlight directly on them. But, like, the flexibility of Liquid's approach to this game, the adaptability of playing a number of different styles, and even within that, you can always kind of identify the way that a team tends to approach situations and all that good stuff. I'm really curious on what this new Liquid roster can do on the global stage.
I am too. How far can they go, right? I mean, it's so exciting to see. But Team Liquid Alpha7, we've talked about them, but let's talk about that third and fourth place spot that was still up for grabs, that was in hot contention, right? We're talking about iNCO and Deathwolves. Unfortunately for Influence Rage, I think they just missed their shot. If I'm correct, I believe they finished in 5th place because they finished off a little bit too early, which I know is heartbreaking for them. They fought so hard and had so many great moments today where it was like, I think they can do it, and then they finish off the last map in 13th place with a total of 2 eliminations, which only comes to 4 points, which isn't enough to clear that gap. So hot jukes for iNCO and Deathwolves. The points are very close, and I don't know which one is ahead and which one obviously got cut short and has to go through that qualifier, which we know is going to be grueling. But either way, iNCO Gaming, even though they were just maintaining and not gaining, I think they did enough to maintain their spot. And for Deathwolves, again, their road to get to this point, to top 4, has been incredible. The Cinderella story, like Cameron said it, and I love that. I love that moniker that's been added onto it. Hot Jukes, did Deathwolves, iNCO Gaming, they had a fight. Was it enough for either roster to secure 3rd place?
I don't know. I really don't know. We're going to have to wait to the official scoreboards. It is so close.
It's so close,
here.
yeah.
And it hurts me because I think that Deathwolves did so much today. Like, for real. Like, they did some great games. They weren't able to catch that win, which was what I was so scared about, because knowing that you had Alpha7 needing points, knowing that, teams at the bottom were just going to do whatever they wanted, is going to make it so much more difficult. At the end of the day, though, I got to give props to iNCO at the fact that they had the best double points weekend we've seen so far, right? That is something that they can do. So they can clutch up when it comes to double points. Let's be real, though. Today, they didn't clutch it until the last game. I mean, they opened that door wide open for Deathwolves. But, I mean, man, who knows? Maybe it just wasn't enough for Deathwolves to be able to close that gap.
From what I'm hearing, it's time for the champions announcement. Time to see what ended up unfolding. And I cannot wait because we've been speculating all day long. And I know chat has as well. Who got first? Who got second, third, and fourth? Well, Team Liquid will be your champions of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. 90 maps. 15 days of competition back and forth between themselves and Alpha7. Team Liquid, lock it in, Cameron.
And a huge number of points. I'm not even going to try and bother to calculate the points per game when you minus the bonus points out of it and all that good stuff. But they have them and Alpha7 neck and neck the entire time, all the way to the top.
My goodness. Look at them around the trophy. Hot Jukes, it's gotta feel good. I know they're not smiling now because it probably hasn't hit them what they just did.
Oh, they got to be so excited, though. Hopefully we can hear from these players here in the next few seconds because, man, these guys put in so much work right when it mattered, and you can see that trophy. They deserved it. At the same time, I mean, they got it because Alpha7 couldn't do it. Couldn't do it, but they put up enough points, and they clutched it right there towards the end. You got to give these guys props.
Man. Cameron. Anything, man, because it's such a big moment for them, obviously. Yeah. I mean, I saw them I actually was watching the playback just a second ago, watching them hug each other, right? Just be so incredibly excited. I mean, this has got to mean so much to them to be on that stage, to win in front of their peers, and there's the smile that I've been waiting for Mythic, right?
Yeah. Like, so, on one hand, both them and Alpha7 and the third place team, whoever it ends up being, are going to the group stage. The seeding can be a little different. You could argue they're going to be in an easier group based off first versus second place, but really it's about getting to the group stage to begin with. But to win this entire event, they have been here grueling out these matches, being neck and neck, shoulder to shoulder. They cleared the group, everyone else but Alpha7 very early on.
Yeah.
And to actually come out on top in the end with everyone, I'm sure even they thought Alpha7 was going to clear them on their double points day.
You think so?
The sigh of relief, just the sense of relief that they probably have from that result actually finalizing the way that they did. And even though, again, we could talk about their approach in the early game and whether they hot drop or not, but they gave it their all to at least get as many points as they could in their matches today. They never gave up. They never sort of receded into just letting the chips fall where they may.
Stay true to themselves, which I think is a big storyline, Hot Cheeks, going to the global stage, because it's like a team like Team Liquid doesn't need to play around their opponents. They don't need to change things up according to the performance of others, right? They just continue to do what they're already doing. And we were so critical, and I think we were critical for the right reasons. I still would have loved to have seen them hot drop, but that wasn't the winning strategy. Hot Jukes, what they did was the winning strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it was. At the end of the day, they're the champs. So what can I say? We're all stupid, Because, I mean, they just said, you know what? Screw strategy. We're just going to keep playing some PUBG Mobile, baby. We're walking away with this belt. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, it's so crazy because, I mean, at the end of the day, if that strategy was going to work, you had to hope that Alpha7 just didn't do anything, and they didn't. But you still needed to put up points, right? Yeah. And I will say this, regardless of whatever strategy it was, chicken dinner, double-digit eliminations towards the end. Really are you kidding me? That's how you do it.
They're really happy.
Insane stuff.
Especially because of this win. The last
looks like we're hearing some of them there, but it's good to be able to hear from these players and just see the player cams. This tournament has been so excellent, and I know a little bit of Portuguese myself, so I might be able to do some translating. He's like, hey guys, why didn't you hot drop Alpha7 and take the game into your own hands? We'll hear what he says back.
For family, anybody else?
Alpha7 sucks. We're just gonna push and win the game and win this tournament because they're gonna throw. That's what he said.
They have an English translator on scene, Hot Jukes.
I'm sorry. Mistranslation to my ear. No, I'm just messing around. It's so crazy. I mean, to see Alpha7, who you said it earlier, right? The best team here, right?
Right.
But they're not the best champions, right? And they haven't been for a while. This is another back-to-back second place, and I could see the chat going crazy, just like, hey. Again in capital letters was the thing I saw constantly, and I can't blame them. It hurts to see here. Hopefully, look at that, the emotions coming out, and rightfully so, because Team Liquid, can you imagine how much work and it finally pays off here and now? I'm so proud of them.
Precisava ir pro Brasil e agora ele vem ano passado mesmo depois de várias dificuldades de adaptação, escreve de vez o nome na história, cara, e ganha o primeiro título da PMSL, até então o campeonato mais importante nacional que a gente já teve, das Américas. E a sensação para você, cara, de dever cumprido?
Claro que estou muito feliz. O ano passado nós não conseguimos ganhar algum campeonato, não jogou muito bem com o time na Loops. E agora, continuar nesse pique aí e ganhar mais campeonatos. Estou muito feliz.
Não tem problema, não tem problema. Eu vou pedir só um instantinho pra gente poder mostrar pra quem tá de casa como terminamos a nossa tabela.
Wow. What a way to finish it.
Yeah.
You know what? And you know the funny thing was that he said, we saw the leaderboards there for a second. I almost... Oh, iNCO Gaming!
iNCO got it! Whoa! Over Death Wolves! 4 points! 4 points, my boy!
4.
Whoa.
4 points. That has gotta be so brutal for Death Wolves, because I will admit, like, this team really put it all on the line here towards the end, you know? iNCO Gaming, with how they performed today, it shocked me, Cameron, right? I mean, I think we were all surprised to see them not put up even more points here and let this be so close.
Yeah, and again, comparing it to FURIA, who just kind of like refused to do much at all given opportunities. I want to give iNCO a little bit of slack. It is very, very possible that on a couple of those rounds that they got few points, that it wasn't necessarily due to lack of trying. At the same time, there were rounds that they got a few points, and there were multiple rounds that they got a few points, and really we kind of give like, okay, you're given one. There's one round you can get 0 points or only 2 points, and there were multiple rounds that they got very little at all. If it wasn't for that one Miramar round where they got the chicken dinner, and a lot of those were based off of getting fortunate circle shifts, if it wasn't for that one round, they would be in the survival stage, not the group stage. It'd be swapped with Death Wolves, because Death Wolves were trying this entire time. They had a couple of stinkers themselves, but they were putting everything into the mix. That final round on Erangel, I think they actually might have cooked too far in the way that those players were sort of rotating out in the open, trying to bait out shots from Queso down to the west of shooting range. I thought that was maybe just a little bit too aggressive, but at least they were like trying to go for something. They were actually trying to get into the mix.
It's time to lift that trophy for Team Liquid. Who's it going to be, Mythic? G? All of them? Kissing the trophy. That's what we do, baby.
Little kiss.
Put that thing up there.
Let's go. Oh, you know what? They're living in the moment, baby. There it is. Wow.
There's the confetti. Absolutely.
Man.
Oh, such a beautiful moment.
These guys worked for it, and could you imagine just the sigh of relief, the weight off their shoulders, because I think everybody thought that Alpha7 was taking this, you know? So I think even they thought that Alpha7 was going to take this, but you know what? Hey, the door opened, and these guys walked right through it. They didn't walk, they ran right through it.
They busted through it. Yeah! With that trophy. Crazy stuff, man. Good moments. But you know, the reality is they enjoy it now, right? They go out, they have their steak, they chill on the beach, maybe they fly back home, spend some time with a family. But the global stage is where the real work will begin.
Oh, yeah.
And they are going to be, or they're going to have to try even harder, do a little bit more. But I tell you what, I think it's going to be a lot easier to enter the global stage with that trophy, knowing that they're champions, right? Than other than taking a tough loss like they potentially could have.
Oh, for sure. You know what? I hope that at the end of the day, like, they don't end up in the same situation they did now at the global stage, because those stakes, that prize pool is going to be so high. I don't see any team like not taking it into their own hands there. So I would love to see, you know, Team Liquid just say, yeah, it worked out here, but I think during the Esports World Cup we may just have to hot drop or, you know, do something.
We'll see, because we've
been preaching
hot drops for weeks at this point now, and we still have yet to see it actually implemented on purpose. Let's take one final look at our standings. Obviously, Team Liquid up there in first, Alpha7 there at the bottom. Team Liquid almost reached that 1,000 points. If we had one more game, I think they could have done it. But iNCO Gaming in third, Death Wolves in fourth, and to go a little bit deeper into that third and fourth place spot between 4 points between the two, Cameron, I mean, quite literally, they had that final fight on Erangel where iNCO Gaming won, right? So if Death Wolves wins that fight, it could have been reversed and they would have been in third.
If they won, it 100% would have been reversed. Regardless of the two, the points multiplier on Death Wolves' side, you can imagine it would have been pretty straightforward for them to get like another placement point after that fight, and that I think would have been it. So it was all down to the fight, and how perfect of it was that fight between iNCO Gaming and Death Wolves to decide it between the two of them. That rarely happens in PUBG Mobile. So the fact that it happened here and Fate from NRG didn't actually spoil it as aggressively as we thought that he would, which is not a knock against Fate. I think Fate played that for his own win condition as good as possible, just trying to sneak to late game and steal a chicken dinner away, which would have been an amazing final round for NRG, despite their final position on the leaderboard not being moved much at all for them. But still, just they all fought to the end. That's the important thing.
By the way, Taylor, real quick, you know, what's really interesting was those points right there, right? Just looking at the difference between Death Wolves and iNCO Gaming was, you know, iNCO just did so much better on their double points day. That's what it really came down to.
Right. They had a record-breaking day. I mean, remember their double points earlier this week? It was record-breaking. I mean, they did incredible. Absolutely incredible. And, you know, you set that narrative early on, Hotchix. You're like, dude, I've seen teams lose by 1 point. Well, in this case, 4 points. It might as well be 1 point with how close that was.
One fight.
Looking at the second page, 9 through 16. E7, man, I will say this, dude. You know, they had this moment in week 2 where they were middle of the pack. So they were I still view them as one of the most improved teams, but I think the most improved would have to be in Hyper. Like, in Hyper, when they had a Capri to that roster, they shot up the standings, 10th place. We take those W's. NRG right below them. Another team that I think improved incredibly well. And then SLR also just couldn't get their feet underneath them, but they tried. And Titan Gaming, come on, I mean, Redox at 1 point, right, being up there in the top slayers, right, the top elimination race. A good tournament, I think, for North America. In terms of improvement, we still got a long way to go, though, Hotchix.
Hey, I'll say this, though, right? There's one W I will take. North America wasn't last, baby. Let's go, right? Well, hey, second to last. I take that. I'll take it. I'll take it where I can get it.
Okay. To be fair, for week 3 alone, Hyper got 4th. And Hyper got more points this entire week than Death Wolves did. So, like, honestly, talk about improvement. I mean, let's ignore the rest of the teams from the region. But for Hyper, the team that is like, oh, this is a rebuild year, it was a rebuild 2 weeks. If they played the way that they played in week 3, in weeks 1 and 2 as well, they could very easily be in the conversation for qualifying to Riyadh.
Yeah, 100%. Well, again, they added Capri, and then they just changed, or they just shifted everything. Like, I mean, it worked. And Capri has really, truly been the savior. So, Hotchix, like, in Hyper moving forward, they're gonna be a crazy roster to have to play against, and I hope they stay together. I really do. But what a season! What a season this was! 15 days, 90 drops, and suspense literally till the very end, till game number 6. And just to reiterate, the fact that iNCO and Death Wolves 3rd and 4th place, and they are the ones who quite literally ended their tournament, like iNCO onto Death Wolves. Like, you don't see that, like Cameron was saying. A beautiful way to end it. Maybe not for Death Wolves, they're not seeing it that way, but I'm sure there's a rivalry that's developed simply because of that moment. What a day, what a tournament, what a season. Cameron, what are your final words before we get out of here?
I mean, just every time, whenever we send teams from this region, this super region that is the Americas, away to global events, I'm always very excited to see what they can do. Alpha7 is usually the consistent player up there in the top spots, and is always a big threat. Will this be the moment that they can actually break through and get that trophy that it's always just out of reach? And what can Liquid do now that they're in the mix? It's just going to be a very exciting time as always.
Exciting indeed. Cameron, it's an absolute pleasure to work with you. I love your analysis, your energy, and I'm still convinced you are the one in charge of the Matrix. Hotchix, always great to work with you, man. You're always giving that great analysis, wonderful energy, and sometimes some jokes that just throw me off. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Hey, man, first off, I'm incredibly blessed to be able to get this opportunity to be able to cast PUBG Mobile. Big shout out to everybody. This whole production, this is one of my favorite casts that I have been a part of. Everything was just so smooth. And I will say this, right? My eyes are going to be on Death Wolves here in the survival stage, because this team has came all the way from the bottom in such a short amount of time. I think they should be very proud of themselves, making it to at least 4th place. You know, I think nobody else would have expected them to do what they did here. So I'm looking forward to that. iNCO, Team Liquid, good luck, you know, obviously during that big group stage. And to Alpha7, I'm disappointed in you. Your fans are disappointed in you. I know you're disappointed in yourself. You cannot let this happen in the Esports World Cup. I know you want it bad. Go and get it. Let's go.
All right, Alpha7, I believe in you. Let's see you hit the international stage and tear it up along with Team Liquid, iNCO, and Deathwolves. What a tournament it was, and we owe that all to you. Thank you in chat for being here each and every day, each and every week, following the storylines and supporting your favorite teams. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, because we would love you to be involved in some more broadcasts in the future. But all good things must come to an end, and this is one of those good things coming to an end. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we would love for you to be a part of our next PUBG Mobile Esports broadcast.
Very confidently, almost successfully as a solo player. But now it's all on to Arturzin, and Deny makes perfect sense. They knew it was Influence Rage. Queso gets the first, and the follow-up from he's 7! The vehicle sends in, only gets one knock.
Gets taken out of the process, but that did look good. One player up. What can Deblim do? Tries to hold it down. Alpha7 gets the chicken dinner, and you can see the pop-off. Now we're seeing that excitement. Entity 7, they're dropping here, baby. We're gonna see it. Who's gonna be the champion of Ruins?
I mean, I gotta say at Hyper, they're just generally the better team, but you don't want to leave it up to random weapon spawns. E7 are actually coming out on top. There's a barrel in the mix. Only 3 shots left for Wako, but still.
Oh, it's over. No way! It's Entity 7! And now Entity 7's pushing. FS by himself. Gonna have to hold the line. Gets one. Going for 2. Jump shot gets them! It's Entity 7 that gets the better of Ed Hyper here at the end of it.
At the moment, we lost FURIA a half second, I think, before we lost Influence Rage. That's Cardozen going down, full confirmed. It's just Mythic left. Can he secure? This is an easy secure. Radaboy out in the open.
Big.
That was not needed, but the grenade at least finishes Liquid off before it can get even worse. I mean, I do the same. Just in my casual normal matches. I'm not going down to you.
That's right. Molly right there next to the rock. Inactive, forced to make a play. Gets a nice little headshot there, but that's an iNCO Gaming chicken dinner. Who I saw some players.
But will Fate be the spoiler? That grenade looks looking great.
Oh! Radaboy from downtown hits the clutchest nade ever, and Nunez is just trying to crawl to Nenebete. Will Fate destroy Deathwolves? Can't hear that nade from Nenebete was so big, and they go out. That is Deathwolves eliminates.
Making the push forward under the cover of smokes. They're pushing ahead of that. They're actually moving through, trying to run them over, but the shots aren't quite landing. Mythic is holding strong. Queso is able to come out on top with the trade, but with 0 HP, that's gonna be it! In an instant, they go down to what I'm assuming will be securing the PMSL America's Championship.
Team Liquid looking unstoppable at this point. It's just Stars all by himself, and that's the game! Team Liquid with the pop-off, they stand up!
Speculating all day long, and I know chat has as well. Who got first, who got second, third, and fourth, while Team Liquid will be your champions of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season.
Let's go. Oh, you know what? They're living in the moment, baby. There it is! Wow.
There's the confetti. Absolutely.